Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. So again, good morning, all of you. How good it is to see all of you. Thank you for accepting our invitation against the background of challenges that we all know to be true. It is lovely to be in a situation where you are surrounded by optimists. I say that in all seriousness because it reminds me of the words of Winston Churchill, who said, the pessimist is someone who sees difficulty in every situation that is difficult, and the optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. But thank you for choosing to spend this time with us. This opportunity today is the third edition of the Better Future Summit, a platform that has been specifically designed, enabled, and now sustained by the Old Mutual Group. I think that is fitting of a round of applause, do you not think? Indeed, thank you, Old Mutual. The Better Future Summit is a flagship gathering of professionals from all sectors who are coming together to really, in a way, meet one objective: to foster and sustain a conversation that is all about inclusive and sustainable economic growth. We have seen this happen over 3 years, and we are excited, thrilled, because we are gaining momentum as we go forward. And as we come together this year, we are meeting under a theme that we have called Shifting Forward. The idea of shifting forward, by definition, implies forward momentum. So we are moving forward this year under a theme that recognizes 3 clusters, which you will hear more about over the course of the day. The 3 clusters are digital innovation, followed by inclusion, and everything will culminate by us exploring the psychological component, because we will be discussing confidence. Why do we need confidence in this season, and how can it be generated and again sustained as we move forward? So again, I say thank you, all of you, for coming, and allow me, if you will, to just set the scene a little bit by sharing a story, or at least I guess something that will shed light on the purpose, the importance of the purpose of coming together. And I am reminded of an American-based medical surgeon who is of Indian origin. His name is Atul Gawande. Atul Gawande talks about the period we are living through as a period in which every single field of endeavor is facing the reality where there is an explosion, quite literally, of information, an explosion of knowledge. And as he describes this scenario, he asks the very pertinent question: how do we deal with this background of increased complexity in the work and jobs that we are all performing? Why is it necessary to consider this? Because he says, using the example of his sector, the medical sector, he says in the 20th century particularly, and more so in the 21st century, he says the medical sector has overseen a period in which they have discovered 13,600 diagnoses. 13,600 ways in which the human body can fail. But having said that, the complexity doesn't end there. He goes further in citing that there are now 6,000 drugs that are possible to dispense in order to solve these various diagnoses. Beyond the 6,000 drugs that are available, he goes further and says there are now 4,000 procedures which these various medical personnel can dispense in order to make what is wrong right. How then do we proceed against this complexity? And he suggests that coming together in a way that is interconnected, in a way that eventually leads to interdependence, is the only way that we can move forward. And the only reason I share this with you is that we are now in the same situation. We have various diagnoses that you will hear today that need some kind of prescription some kind of answer the way forward. So the ladies and gentlemen that are gathered here today have put in a lot of time and effort, and we thank them for that effort, because today is the day that we begin to unpack and share with our various audiences what we think is the better way forward that will create the better future we desire. And as we do that, I say to you that he ends off by saying that the only way to deal with complexity is to generate what he calls group success. So thank you for your accepting our invitation, because you are the group that will deliberate on the kind of success that we all require. So again, a round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And without further ado, what I'd like to do is to go into the business of the day. And very quickly, in terms of housekeeping, I know some of you will be concerned for where you can achieve relief or elevation, depending your personal habits. The bathrooms are to your right or left. If you are the audience, you just go down the steps and you can navigate your way through. What I will tell you is that the bathroom for the gentlemen is right at the end of the passageway if you somehow lose your orientation. But having said that, we are now ready to go. What I'd like to do is announce the next set of proceedings so that we understand who in our audience deserves recognition. So allow me, if you will, to introduce my co-host, the fabulous, the celebrated, my name, by the way, is not Andy Hodges. It is, in fact, Patrick Cario. So, Andy, please come through. Lovely to have you with me, sir.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good morning, everyone. Oh, that's better. Patrick, I got a better good morning than you. Yeah, you should put more effort into it. Watch. Good morning, everyone. Gotcha.
That wasn't more effort, Andrew. You're just taller. They could hear you and could see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We have such an exciting day planned ahead. The summit today is going to be a little bit unique, I suppose, not just in the way we're going to present it to you, but also in some of the conclusions and recommendations we're going to come with to you, from you, during the course of the day. We're going to start off, of course, looking at issues such as AI, financial inclusion. What's the story in Zimbabwe about AI? Can we utilize it to really boost the insurance industry, particularly life products? Because I think it's very clear, and this is something I keep saying to a lot of people, is that a lot of us understood, we lived in fear based on our past. But what we didn't understand was that life products were necessary and important. So we actually gave up something for fear with something that we need right now. So we're starting to face a generation of people who do not have retirement policies, do not have life insurance policies. And also that leads to greater savings, enhanced savings, which boost economic growth. Everything is linked. And I think one of our jobs here today, and obviously continuously, is to keep promoting, communicating about the benefits of life insurance products, the benefits of long-term savings for our citizens. So this is about the upkeep of our citizens into the future. Without further ado, I'd like to make some acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge Engineer Tafazo Muguti, Magut's Permanent Secretary, Presidential Affairs in the Office of the President and Cabinet. He is on his way. I've spoken to him this morning. His Excellency Edward Callon, UN Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe. Cuthbert Munjoma, Director Pensions and Life Insurance Supervision. Welcome, Cuthbert. Dr. Innocent Matse, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Mr. Samuel Masekete, Group CEO, Old Mutual. Fayaz King, Independent Non-Executive Director, Digital Transformation and Telecommunications. Welcome, Fayaz. We really appreciate you being here. Mr. D. Hoto, Group CEO of FML. Mrs. Sakai Kuvarika, CEO CZI. Mrs. Rose Impofu, Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. Mr. Wanda Mufunda, CEO, Center of Humanitarian Analytics. Colin Tafumane, CEO, Escrow Group. Christopher Mugaga, Chief Executive at Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Government officials here present, UN officials here present, Old Mutual Executive, management and staff here present, business executives, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, we'll move into our program. So I'd like to now call upon to give us an overview and really a sense of why we are here under this Better Future Summit. Please help me in welcoming, put your hands together for the Group CEO of Old Mutual Zimbabwe, Mr. Sam Matsekete.
Thank you very much. And it's a very good morning indeed, a great day that we should look forward to today. I won't repeat all the protocol, but I think let me just recognize in his absence the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Presidential Affairs and Devolution in the Office of the President, Engineer Tafadzwa Muguti, the country representative for the United Nations Group, Dr. Edward Kalon, and the Director of Pensions and Life Insurance Supervision at IPEC, Mr. Cuthbert Njoma. So we are gathered here again now for the third time. So this is the third episode of Better Future. And the theme has been explained briefly. But I just thought I would remind ourselves why it's so important to incline ourselves to thinking about the future. I think one of the biggest constraints that we always have in our private spaces, as households, as businesses, as private players, I have come to realize is in the failure to think about the future and think about it consciously and deliberately. And we hear statements like, tomorrow will sort itself, or we have been there. Those are indications that the way psychologically we are positioning ourselves to play in the arena is thinking about, yeah, we have been there. Maybe it's not possible. Or, you know, tomorrow it will discover its own solutions. Until we get to that future date and we start thinking, I should have done this to make today better. And so the example I've always talked to my friends about is of a neighbor. And I won't disclose their gender or their race. But the neighbor had a plot next to our house. There was no infrastructure, there was no building yet. But this neighbor had already planted trees, ornamentals, fruit trees in the right mix as it turned out to be later, before the house was there. Obviously, there was final landscaping that was going to come after the house is built. When he eventually built his house, a few years down the road, it was like this house had just been plucked from somewhere to be located into a garden that's already mature. And you would think, okay, how did he actually do it? You realize that he thought, yes, I've got my vacant piece of land. He had a plan which was communicating what he was going to do in the future on that land. He knew exactly where he was going to place the house, the buildings. He also knew exactly how the ornamentals, the trees, some that would take 7 years, 8 years to mature, should be located on that piece of land to complete the beauty. So the house came and was perfectly located amongst a garden that he had worked on before. And we look at it today and we say, wow, if we had also planted trees back then, they would be as big as those and beautiful as those. And as the adage says, if we failed to plant the tree 20 years ago, the next best time to plant it is today. That's the inspiration of Better Future. To think about the future, perhaps in a way that we haven't thought about it in the past, in our various disciplines, whether it's about savings, financial choices, the things that we would like to think about as building blocks into that future we would like to see and enjoy as a better future. But the theme for the year is also talking about shifting forward, which Patrick has already spoken to in terms of what is the essence of shifting forward. We are hopefully today going to be thinking about how we create the momentum and foster progress into that better future through the decisions and choices insights, and knowledge that we will share during the day. We have to think about the future in various decisions at household, individual, as business, so that that future we are thinking about, we start to create today. We want to add to hope and to desires practical measures that we can take to create that future. So we then develop the landing gears for the great ideas that we have got for our lives. Most of us here are in different careers or are running different businesses, and we have been successful in our own rights in the various spaces because of the decisions and commitments we made in the past. The school we went to, the choice of subjects, the career paths that we decided upon, and when people look at you today, they may not relate to those decisions, but you know exactly how those decisions have shaped where we are. And so we are challenging ourselves to look ahead and say, what new choices, what new decisions should we make today to make that future even brighter? Today is the first day of our future from now. We trust that the engagements today will assist us to grow, to sustain and protect our prosperity as individuals, as households, as industry, in the various parts, and we should play the relevant roles in those various spaces to support economic development of our country as responsible citizens. And thinking about the future as we make choices today, financial and non-financial thinking is an anchor to sustainability. Innovation is the next part, perhaps, that will occupy much more space. That's my fear because of how topical innovation and digital innovation is today. But the essence of our discussions and perhaps our discourses in that space is we do face myriads of challenges. And how do our products, our services, effectively address our needs as customers, as communities today? Because if we are not innovative or thinking innovatively about those solutions, we will fail to meet the needs and the demands satisfactorily. Globally, humanity is dealing with more complex challenges, and we in our microspaces are not spared. Patrick went into the example of how medicine has evolved, and there is a myriad of solutions that have also been developed to try and counter those challenges we face. Yet, if we embrace innovation as exemplified by various technologies that have come to the market, we turn each challenge into an opportunity and still sustain into the future. As private sector players working in support of government efforts, we must consider the question about whether we are delivering innovative solutions to the markets and communities we serve as a way to deliver value. We must also be thinking about how innovation should anchor the sustainability of our ventures into the future. How do we innovate savings, insurance, if I were to come home to our industry? How do we innovate the financing of major projects? How do we harness and pool efforts more effectively, more efficiently, and channel it for better economic allocation of resources? We must, in the same breath, be thinking about inclusion, which I think should be considered as a phenomenon beyond just access. True and fuller progress is registered if we also prioritize inclusion. Our products, our solutions, our services should seek to promote equitable access and participation. So maybe one test is, during the discussions we will be having, how effectively are we addressing the needs of society? And how far are we reaching with our solutions in the various spaces that we should touch in the communities? There is already recognition in the financial services through established policies such as bank use promotion or inclusion policies that we have also seen being promoted by the Insurance and Pensions Commission, to facilitate pooling of resources, to facilitate access to products to cover risks by all segments of our societies. The question today is, how can we achieve better outcomes along that same thrust? Policy efficacy and growth momentum are strengthened when as many economic activities and transactions as possible are included into the mainstream economy. So our discourse today must explore some of the practical steps we can take to collectively, across all pillars of the economy, start to journey forward to promote formality and growth. Underpinning that, lastly, should be how do we create confidence at the various levels to sustain that momentum. The foundation of confidence or sustainability, perhaps one could say, is in developing resilient factors and building blocks around those areas of major effort. Confidence inspires stronger resolve and commitment to pursuit for growth. Under conditions of stronger confidence, economic agents commit more resources, more patiently, which means we can access more patient capital, and simply commit also greater efforts sustained over longer periods to achieve greater things, greater scale of outcomes. Stronger confidence levels tend to yield more durable outcomes and higher utility outcomes for the customers and the communities that we serve. As private sector players, we play a big part in strengthening the confidence of the markets and customers that we serve. Often, when you talk about confidence, especially as private sector players, we find therein something to outsource to government or to policymakers. But confidence is built collectively, and we must find ourselves, occupying our space as private sector players, proper space to also encourage and boost confidence. Where support is required through relevant policy frameworks, such should be sought. Confidence is led and inspired as we should share the burden to inspire and create the right environment for business and to prosper. Even as we will make recommendations for consideration by policymakers, let us also commit from our various places to inspiring confidence for our various customers and those that we serve. And this can be done through the products that we extend, the service that we offer, the way that we create convenience and deliver it in a form that delivers value for money to our customers. In economic terms, strengthening confidence means learning from the past as well. Learning from the past while building systems that are future fit and resilient. There lies, again, a key anchor to sustainability into the future. So the purpose of this summit is to gather the ideas, the insights, share knowledge as active participants rather than passive listeners, so that we can extract that voice, perhaps plus the next, and emerge with stronger solutions. Every session, whether a Better Future talk or a panel, focuses on what's needed to drive the outcomes we desire with the mindset of shared value and long-term sustainability. The structure and discussions will include practical examples from the financial services sector, for example, but we will definitely welcome learning from other sectors as we see members represented from across all sectors of our economy here. From regulators, from development organizations, and from just individuals that believe they can and should be empowered enough to contribute to this discourse. Insights and discussions leading to recommendations for the private sector players and policymakers will definitely be gathered, harnessed, formalized, and communicated into the relevant spaces. Thoughts to be drawn from the engagements will also be further buttressed by research and additional insights that we'll obviously be working on after the event to ensure that the thoughts are properly processed and can be packaged into recommendations that are practical. So in final analysis, this engagement will be successful if after the event, we emerge stronger in our sense of shared understanding, shared responsibility, and accountability about the choices we make today, the steps we take today to create a better future. Those choices, I think one of the indicators will be how well and how much confidence do we have about committing ourselves to long-term development initiatives, long-term savings, long-term ways of protecting our risks, protecting ourselves from risks and the like. Confidence is earned, inclusion is designed, that's what we believe, through the combination of solutions and policy support, but innovation is led, so we will also find success in us coming out of this place and leading in terms of the ways that we will innovate solutions for our customers. In conclusion, let us shift forward beyond imagining the future and just thinking about the future to taking steps collaboratively to build that future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsekete. I think that really lays the foundation for the rich conversation that is now sure to follow. I do appreciate the financial underpinning of this entire gathering because money does control our lives in a sense. In fact, they say money is important, if only for financial considerations. The other thing I also, that occurred to me was that even as we sit here, I would like to be able to master the language of money because they say money talks, but the only thing it ever says to me is goodbye. So I've also got to improve my own financial habits. But thank you for your words, Mr. Matsekete. And now we are about to get into the meat of the business, but I'd like to challenge my co-facilitator today, Andy, very quickly, because my little niece came up to me just before and said, Patrick, what do you call, because, you know, Andy understands all matters finance, so I defer to him and his greater knowledge. So I want to challenge him and say that, what do you call a wet stack of bills, just so we can get the mind going? What do we call a wet stack of bills? All these financial people understand this, I presume. So we're not going to waste too much time. You see, I got him stumped.
You've got me stumped.
Exactly.
I'm not going to say the zig.
So my
because
little
the deputy governor's here, so I'm not going to say that. It's not true. Okay, I give up.
Well, there you go. A wet stack of bills is what we call a liquid asset. Anyway, let's get into the business of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, our pillar for a start is the digital innovation. What do we do to leverage this digital environment in order to progress the initiatives that we need to? And who better to get us started for the first keynote, Better Future keynote delivery, than a gentleman called Fayaz King. I have heard about Fayaz King for the longest time because of his multiple existence, if you will, on various boards of directors. He has a storied career where he's risen to the top of the development arena as head of one of the biggest agencies. But other than that, he is a devoted intellectual who has a strong interest, as it happens, in all matters to do with technology, digital innovation, telecommunication, and also how information is disseminated. And when you get to understand him and know him, he is an amazing human being who has a genuine interest in the progression of the average Zimbabwean. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome him here today because his only transgression is minor, is that as a schoolboy at Mutare Boys High, he committed the minor transgression of beating Prince Edward Boys High at basketball. So him and I have a little thing going on that basis. But other than that, he's still my friend. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Fayaz King, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you. It gives me an absolute pleasure and an honor to be the starting keynote this morning. Let me start with a quote from a gentleman called William Gibson. And he says, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." In 2023, Sub-Saharan Africa processed over $1.3 trillion through mobile money. This is more than the GDP of Nigeria. This is not a statistic, it's a signal. A signal that when policy, technology, and trust comes together, Africa leads. But here's the challenge. The same technologies that power inclusion can also amplify exclusion. So the real question is this: how do we design digital finance that does not scale transactions? How do we scale trust? Because trust is the true currency of the digital economy. And without trust, we cannot build a better future. Today, there are three big shifts that are reshaping finance. The first shift, from digital projects to digital profit and loss. Digital is no longer an experiment. It defines the economics of banks, insurers, and capital markets. The second big shift, we are moving from rigid rules to guiding principles. Because let's look at this by way of a framework. And let's think of it as a simple 3x3 framework, where we want 3 outcomes which we want to achieve, and 3 enablers which will help us get there. So let's look at the outcomes. What is it we want to achieve? The first is inclusion, and we've heard Sam speak about this. We want inclusion so women, youth, rural communities, and first-time users are not left behind. The second is we want resilience, again buttressing a point which Sam also raised with us here this morning, so that systems withstand shocks, fraud, and of course, cyber attacks, which I'll talk a lot more on. And the third outcome that we're looking for is one of integrity, so that our markets run on fairness and transparency. But in order to do this, we need enablers. And we need 3 specific enablers. We need principle-based policy. Second, we need proportionate oversight. And third, we need data and model governance. When trust is coded into the system, confidence grows. So where is AI today, and how is it reshaping finance? Let me put it to you this way. If digital built the rails, AI is now driving the train. I'll say this again. If digital built the rails, AI is now driving the train. AI is not the train, it is driving the train. In retail and SME banking, AI is cutting friction, verifying customers faster, and detecting fraud in real time. In credit scoring, AI is using alternative data to give young people and small businesses a chance. Because a credit score should be a door opener, not a gatekeeper. And regulators themselves are also using AI. They are detecting anomalies, they are mapping hidden risks, and they're also uncovering dangerous leakages. So AI is reshaping finance. It is taking us to the next level, and we need to be sure that we are in line with what is happening. But importantly, let's not forget about capital markets, because they are the heartbeat of long-term growth and also long-term saving. AI is transforming them, and I'll just highlight 3 particular ways. First, in market surveillance with NLP tools. Second, with liquidity forecasting to stabilize volatility. And then third, and very importantly, board-level accountability for explainable and ethical AI. Done right, this deepens liquidity, it strengthens transparency, it enhances investor confidence, and it helps shift national mindsets towards long-term saving and insurance. Very important. I think the analogy that Sam made about planting trees in advance is so important. They say for a society to be considered developed, it's when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they will never enjoy. Most importantly, we also need to consider and protect the first-time users. Behind every transaction, behind every data point, there is a person. The first-time digital user faces 3 risks, and I'll articulate these. The first is the risk of comprehension. Do they understand? The second is the risk of consent. Do they know what they're agreeing to? And the third is the risk of recovery. If they lose money, can they get it back? Remember this, and remember this well, that trust arrives on foot, but when it leaves on horseback. If people lose faith, adoption will stall. But if we grow confidence, adoption will deepen. And when adoption deepens, saving, insuring, investing becomes second nature. This is how societies shift forward. When we talk about shifting forward and shifting gears, it's all about confidence. When we have the confidence and the trust, we move forward. So what lessons do we pick from Africa and what's happening around us? We don't need to look far in the technology space. In South Africa, there's a multi-regulator sandbox proving fintech can scale responsibly. In Kenya, they have a test and learn culture at the central bank that has enabled mobile money products. And of course, here in Zimbabwe, we have a fintech sandbox, which is a good start. But we could make it stronger in terms of the criteria we use. We could make and install clearer feedback loops, and we could make it transparent in terms of graduation pathways. These are not lessons or theories. These are things that we can adopt, and they are lessons that we can scale. We have the foundations, and we've proved that in certain circumstances, that not only in Africa, but in Zimbabwe in particular, that we can scale, that we can learn, and that we can take advantage of this. But having said that, let's be practical, and let me spell out a 12-point agenda and roadmap so that we move from talk to action. First is for the policymakers in the room. Number one, issue an AI in finance supervisory note. This brings confidence to the marketplace. Number two, strengthen the sandbox. Fantastic product that's there. Have a look at it, strengthen it, so that innovation can take place in a safer environment. Create a financial data council so that the data you use is usable. Number four, pilot supervisory tech tools. This again gives the confidence to all the players in the marketplace that you are up there in the use of technology. And let me also put some markers out for the market infrastructures. For those involved in marketing infrastructure, adopt fair data standards. By fair, the F is for findable data, the A is for accessible data, the I is for interoperable data, and the R is for reusable data. And number six, use AI in market surveillance. It makes life so much easier. It's quicker. It brings you to manage some of these things quickly, real time, and interactively. You move from reactive to being proactive. Number seven, align with ISSB sustainable disclosures. If you introduce sustainability in design, sustainability from the outset, it does not become an issue. The products and services that you bring to market meet those criteria at word go. For banks and insurers and fintechs, number eight, establish model risk management charters, especially in the boardroom, where accountability, responsibility, and explainability of AI should be an everyday matter. Number nine, build products for first-time users. Anything you do should have inclusivity as a basis for design. Number 10, track data lineage. So if you've got the lineage of your quality of your data and its uses and its anonymization, tracking it allows you to bring to market products much quicker and much easier. Number 11, share fraud intelligence. The many eyes that you have looking at a problem, the most likely it is being seen. The comfort of being in a herd is by far better than being on your own. And number 12, invest in cross-functional talent. Talent is a premium, but if you invest in cross-cultural talent and share the talent as well, then you will be setting yourself up for a decent agenda of going forward. Having laid out these 12 principles or 12 agenda items that can move us from talk to action, these don't become dreams. These are decisions waiting to be taken, and to be taken in this room throughout the course of the day. So what does success look like? Success looks like customers using digital accounts every week. It looks like banks and insurers lowering their cost to serve and the cost to comply. It looks like capital markets that are liquid, resilient, and trusted. And it looks like regulators anticipating risk and not reacting to it, because regulators are not brakes. They are the steering that guide us safely to growth. In closing, if Zimbabwe embraces a principle-based regulation, it embraces rigorous data governance, and it embraces inclusion by design, we will not catch up in this AI race. We will lead. The world once looked to Africa for mobile money revolution. The next frontier is responsible AI in finance. And we can also lead from here in this room. So let us shift forward together toward a better future. A future where digital data and AI grow not just markets, but also confidence. The future of digital finance will not be built from monologues from the podium, but from dialogues amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fayaz King. Please, a big round of applause. Another one, please. Thank you very much indeed. Fayaz, if you may, grab a seat. Now, I'll get you on the way. Can I have a microphone, please? We are opening up for about the next 10 minutes or so, just to give Fayaz to answer a few questions from us or comments. You know, the issue of AI regulation in any economy is something which has been hotly debated, and I will be asking Fayaz a few questions. And if you look at various jurisdictions, you can actually see how each of them is looking at AI. I think the two I can compare directly is the United States of America and the European Union. In terms of how they are looking at AI, the European Union is much more focused on data protection, information, whereas I suppose the Americans, and Fayaz can correct me, is really gung-ho going ahead. Fayaz, you know, you said this, and I liked what you said. You said that we need to look at what is the issue, what are we trying to solve before we come up with a solution, unlike the other way where we come up with a solution or regulations, and then we say, oh, this doesn't solve our issues. So if you look at the regulatory framework in Zimbabwe, I mean, there isn't really any, is there, in terms of AI usage, confidence in that. So how can we put in place a regulatory framework that instills that confidence, trust in digital products, particularly from a regulatory perspective?
I think the first thing to recognize is that we do have a data protection framework in which to work with. So we're already making steps in the right direction. So the issues of data privacy, the data issues that surround data privacy, how you use customers' data, and also giving confidence. Remember, I always speak about when you design something, design for the first-time user. So I think we've already made steps in that direction of looking at data privacy. That's the first thing you need, especially in the digital world. Secondly is you need to take a position to signal to the rest of the world. And this can happen through an AI supervisory note, or an AI note simply stating the intention and the playing field of what AI would look like within the Zimbabwean environment and Zimbabwean context. So that would be the next step that we need to take to bring the confidence back to the investors and those interested in investing in AI.
One of the issues I think you raised was we talked about inclusion, and of course most of our citizens aren't living in urban areas; they're living in rural areas, or they're outside of city centers or out of cities. So when we talk about financial inclusion, we need to also, I suppose, and maybe this is a question, do we have to come up with products or ideas or solutions, whether digital or through AI, that somehow can create channels of digital products to the rural areas? Because that is an issue, isn't it? Banks, for example, have pretty much pulled out of most centers. They're now moving totally to digital. I find a lot of rural clients are using mobile money transactions. They're not really using any formal sort of banking network except for the mobile money operators. I mean, how can you then create an ecosystem that encompasses and includes everybody?
I think the first thing that we need to consider again, I'm actually going to harp on this subject as to how you design products or services. Remember, you need to protect the first-time user. For any digital product to take off, the user needs to have confidence. They need to understand, okay, so what does this mean to me? If I lose my money, how will I get it back? If I do a digital transaction and it doesn't execute or it doesn't happen the way it's supposed to happen, whether I make a mistake or the system has a glitch in it, how do I correct that? So once there's confidence, the first thing is about confidence in digital products. They take off. When any digital product that you put on the market doesn't take off, yeah, it's a case purely of confidence. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is to design things with the end user in mind, being a first-time user. The products that have USSD codes, rather than working purely on a smartphone platform, those will tend to be a lot more successful. So when you design your products, design products that can work on phones that operate on an operating system, Android 3.0 and below. And that's the use of USSD. So design them in such a simple manner that the user, first-time user, can take advantage of that. So for me, it's all about having the first-time user in mind. It's not the accomplished person with a $1,000 smartphone who is going to deliver the service. It's not that person who wants to be included. It's the person who has the Mbudzi phone and knows how to use that star 121 or star 151 or whatever the code is. It's that person whom you design your products for.
Please, I will be opening up questions, so if you'd like to ask questions of Fayaz, please take this opportunity. It's very important. Fayaz, you talk about the sandbox concept, and I know South Africa is a good example, multi-regulator. I like what you said about South Africa, multi-regulator, whereas I suppose here we're talking fintech, so we can expand that more. Maybe talk more about how, for example, some of these sandboxes work and some of the issues you think we should inculcate into a sandbox here in Zimbabwe.
Firstly, if we look at the financial services landscape, there are a number of regulators, whether it's the stock exchange, whether it's the central bank, whether it's the insurance industry, there are a number of regulators. But there's, from my knowledge, there's only one sandbox, which is with the central bank. So a multi-regulatory sandbox, where all the regulators that participate in the financial space can allow any innovator or any participant to operate and use it freely would be the first part. So it's to have that multi-regulatory sandbox. Secondly, it's to also put in place principles of what allows you into the sandbox and at what stage do you leave the sandbox and say this product is suitable and fit for market and can be used. Then you also need multiple oversight and transparency over a sandbox. So the sandbox, when you have a number of children playing in a sandpit and you have a number of parents watching the children playing, the chances of any altercation occurring or any misbehavior occurring is less. The same principle applies to an innovation sandbox. So you need this transparency and you need this multi-stakeholder management and engagement in a sandbox. This is what I've seen that works exceptionally well worldwide.
Thank you. You did mention, Fayaz, the issue of trust and confidence being critical to whatever is going to be done, whether it be digital products, whether it be real products, whatever you want to try and give to your clients or the customers out there. It's a tough thing to do, bearing in mind that you're trying to change someone's mindset. So, but this has happened in other countries. It's not being unusual to other countries. I think Zambia is a good example, where the Zambian kwacha was in free fall, but now the Zambian kwacha is very well accepted by Zambian citizens. What needs to be, what in your view, I know it's a tough question, what in your view needs to be done to instill or build better confidence, better trust? Because we just don't trust people. We don't trust what we're told. What would you say to that?
I think for me, there's the issue of governance. When governance is transparent, when governance is easily understood, trust and confidence can be built. So if you have in place the right governance structure, and you have in place the right rules and frameworks in which people can easily understand, and you create transparency, you reduce opacity in anything that you do, you build trust, you build confidence, and you make things easy for people to understand. So trust, again, as I said, it comes on foot, but it disappears on horseback, so it goes very quickly.
Yeah, because it seems as if, giving say, communication strategies, going out there and talking to people, it's a holistic way to get confidence and trust. It isn't just about telling people all the time. I want to talk about your 3 outcomes that you mentioned there. One, of course, being inclusion, women, youth, rural communities, first-time users. You've touched on first-time users, but I think looking to women, youth, and rural communities is critical. Resilience, systems, and integrity. You just spoke about that. Maybe just touch on those 3, if you may, briefly, just to any highlighted points on those 3 as outcomes.
I think let me harp on about the resilience issue, because resilience is a very broad term. And I want to talk about resilience in terms of cybersecurity. Now, the more tech you introduce, the more vulnerable you become over a period of time. So AI has, basically it's a double-edged sword. One, it will introduce more opportunities for cybersecurity, but at the same time, it will also introduce more protection. We see regulators using what they call RegTech, regulatory tech tools in AI, so they can pick up these anomalies very quickly. We've seen regulators using SupTech, supervisory technology, so that they can supervise the various organizations under their particular portfolios. So the issue of resilience comes in when regulators use these technologies to manage their particular portfolios, and they get the results. Because AI, as I said, it can amplify. It can amplify exclusion, and it can also amplify inclusion. What's important is the way we use it. And if we pick up the right elements and the right direction, then I think we are okay on that particular one. So resilience being a big one, and one of those key outcomes that we can look at. Cybersecurity as well, the skill is at a premium. The talent bench is not as good as we'd like it to be, but once open sourced, once you've got multiple eyes, once you share fraud information, once you share a lot of the information and look at it as an industry in totality, then you can address the issue of cybersecurity. Then it becomes easier, even for the small player, the small SME, the first-time innovator, to actually take advantage of these tools, because they have protection of all the big players. They have protection of the many eyes that will be looking at the cybersecurity space.
I'm glad you mentioned cybersecurity. I think in Zimbabwe, it isn't as strong as we would like it to be. I mean, just to give you an example, I'm sure most of you can send emails to very senior people, and you're sending emails to their Gmail account, which doesn't make a lot of sense when they're, say, in government. So you're sending, instead of saying gov.my.zw, you're sending it to a Gmail account, and they're within government. And of course, that obviously opens up cybersecurity issues. Before I let you go, Faiz, I don't know if there's any more questions, if there's any questions from the floor, but data collection, I think this is another issue which is something that we need to look at. We have the data, but possibly it isn't being collected or put into the right format or the right spaces for us to be able to harvest it under AI. But whether it be in the financial services sector, whether it be in the social space, it's just not being collected or used. And as a result, any AI tools that we're using are very much skewed against Africa or against Zimbabwe. What is your view about data collection and even data modeling and analytics?
Okay, the key thing about data, we call it the FAIR Data Standards Principles. The FAIR is F-A-I-R. The F, again, I mentioned, is for findable data, A for accessible data, I for interoperable data, and R, the R for reusable data. So if you use those principles, it makes data easier to use amongst the various parties. Data, again, is the new currency. When I say data is the new currency, it's, if you look at the European Union, 92% of the data of the European Union is stored in servers outside the EU. And those servers are located in the US. As you mentioned earlier on, there's always the issue of the big tech companies, which are US, being fined by the EU. There's always a fine. there's always an investigation. It's all about how the data is used. So data is our currency. Data is the currency of the future. So how we use it, how we protect it, and we should guard it jealously, because that's what's going to make the difference. And that's what actually enables AI, because AI is data hungry.
Right, my final question, because I could stay up here all day with you. This is such a fascinating topic. You talked about regulation shouldn't hamper or hinder innovation, but it should obviously be proactive to it. How can that be achieved? Are we talking here about the sector coming up with AI regulations, working together with the policy holders? Because that is one of the issues. Regulators do respond to a market, and of course, once you respond, you're too late. How would you get around that issue?
Okay, the first thing is how you view regulation. And for me, I see regulation is not as brakes. Regulation is a steering which guides us to safe, productive, usable, innovative, proactive outcomes. So it's a steering. The moment regulation becomes a brake, it's like trying to drive a vehicle with the handbrake on. So regulation is a steering, and the best of regulators are those who can drive well, who can steer well, who can navigate well, are those that are proactive and not reactive. If I just take you back to one of the earliest examples, when the motor car was first invented, there was no highway code. There was no highway code. The first regulation that came for motor vehicles was that for any motorized vehicle, there had to be a person in front with a red flag and a bell. So the person walked in front of the motor vehicle and he waved the red flag and he rang the bell to advise all those who had horse-drawn carriages and all those who were working that a motorized vehicle was coming. That was the first form of regulation. Now that is regulation with a brake. Regulation with a steering is where the innovation takes place within a framework that the regulators set up. And the framework is not rules-based, it's principle-based. Because you cannot make rules for something that hasn't existed. But you can set principles for things that are to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Fayaz King. Right, please, I'll let him go now. A big round of applause, please, Fayaz King. Thank you. Now, Fayaz will be around for the rest of the day, and he will be also in the audience to take any questions you want. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Fayaz. Appreciate that. Oh, please clapping. I always say you have to keep clapping until he sits down. Oh, is he coming for? All right.
So thank you, Fayaz. You know, it's interesting when you have a name like Fayaz King, it does create a certain amount of pressure. And it's clear that at least you are living up to your name. What a blessing that is. Right, at this point we would like to acknowledge Fayaz. So please may we have a representative come through and allow us to extend a token on behalf of Old Mutual of how grateful we are for the sterling job he has done, sharing his view on the future and indeed how we might be able to navigate.
Right, please, a big round of applause. Thank you, Fayaz King. Great presentation, Patrick. Really gave us food for thought in terms of regulation, what needs to be done in AI, and some very good, actionable recommendations from my Fayaz.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I like the fact that he followed it up with recommendations that were actually actionable.
Oh, here we go. Watch out for the stairs. Right, thank you. Fayaz King, thank you, sir. Most appreciative.
I'll leave you to it, Andy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a short break, tea break. The tea is served outside as usual. We will be back at 11 o'clock to resume our program. So enjoy your tea. And also, I'd just like to acknowledge, I see Engineer Muguti arrived. Thank you, Engineer, for coming. Appreciate your presence and welcome. Right, ladies and gentlemen, tea until 11 o'clock, and then we'll reconvene at 11. Thanks very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute warning, please. Could you start making your way into the hall? 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If we can all start to take our seats. If we can all start to take our seats, thank you very much. Those who are outside, can we have you back in? If we can have you back in, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So inspiring to be able to share this time with all of you, even as we go through these trying times. You know, they say Zimbabweans have become masters of surviving from crisis to crisis. with no loss of Wi-Fi connection. So that is a small miracle in itself. But I also feel compelled to offer a small apology. I think earlier when I indicated that our bathrooms were to my right, your left, wherever you are, I was actually wrong, as you noticed. I think the bathrooms are actually now outside. There seems to be a little bit of a challenge with the ones downstairs. So yes, struggling to qualify that, but that is the reality. Given that the permanent secretary in charge of devolution is here, I'm not quite sure that qualifies as devolution or revolution, but whichever way the change has happened. Welcome back, all of you. We are now going into a panel discussion, which is essentially set up to now invite alternative perspectives based on what you heard from our keynote speaker, Fayaz King. So we have three panelists who Andy will now introduce, and they will take us through this particular section so that we can be even more in terms of the ideation and the ideas that we have for this particular process. So Andy, let me hand over to you, if I may, for our next three guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion is actually an extension, a continuation of the excellent keynote speech that we had from Fayaz King. We're looking now, of course, at digital innovation. Remember, we are breaking down our day into three separate parts: digital innovation, inclusion, and confidence. Now, we're going to have a panel discussion now. Each presenter will present 7 minutes, and then we'll ask questions, not just from me, but also from the audience. Please, we'd like to hear from you. This is an inclusive summit. We'd like to please hear all your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your ideas about what we're talking about. Because as Sam said in his opening address, the idea is to come up with deliverable action points that we can panel beat and then put forward to the various regulators or various authorities for us to move this better future forward, because that is why we are all here and what Zimbabwe really is looking forward to. So without further ado, please, if you can give them a big round of applause. Talking on leveraging digital data and AI to enhance financial services and capital markets. Our first panelist is Colin Tafumane, CEO Escrow Group. Please give him a big round of applause. He's also from the committee of SADC Stock Exchange. Our second panelist is Wanda Mufunda, CEO Center for Humanitarian Analytics. Please, a big round of applause for Wanda. And our third guest, last but not least, of course, Dr. Innocent Mase, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Please keep clapping. You know how I am. If you keep clapping, they'll always get here on time. Welcome, Deputy Governor. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we're going to start off with Colin, the CEO of the Escrow Group, Committee of SADC Stock Exchange. Colin, I hand over to you, sir.
Thank you, Andy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on protocols already observed. A very good morning. It is such a pleasure and honor to stand before you and in discussing a topic that is quite pertinent this day and age. I come from the capital markets sector, and this matter is of absolute importance given the kind of statistics that I'm just going to share as my opening brief presentation. Estimated total value of real estate properties, that is private properties, is estimated to be around $85 billion in Zimbabwe. That is urban areas and all that. If we go to the rural areas, our farmers, small scale and all that, are estimated to be holding around 5 million head of livestock, valued at $3 billion. The biggest problem we have in the capital markets is capital formation. We have 1% inclusion in the capital markets. The financial inclusion statistics that always come up, they are consolidated, but when we disaggregate and we look at the capital markets, it is a sad story in terms of financial inclusion. That basically tells us that less than 100,000 people out of our 16 million people have exposure to capital markets that is direct. Of course, there's always an argument that if your pension fund is investing, then you are investing. But we are talking about direct access by our people. Market capitalization consolidated securities exchanges at around, make up about 8% of our GDP. Now, why is that figure important? South Africa JSE's market capitalization is 300% or 3 times the GDP of South Africa. And that is what is supposed to be normal. Now, when you look at the transaction activities that we witness, a couple of just hand-picked statistics. The diaspora remittances, for example, 2024, reported to be just over 2 billion. That speaks to the capacity of our diaspora in terms of the liquidity. Mobile money subscriber base is around 9.53 million. That is a huge number in terms of financial inclusion. The total value of digital financial transactions estimated to be around 44 billion at some point and 7 billion US dollars. The question is, do we have a problem in terms of assets? I singled out property, I singled out livestock because this is idle capital. These are assets that are not being sweated. We also noticed that there are quite a number of transactions, but they are just for consumptive purposes. The biggest question is, without a strong capital formation base, it is very difficult for us to grow our economy. How can businesses be able to have long-term growth being financed short-term, maybe medium-term, at interest rates of 15, 18%, not in ZIG, but in US dollars? This is the challenge that we have. Now, what does that mean in terms of the AI digital age that we are in? Fortunately, the convergence of the desires of AI and financial inclusion actually present the opportunities right before us. So turning the assets that I've just mentioned into securitizing them, basically asking someone from a rural area to become part of the capital markets, is obviously on the face of it a very tall order. This is where now AI comes in, where we are then saying, let's just look at tokenization. Tokenization as a concept is expected to have the tokenized assets are expected to rise to 16 trillion worldwide. Basically what it means is that the liquidity that I've talked about, as well as the asset base that I've talked about, using AI, using digital tools, you can convert that and actually address the financial inclusion by ensuring that the farmers are able to have their assets, the biological assets, securitized, and in so doing, a whole lot of other services for financial inclusion come in. Insurance can come in for the assets, life insurance, and all that, short-term insurance. And when you securitize those assets, you are now immediately onboarding them onto the capital markets, converting the idle capital into proper capital formation that is resilient, that is sustainable. The question is, do you force people to come in? It's a confidence issue. People have had bad experiences in the past, but how do we ensure that collectively we actually utilize these tools to actually use the resources that are at our disposal? I think the tokenization, from a regulatory point of view, this is where we are then saying, let's take advantage of the RegTech, of all the regulatory systems that can be available, just so that the first-time users, I've talked about 100,000, but yet we have 2.4 million farmers that are registered, that have livestock, that those can be mass onboarded, and suddenly and immediately they are part of the capital market ecosystem. And when you do that and you harness all that base, then you are able to now create a capital base that is patient capital that can be channeled towards development and long-term capital formation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, very much indeed for that. As I said, we will be opening up the floor to questions from all of our panelists, including Fayaz King, who spoke earlier, because as I said, it's all under the one topic. Right then, without further ado, our next speaker to give us a TED Talk is Wanda Mafunda. He's from the CEO of Reimagine Analytics. Very, very interesting on AI and data analytics. Please, a big round of applause again for Wanda.
Thank you so much, Andy. I happen to come from a slightly different background, that of the humanitarian sector. And in that journey, I've also come across some of the very marginalized communities. And I flip back to some years when in Gokwe, I came across an old lady who I still just recall the name as Mbuya Bigi. So I'll maintain that name. But at the time, that was when mobile money had just been introduced, and she was meant to receive her assistance via the mobile money transfer platform. And she had walked 15 kilometers to get to a point where she could at least access the money. But I recall vividly her frustrations as a first-time user when, upon arrival at the cash-out point, she was told, unfortunately, the system is down. On that day, I remember she was really expressing how disappointed she was and the expectations that she carried back home of a family that had drawn out a grocery list of items that she was supposed to bring back home. But that was a different experience altogether, that disappointment. But in another community, in another district, yes, things were actually flowing, and you could tell there were actually platforms where even if there were queries, yes, they could easily be addressed, and it moved on. Same Zimbabwe, same platforms, but different experiences. What was the difference here? Trust. Because in the other experience, they really had an opportunity to be expressing some of their disappointments, and corrections were being made, at least in good time, and that raised the level of satisfaction. What did I pick as lessons from that experience? That the bulk of the financial systems that we have could actually be meant for probably those that are well-resourced, where the facilities are better, but not exactly suiting the hard-to-reach and marginalized communities. That was actually one of the key turning points. And we then have this huge anticipation that, yes, probably if the system works by the click of the button, fine, it gives hope. But sometimes it actually fails. And to a first-time user, failure then means it is the end of that relationship. They can no longer trust it any longer. But we want to then move away from situations where people are treated as mere transactions and shift that to a system where people are viewed in a more relational setup. How do we then do that? Feedback loops need to be part of our financial systems, where at least one can actually be listened to, and they can also air their grievances or give feedback that can further improve the user experience. Behavioral insights are also very critical in the marginalized communities, because you come across people with low literacy levels, but the kind of platforms that we have, the bulk of them, probably they're actually operating and using English as the language of interaction. Tumbuya bigi, then someone needs to translate that. Low connectivity environments, again, it's something that goes missing. I liked when Fires was mentioning that sometimes you don't need to be having your products and services geared towards those that have got, and I quote, $1,000 gadget, but really someone who has got a very simple one, Mbudzi, and that's the example that you gave. Transparency also then becomes critical, showing people that when they've got issues, yes, they can be resolved, and that builds the confidence. But the privacy and consent becomes one critical humanitarian principle. Fires was talking about systems being built around principles, and private and consent is a critical humanitarian principle. So I have seen this, and I can attest to it, that when we actually piloted with some AI-driven sentiment analysis on some cash transfers, the drop-off rates fell by 30%. And the repeat usage actually doubled. Why? Because the system became quite responsive and trustworthy. So there are three critical aspects that I then picked that we need to make sure we onboard with our systems. One, that the first-time users who actually return, that's a critical matrix that we need to keep a tab on if we indeed are to ensure the system is trusted. Then the drop-offs shrinking, especially amongst the rural or low literacy users. They also need, again, to be faster, reliable resolution times, because sometimes the longer it takes to resolve a query, then there are lots of doubts that begin to come in. So what are we saying we can do together? I've tried to break this down and say, probably in the next 90 days, let's be practical and put this to test. Mbuya Bigi and her colleagues in Gokwe, maybe let's see how we can empower the rural women with mobile cash transfers that are combined with very simple SMS feedback loops. That helps. And if we are talking about maybe some informal traders in Epworth, yes, they also would want to have an experience with enhanced AI nudges that reduce dropout. And if I look at probably some survivors of a disaster in Chimanimani, yes, such families, they need to have an experience of digital saving groups in real-time settlement monitoring. That, to me, are some of the things that we can even try out. Why? They are small. And so the rollout can be done if we do it and we learn fast from it, failing safely, because I know there's a lot of risk management, but if we fail safely, we can actually adapt. And with the correct guardrails in place, we should then be able to ensure that the consent, the data minimalization, bias checks, and the escalation of mechanisms, if ever they are in complaints, these are addressed. But over the 12-month period, I think we can put in place, and let's commit to different stakeholders. To government, I see there that if we are then going to continue refining and creating enabling frameworks that have got the marginalized communities in mind, which will be a good starting point. If I look at the Mbuya Bigi experience, it so then happens that the only other reason why she had to walk 15 kilometers to a point of cash out was because the infrastructure that could support her transacting from her doorstep was just not there. And when we look at our mobile money platforms, they're actually riding on the infrastructure of mobile network base stations, whose locations was initially designed looking at where can we make more money, rather than how can we be inclusive as a society so that everyone can also access the facilities. So, as industry, I'm also again saying, let's publish clear engagement standards that cover rural and marginalized communities, where even low-income users are taken into consideration, not just the urban elites. But to partners, there is also a stake where I feel the academia, the NGOs, the donors, let's invest in deep user research in marginalized districts so that we can design products and services that reflect real lives. And we need to have a tracking mechanism that probably quarterly can be tracking some key metrics. For instance, how many first-time users then become retained users, and drop-offs at critical points, disaggregated rural versus urban, and resolution and response times in low connectivity context. In closing, I would simply say, if we get this right, Mbuya Bigi in Gokwe, that displaced family in Shimanimani, or the informal trader in Epworth, won't just transact once. They will return trust and build with us again and again and again. As I take my leave, I say, let us make digital financial systems that listen, adapt, and prove that they can be trusted, especially for the marginalized, because trust is not just technology. It is what brings people back. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Wanda Mufunda. Thank you for that incredible TED Talk there, CEO, Center of Humanitarian Analytics. It's very fascinating you talk about bringing products and services to somebody who needs it. I'll tell you a funny story. This is actually a true story. I was being told by a humanitarian organization. They went into the rural areas and they noticed that the ladies were walking 10 kilometers every day to get water. Okay? They would walk 10 kilometers every day, they'd walk 10 kilometers back. So they thought to themselves, you know what we're going to do? We're going to build a borehole and a well just 5 minutes away from where the women are. So they built a borehole and a well 5 minutes away. Fantastic. Then what happened? Nobody was using it. Okay? So the NGO was like, but you walk 10 kilometers there, 10 kilometers back, but no one is using this borehole. Huh? So they went to the women and they said, why are you not using the borehole? And the women said, we have 10 kilometers to walk, talking to our friends. We get there, we chat for another hour, then we come walking back. Said, why do I have to go 1 minute and then come back and deal with my husband? And you see, so it was a need and a requirement. They needed that time to go, talk, do their things. Huh? Not 1 minute. Huh? Anyway, so that gives you an idea. Anyway, without that, I think that anyway, without
Andy,
further
may I catch
ado-
you there?
Okay.
Now, that's an interesting story, actually, because when you talk about these ladies and the need to be temporarily detached, I'm reminded of some early marriage advice that I received from the counselor when I ran into some marriage problems. And the advice to me was that you must take your wife out more often. As a couple, you guys must go out at least twice a week. And my response at the time was that we do go out twice a week. She goes out to church on Sunday, and I go out with the boys on Friday.
I think it's time to introduce our next panelist. Without further ado, someone who's always comes and gives the central bank's perspective, is willing to answer all the questions that we ask. Someone I deeply respect, the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Mache.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's good to be here, and thank you very much to the organizers of this morning's event. Let me first say that I will be remiss in representing my my daytime job if I didn't say, first and foremost, let the room realize that the Zimbabwe Gold ZIG is here to stay. Let me also emphasize the fundamental principle of savings. You can only save if you believe what you've put aside will be safe. You can only do that if you think it will retain value. And I think this, given our experiences of the recent past, is key to some of the questions we have around savings and insurance. And I can assure the room that over the past 12 months, we have seen the Zimbabwe Gold stabilizing. And this stability is not synthetic. This is real stability and real growth. As they say, if you snooze, you what? You lose. This is the time to make that decision to save and invest. My previous panelists talked about two elements, securitization and tokenization. These are elements I was going to talk about, but because he has, all I want to say is that the economy has experienced tokenization briefly in the past, and I can assure you that the experience was very positive. So these are things that we can take forward, and businesses need to come to the party. The central bank tokenized when businesses were not tokenizing. So we need complementarity. The Reserve Bank is a regulator. So some of these pointers need to be taken up. The advent of big data, ladies and gentlemen, and artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the country's financial system already. By transforming its financial services landscape, we see positives that can be used by both private and public sector to propel this economy forward. High mobile penetration and a wave of technological innovation has transformed access to financial services. This rapid digitalization has had an impact on how central banks across the globe perform their functions, thereby enhancing efficiency, robustness, and expansion of financial inclusion. However, technology must make life simpler and, I dare say, cheaper. We have in this economy, we have not experienced these two things. And part of what the previous panelist was talking about is exactly this, that when we innovate, let's keep this in mind. Here I have in mind very simple things like a QR code. Why is it so difficult to put a QR code system at work in this economy? It boggles my mind. We already use QR codes all over the place. When we travel, our boarding passes, a simple QR codes enabled, and we don't use paper. By the way, the future can only be assured if we make today's activities sustainable. This is why the Reserve Bank is at the center of pushing ESG issues throughout the financial services sector. While AI offers significant benefits to the financial services sector, other players in the economy, its adoption hinges on public acceptance. And we have heard the previous presenter talk about public acceptance. Because public acceptance is not guaranteed, due to the risks of algorithmic biases, data misuse, and fraud. This is especially critical for underserved users and first-time users, those in rural areas or with limited digital literacy, who may be more vulnerable to fraud or misinformation. Now, let me tell you about my own go-go. I was at Arundel Shopping Center in Pick n Pay, and there was this old lady in front of the queue, and she had a phone, and she was trying to make a payment. I mean, this ties into my QR codes, use in our market. So, and she was trying to put in a code in there, and she couldn't quite see properly, and she basically failed to transact. And some good Samaritan, walked over, paid for her groceries, and let her go. And when I got to the cashier, I said, talk to management. This should be simpler than this. Why can't she just scan a QR codes on your machine and it's done? Why does she have to struggle like this? I went to one country, and I saw women seated by the pavement selling some fruits, and people were using their phones to pay, by the way, in local currency. So here are opportunities, not only for financial inclusion, but also for expansion of our businesses. One customer missed or lost is key to every business. We should aim to retain all our customers. Digital trust can be enforced by establishing clear standards, implementing inclusive regulation, and ensuring strong consumer protection. Let me break this down one by one. Establishing clear standards requires building trust which is focused on integrity and creating sector-specific standards, especially for artificial intelligence. Trust is cultivated when users feel confident that their interests are safeguarded by fair and transparent systems. Achieving this requires a regulatory framework that is both innovative and protective, one that adapts to technological improvements while ensuring that accountability and inclusivity are key. If we think about AI models, you will think that because they are data-driven, making the data integrity central to their reliability will actually enhance their acceptance. For instance, financial services depend on high-quality data, which must be rigorously validated to uphold integrity of the financial system. However, let me pause to say, technology is changing and changing very fast. Clear and tailored standards can only be enforced through a well-developed digital infrastructure that is dynamic, that is open to continuous improvement. Financial institutions should implement robust networks, reliable digital identification systems, and accessible cloud infrastructure that is inclusive for all. These elements are essential to fostering trust and transparency across the financial ecosystem. As part of building trust, a robust digital infrastructure, the Reserve Bank has promoted interoperability of the payment systems infrastructure across the country. Seamless integration between mobile money operators such as EcoCash, OneMoney, Telecash, and others has had a significant impact on our economy. Earlier on, the issue of inclusion was mentioned. We need to realize that we can use digital infrastructure to actually enhance financial inclusion without huge costs. However, we have to understand that sharing infrastructure is key. I know that financial institutions don't like sharing, but I can tell you for sure that the future is in sharing infrastructure. Now, I mentioned inclusive regulation. What do I mean? An adaptive and fair regulatory system is critical in building what I call key tenets of trust. In the era of digital technology and artificial intelligence, regulatory arms such as the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Securities Exchange Commission, Postal and Telecommunications Regulatory Authority, among others, should be stewards of innovation, driving digital transformation across the economy. To fulfill this role, regulators must embrace what my brother talked about earlier, principle-based approaches that encourage responsible adoption, but not to be a hindrance to innovation. By providing clear guidance and aligning regulatory practices with international standards, they can instill confidence in the market and foster sustainable innovation. In this regard, inclusive regulation and innovation are paramount to ensuring the holistic realization of gains from emerging and new technologies across the board. To ensure responsible innovation, the Reserve Bank introduced the FinTech Regulatory Sandbox back in March 2021, and we have seen some success with this. However, again, I want to ask business to come to the party. We need fintechs to have fintech festivals. We need to see activity around innovation. The sandbox was designed to enable regulation in the digital environment and facilitate the assessment of fintech products. But these can only be enhanced and taken up if business across the board comes on board. Let me talk about the last part, which is consumer protection. In the financial services sector, AI can be used for consumer-centric products, which include credit ratings, customer service chatbots, insurance pricing, and marketing. I want to pause here and say, we need to see a network of data centers in this country that can be interfaced. Once we have an interface to these data centers, a consumer can only approach the system once, and that information will be available to whoever needs it. I know that for this to happen, there is a need for an ID framework that can be used across the whole system. And that framework we already have. We can use the national ID. I know countries that have tried to create parallel systems. They don't work. Believe me, I lived through the M-Pesa incubation times and also the Huduma number for those of you who are from or who know Kenya. And both these, particularly the Huduma number, never took off. While these innovations offer significant benefits, they must be balanced with a commitment to ethical standards and transparency. The rights and dignity of users must be safeguarded, and it is a fundamental consumer right to understand how AI influences decisions that will affect their lives, especially in high-stakes areas like lending, credit scoring, and risk profiling. Let me just say that there are limits to these things. The first limit I can tell you is something that you probably all know, but let me mention it anyway. Argentina has the same economic profile as South Africa, but their risk profiles are different. Guess which one is higher than which? That for a country that has defaulted several times, or that for a country which has never defaulted. So there are other elements and factors that pop in. But let's not be dissuaded by those. That analysis should be done, and then those other factors can be brought on and can be argued back and forth. Responsible AI and fair data practices, as mentioned earlier, require digital finance providers to obtain consent for data collection and to safeguard that data from misuse. This is vital for building trust, as users are increasingly concerned about how their personal information is used, particularly in areas like credit scoring and targeted marketing. Let me end with a warning. And Andy, you may remember I made mention of this last time, which is, let's avoid collective stupidity. And I'm hoping that the systems we build will also avoid collective stupidity. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. Let's avoid collective stupidity. I like that very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to open it up to a Q&A session. Of course, I really hope that we get some questions from the floor. Please, questions, comments, ideas. And of course, Fayaz King is available as well from the floor to take your questions. Right, so I suppose any questions to start, or shall I kick it off? Is anyone in the audience who would like to start the question? Oh, great, there we go. Let's go start with the back there, please. Can I have someone, ushers, old mutual ushers, please?
Andy, and as that happens, just a reminder to all those who are standing up to contribute, please introduce yourselves and tell us where you are from and what your role is. Thank you.
Right, the question is there in the corner at the back, please. Gentleman with his hand up. Right, Patrick, may I ask your assistance, Patrick? Could you go down? Thank you. Me and Patrick will do it. Right, while we're getting the microphone to our contributor, some fascinating insights there from our three speakers, as well as they've given us some clear ideas and guidelines what to do next, whether it be 90 days, whether it be in 12 months. They've given us a few ideas, which I am going to then them to expand on better. Now, as Patrick said, please stand up, introduce yourself, and continue.
Thank you. My name is Farai Mtambanengwe from SME Association of Zimbabwe. And I figured I should ask a question quickly before Andy asks all the questions again. So anyway, my first question is to, in fact, I would say all of the panelists, but especially to Fayaz. When you were speaking, you made a quote where you said, digital is the railroad, and then AI is the driver of the train, which is quite profound, and I think I get it. But then if we look at our Zimbabwean context, we literally have no railroad. And I'm saying this literally and figuratively. Our digital infrastructure is very limited and very prohibitive in terms of cost. Most of you were speaking about people using SMS, USSD, which is primitive. I mean, when you talk about digital transformation, USSD is primitive. It's not even in the era of your normal digital platforms, let alone AI. So for me, the question is, shouldn't our discussion be focused first on how do we improve access to digital platforms for the common people? Because I can tell you certainly most people, not only rural but even urban, the only digital access they probably have is to Facebook and WhatsApp because of the bundles. But otherwise, most people don't have access to data. Then also, my second question will be to you guys as, especially the financial services industry. To what extent are you adopting AI, particularly when it comes to lending? Because from an SME perspective, the biggest problem we've always had is when we come to banks, we are told you need title deeds as collateral, which SMEs don't have. But AI certainly provides a way to be able to risk profile, but to what extent are we looking at the adoption of AI platforms to be able to increase inclusion is also stifling in terms of digital adoption. Because if you look at especially this new Data Protection Act, it's a good thing, yes, but when you look at the costs of compliance therein, they are unaffordable for most SMEs. And SMEs are supposed to be where this innovation happens, but the innovation cannot happen if the regulation actually stifles it from the start. Because if you look at the licensing costs, the cost of even getting those the DPO officers trained and so on, they're extremely prohibitive. So maybe those are my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Farai. Yes, a round of applause, Farai. I appreciate those questions. Okay, right, let's ask you a couple more so that we can get onto this. Colin, your big ideas, I think, your two big ideas, securitization, tokenization, agreed. Trying to bring assets that are off the books. It's a very interesting concept because one of the things that I was discussing last week, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we bring Zimbabwe's wildlife onto our books? Because wildlife is an asset, an elephant, a giraffe. In a similar way, cattle is an asset which is not being sweated. They're just out there. They feed, you sell them, they die, and so forth. So let's talk about those two issues, Colin, if you don't mind, on those two questions. Dr. Mashe, I'm going to get to your presentation just now, but I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which I'd like you to reiterate and possibly re-emphasize what the governor stated recently about post-2030. I think that's critical. Post-2030, what happens to US dollar balances, US dollar accounts, what happens to US dollar contracts, particularly in the insurance sector? And if it moves to ZIG, how can we instill the confidence that, as you yourself said, it's about retaining value? Okay, so that would be my question for you. Wanda, Thank you for your presentation. You spoke a lot about data and about some of the issues you want to cover in the 12 months and so forth. One thing I didn't get from you was data analytics, data capturing, the amount of data we have, how we can leap from getting the right data in place and so forth before we can achieve an end result based on some of your 12-month predictions, which I will also go through as well. Right. I think we can start from Colin and move down.
Thank you.
Is it working?
Thank you, Andy. So I think the tokenization issue, it's a low-hanging fruit, actually. So what we are looking at is using some form of simplicity while actually turning it into sophistication. So just taking a simple example of the livestock, the securitization journey and tokenization, what we are just trying to do here is to look at how you convert that asset into an instrument so that there is a price or value discovery. Suddenly someone has a reference point to say, I'm worth this, which is not the case. Then you use buckets to make that asset liquid so that they can actually trade it anytime. And then in doing all that, capital markets are there to provide risk mitigation by providing security. Now, how practical is it? And the question was raised to say, do we have the infrastructure? I think the idea is what Dr. Bache actually mentioned, infrastructure sharing. I did indicate earlier that we have about 9 million or so citizens on the mobile money platform. And that's infrastructure that can be leveraged on. And in so doing, I think it is very important to co-create the platforms so that we provide additional usage. So what are we doing about it? I think we have started doing that, talking to our regulator, and an approval might be on the way to actually convert those assets into securities. With that, we see a possibility that as various stakeholders, we use one platform to immediately give access to insurance, savings, credit, as well as coming onto the capital markets in one instance without reinventing the wheel. Almost everyone is on WhatsApp, and WhatsApp is a powerful tool in providing that AI-driven solutions that our people are able to onboard. For example, looking at the commodity exchange, the ZMX that we run, these last 3 months or so, we actually availed a WhatsApp bot kind of trading where just anyone on WhatsApp, once they register easily, they are able to communicate with the platform in terms of understanding the modalities of trading, pricing, and all that. And the majority of the trading was coming through that. So it can be done. That pilot has given us insights into how we can then expand it to bring on board other asset classes.
Thank you, Colin. Please a round of applause for Colin. Thank you for that. Dr. Mashe, you heard my question about 2030, but let me just also throw a couple more at you. You talked about standards, sector-specific standards. You said standards, implementing robust infrastructure, inclusive regulation. And I think one of the questions that comes in, of course, is building up confidence and trust in banks. I think that's also an issue for citizens, isn't it? We keep our money in our mattresses and banks. So when we talk trust and confidence, we haven't even got to looking at insurance products. We're even just talking about the financial sector itself. DG?
Thank you, Andy. Okay. So firstly, let me say that let me start with Andy. Balances, contracts, and insurance value maintenance going forward. So let me assure everyone, not only based on what I said last time, but also what the governor said last week, which is all our balances that are in FX and are sitting in your accounts, all of them will be maintained post-2030. All of them. They will not be a forced exchange for your balances. That's number one. Number two, all contracts that will be in US dollars or other foreign-based denominations will be maintained, and financing for those contracts will allow it to continue until they run out. So any lines of credit can continue to be acquired, and they will be settled in the currency that they are contracted. So in terms of insurance contracts, I think you are thinking about what happens post 2030. Right. Let me be very clear. A local currency is a local currency. So all local contracts will be in local currency, including insurance contracts. Okay. I can think of a number of ways how the values of these contracts can be maintained. Firstly, the first is very simple. The ZiG is stable, ladies and gentlemen. Let me not beat about the bush. And this is not artificial. In fact, if you look at the numbers, since June this year, the ZiG has strengthened. So much so that there are companies that are realizing that having exchanged their ZiG for US dollars disadvantaged them. If they had maintained their ZiG balances, they would be better off. So why do I say, and why do I have this confidence? Think about it this way. As long as what backs the ZiG keeps increasing, then the ZiG will keep strengthening. Okay? And as I said earlier, the ZiG is backed, fully backed, several times over, I must say, by reserves. And these reserves keep growing. So, I think I've dealt with Andy.
Yes. You know me, there's always a follow-up, but not now.
So do we have trust in banks? Let me assure the public that Zimbabwean banks are 100% trustworthy. I can assure you this. The capital adequacy ratio is well above minimum for all of the banks in our system. So you can be sure that your money will be safe. This is why the Reserve Bank is there. When the Reserve Bank gives you this assurance, you will get your money in case whatever happens. Because that assurance is there.
Okay.
Let me now move away from Andy and talk about the primitiveness of our infrastructure. Let me say that the way that the Reserve Bank looks at our digital infrastructure is in terms of digital public infrastructure. Okay. This will be not only inclusive, but will assure fast payments, interoperability, and simple access to data. Not only payment data, but we need to assure each other of a minimum set of infrastructure across the board. And this is where both the public and private sector needs to come together to make this a reality. We are participating, we have joined many continental platforms that require fast payments. PAPs, for example, will require that we are able to do this. In today's world, central banks are also issuing central bank digital currencies. And it would be unfortunate for this economy to have a central bank digital currency without a reliable digital public infrastructure. So it is key for us to be able to be more innovative if we had these things in place. I talked earlier about things like credit scoring and so on and so forth. This can work if we can digitize and make our credit registry interoperable on a unified platform, or our collateral registry. The SMEs are beneficiaries to the collateral registry. In fact, they are the strongest participants on that registry. But we need that information to be publicly available so that the profiles of our SMEs can be shared across the whole financial services system. I think I have covered everything. Regulation stifling innovation. I don't think that it is in anybody's interest to stifle innovation.
Yeah. Before I let you go, Governor, you know me and my questions. You talk ZIG confidence. Yeah. And one thing I need to understand is when the central bank talks about the use of ZIG is increasing in the economy, people are getting more confident in it, I kind of get the feeling you're talking about business and you're not talking about people. In the sense that if you go anywhere in the country and you talk to individuals, they don't even touch the ZIG, they don't transact it. You go to a corporate, of course they do, because they can pay their taxes and so forth. So that divide in confidence of the ZIG, which of course is store of value going forward, that's why I bring up the ZIG in this case. Are there two different things we're talking about here? Because it seems normal people don't have confidence in the ZIG, business may have. Is that a true statement?
I actually think not. I had an experience. Let me begin with the experience. Somebody said, can I have some money? You can think about it in a positive or negative sense. And I said, well, I don't have, but if I had, I would, you know. He said, oh, even ZIG works these days. So that's your ordinary person.
Even ZIG works these days.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, again, I can assure you, ZIG works.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about two different things.
Yeah, two different things, yeah.
At least 90% of transactions in this economy are digital. Yeah. Okay? So in most economies in the world, cash is 5%. Cash in circulation is 5%. So the Reserve Bank puts its proportion at 3%. Right now, as I speak to you, there is 215 million ZIG cash in banks sitting there. So if any of you need ZIG, you can walk into your bank right now and get ZIG. If you don't find ZIG in that bank, let me know, because they have 215 million sitting there.
All right.
And
There
I
you
will
go.
challenge your bank to make sure that this ZIG circulates.
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Governor. We will challenge them. Right, Wanda, then I'm going to ask Fayaz to answer. Wanda, analytics, data collection. I mean, we're talking AI, we're talking its use to bring inclusion, digital innovation, particularly out to the marginalized or less established populations in our country. Talk to us about how we can digital innovate and how they can do it. Looking at some of your key issues that you raised in terms of what you want to do in the next 12 months.
Thanks, Andy. I think DG has also touched on one of the critical enablers for the data collection, which is actually the data infrastructure itself. So for us, one of the key aspects is that infrastructure enabling data collection. Currently, we have limitations with the access to the infrastructure. And I would also probably turn and say to government, that whole idea of the operators sharing infrastructure is something that we believe needs to be taken on board and be put into concrete action, because it is hampering data collection.
Now, you gave three very concrete issues that you'd like to commit to in the next 12 months, or what you hope different stakeholders will. Let's talk about government, and I think both of the panelists, previous panelists, also spoke to this, enabling frameworks for inclusive data governance and recourse. I think the Deputy Governor called it inclusive regulation, building key tenets of trust, as well as implementing robust infrastructure networks, clear standards putting in place by industry. That's industry published clear engagement standards, partners, research into what is actually required in the marginalized areas. So just before I ask Fayaz to come in to answer some of the questions, just from your perspective and your 12-month key deliverables that you hope can be implemented, government looking at enabling infrastructure. That's already an issue. How do you intend we do that? Industry, together to put together standards, which I think as well, both of the previous speakers spoke to in different sectors, whether it be financial or not, and of course, partners. How do we find out what is wanted out there? What is actually needed on the ground? Because that's another issue, isn't it? We're giving products to people that don't need them. What products do the customers need?
Thanks, and you rightfully identify some of the bottlenecks there. I think I'll continue picking up on what also needs to improve for us to have a smooth sailing. And the other aspect is really on the current data sharing protocols that are absent in a lot of cases, and that then leads to situations where there is duplication, and that's use of resources that could actually
Could you
be
expand on data sharing protocols? What does that mean, like in layman's terms, if you're talking what?
Okay. For data sharing protocols, maybe let me cite with a practical example.
Yes, please.
I alluded earlier to one of the experiences and say, for instance, how can the systems work for a cyclone-affected community? Now, here are the critical elements where now we are looking at a population that is in need. And part of their need includes us having to identify who exactly needs what sort of assistance.
Right.
Now, that information may actually lie somewhere.
With a ministry or wherever.
With a ministry.
Right.
I'll say, for instance, DG was talking about maybe identification. But identification lies with Home Affairs.
Okay.
And yet it becomes a critical component when we are now trying to come up with a product that is then responsive and usable for disaster
I've got you.
response.
So it's similar to what the Deputy Governor was talking about, this integrated system which we can use it for everything kind of thing.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Now, and analytics, data analytics. We're very behind data analytics in Zimbabwe. I know it's a big thing overseas. I think Fayaz, we can talk about this when we come to him. The use of AI to be able to make effective business decisions for your customers, be able to give the right products for your customers, that requires analytics and models to be built. Is that possible in our country, or are we behind the curve already and it's all happening in America or somewhere far away?
It is possible. That's the straight answer. But however, there is need then to cultivate the environment that will make sure we are ready to harness the potential of AI. And AI is most effective when we have got the right and accurate data sources. And in our case, this is still problematic. I can give you an example of where some of those challenges then continue to emerge, where for the AI learning process, they need to be drawing from some data sources. And currently, we have quite a huge chunk of our data sources in manual form. And so digitizing the data sources becomes a key entry point before we can then be talking about using AI. But also, the aspect of data literacy also becomes critical, because it's one thing swimming in the pool of data, but it is yet another then being able to get insights from that data. And that's one of the things that we then try to do as Center for Humanitarian Analytics, to transform the data into actionable insights that can then inform critical decisions timely and accurately.
Thank you. Right, Fayaz, if I can bring you in. Is Fayaz got a microphone, please? Fayaz, you heard Farai there, how to improve access to digital products. What extent are we adapting AI and lending? Maybe you can comment on that from your experiences. And regulation stifling. It increases the cost of compliance, is onerous. And also, I think one other issue, which if you can add on top of that, skills. Like, where do we fit in this chain of AI? Are we the ones making the models? Do we have skills to export? Do we have the brains internally to work offline? Maybe that is the final fourth question.
Great. No, thank you, Andy, and thank you, Farai, for that question. A very provocative one. If I can just quote you, you said USSD is primitive. Again, a very, very provocative statement. But let me just put things into perspective. Let me put things into perspective. In 2019, I joined the UN as an Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director at UNICEF, responsible for field results and innovation. And together with Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the current ITU Secretary General, and the Broadband Commission, we embarked on a massive exercise. And we said that by 2030, we want to connect every school in the world to the internet for a cost of $438 billion. So we embarked on this mission. So if you've got your computers out, you're connected to the, the Wi-Fi and the internet, please go on to UNICEF Project Connect, and you can see the results for that first. Why am I telling you this? It's the foundation on which all digital, on all AI is built. It's built in the schools. You need to sort digital literacy out in the schools first. Before you become an SME, before you become a corporate, before you go anywhere, you start with education. Now, what does digital literacy mean? I think this is very important. It does not mean WhatsApp. It does not mean Facebook. It does not mean TikTok. It does not mean playing video games. So if you are purporting for bundles in these particular areas, then you are purporting for bundles or for data access in the wrong things. That is not digital literacy. Digital literacy is the Microsoft Index. It means you can do 4 things. You can send an email, with an attachment. You can do a PowerPoint presentation. You can do an Excel spreadsheet, and you can use MS Word. Your ability to use those 4 elements within the Microsoft Index will determine the level of digital literacy that you're engaged in. So if you're an SME, you should be purporting for data bundles or access on the data perspective in those areas, and not for WhatsApp, not for Facebook, and not for TikTok. That's social media. That's not digital literacy. That's not what AI is going to run on, and that's not what's going to build the economy and transform us here in Zimbabwe. So let's make sure that we address the fundamentals of where the issue is. Now, connectivity. You know, when somebody says USSD is primitive, we need to understand how a road is constructed. The graders will come in, they'll grade. And the first road you'll get will just be a bare road. Then secondly, it becomes a gravel road where you treat it with laterite, you compound, you compress it, you make it ready. And the third and second stage is when you put tarmac or you put concrete on it. USSD is that gravel road, that foundation upon which all AI, all data, all products and services are built on. So if you're going to be putting a tar road before you've even graded and prepared it, then you are going to have a challenge. So USSD, so important, you cannot ignore it. You need to design products at baseline so that people can enter first. When they build trust, then they move on. So for me, that is so, so important. The other issue that you raised as well was that of AI and the type of products that you can use. And where you know, there's the issue, I think the governor mentioned it very clearly. It's called digital public infrastructure. And we have that here in Zimbabwe. And comparable to the rest of Africa and comparable to the rest of the world, it is robust, it works. And I say this tongue in cheek because I happen to have the privilege of having built that same digital infrastructure in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Malawi, in Zambia, and come home here in Zimbabwe and build the same infrastructure in my career. So I can attest, not by theory, but by pure practice. The other beauty that you have is you have a very progressive regulator. And I must say this about Potres. Potres is a steering wheel. They guide. They take decisions in areas and in places that are difficult where other regulators remain behind. So if you look even at that same website I gave you there, you'll see Zimbabwe, and you look at number of schools connected to the internet, and you look at the efforts that Potres has made in that particular area, and the encouragement of bringing other sector players, whether it's Liquid, whether it's Econet, Net1, all those people into the fold. So preparing this base and framework is so important. I think we must give credit where credit is due. Because connectivity is only one finger in the digital literacy pie. You've got content. Connect to what? To WhatsApp, Facebook, and TikTok? No. You want to connect to meaningful things that will build the economy. You want to connect to products or services that will enrich our economy going forward. And then the thing is, how do you connect? It's cost of devices. How do you connect? Is it the mobile phone? Is it an iPad? Is it a computer? How do you connect? And there are organizations here that can actually give you a laptop for $299. And if you don't have $299 as an SME to get that laptop, or even to support schools and get that particular laptop, then there's a challenge in that. So that's the other thing. The other element that's there is the actual literacy. You don't have the teachers who are digitally literate who can do the teaching. You don't have the people who are digitally literate who can go and inform them. How many parents are digitally literate that they encourage their kids to do their homework using the 4 Microsoft Index? I won't ask for a show of hands, but it's important that we look at that particular aspect as well. So let's give credit where credit is due. We have the foundation. What we need is to take advantage of it. The interoperability, very important. When you're interoperable, it gives you a chance to use resources that you would not normally have. The word I don't hear a lot in Zimbabwe since coming home is a word called open source. Open source software, where you've got bases and foundations on which you can use and build on. But for those who are in the IT and tech space, you know GitHub is available. You can go that route. You know it gives you that emphasis and that impetus that you need to take you to the next level. So with that, I think I've addressed your issue and just encourage you to give credit and to be positive, to be outward looking. And if I have to say it in Shona, I'll say, Chinjamagia Benda Butsu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fayaz. Right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, thank you. Your Excellency, Ambassador Callum.
First, let me say this is so interesting when I hear Fayaz and others.
the deputy governor, and everybody talking around here. I've been in the trenches for 35 years. I've been all over the world. I've seen a lot. And there are two concepts that resonated with me so well over the donkey years. And that's the concept of, I was trying to write it when you were talking. That's the concept of securing trust and buying. These are very trivial concepts, but they are the undertones of transformation. They are the undertones of adoption. And they are the undertones of change. So, what did I learn over the years? One, what I've learned and what is clear is that transformation cannot occur without national ownership and trust-based partnership.
Okay.
Forget it. You will not secure any trust and no buying. So that's principle one I have learned in the trenches. Number two, earning trust is not transactional. It is earned through consistent engagement, empathy, and credibility. These are other clear concepts. The third aspect is securing buy-in, which is at the end of the game. It's not about convincing. It is, in practice, about aligning. It is about showing up with integrity, offering value, and also building relationship that makes you a true partner. Gentlemen, you operationalize this, you're on the road to transformation. But the more I listen to professionals, especially academia, they keep jumping on top of it. Like this, pa, 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 AI, digitalization, cha-cha-cha. You listen to Fires now. Everybody, they jump it. But he was trying to tell you on those fundamentals. He talks about foundation.
Right.
Yeah? So in these issues, you start from somewhere. You start from somewhere. So those are, to me, this is 35 years in the trenches.
Mm.
And those are two concepts I have been working on, especially about securing trust and buying. Not to become a politician, but just to become a good convener of knowledge when I finish this phase of my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please a round of applause, because the Ambassador is 100% right. Oh, great, some ladies, right. There's lady, yeah, right and left, yep, there and there. Thank you. Please stand up, introduce yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Advocate Nyarima Shayamwembe. I work with women and youths. I'm also from the media. I love the conversation here, especially hearing about inclusion. And I love that my question was partly touched by one of the speakers who spoke about how inclusion shouldn't be about only probably getting from the communities, but also them leading. So my question, I've got a few questions. One of the questions is, how are we going to ensure that the women, the youths, are not only involved in putting their money, but also when we're talking about AI or any other such opportunities, we give them opportunities to own the means to lead in ownership. So that's one of the questions. And also my other question is, it's great that we're here as the thinkers. How are we taking these ideas to the people, to the grassroots? How are we going to inspire people to invest, to serve beyond this room? And then lastly, we're talking about, I think it was spoken about, the issue of confidence. I want to talk about an issue that wasn't spoken about here. I come from a generation, I'm medium-aged to going down. There's a conversation about cryptocurrency. And I love that the Reserve Bank is in the room. And as we're talking about securing our investments, is this something that Zimbabwe is ready to talk about? South Africa is already trading in crypto. I think one of the speakers also spoke about how we want as a country to lead. And cryptocurrency is one such thing. I just want to find out what or how the room feels about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, we'll now come to the PS.
Thank you very much. Mine, I don't know, maybe there are comments mixed with questions.
That's fine.
with what
Introduce
was
yourself,
built.
please.
I'm Sandra Msewenzo from the Zimbabwe Association of Pension Funds.
Thank you.
The first one is a comment to Farai to say recently the Ambassador Mchangwa mentioned that they signed a tripartite of 1,700 kilometers of rail. So something is coming. And then coming to Collins, tokenization, it's an area that I've been reading about, and it's quite interesting. And when you find in markets, especially in Europe, and Dubai has been leading on tokenization, but Dubai has been leading in terms of property. So you have mentioned in terms of now tapping into our rural farmers and cattle. But when you look at this, it is some form of blockchain trading. And how are we ready to trade in blockchain? I think my sister also mentioned just now to say, are we ready for this as a country? And what does the regulation say? Then when we come to my director from RBZ, quite interesting in terms of the ZIG. We love the ZIG. We want to use it. We want to transact in the ZIG. I want to be proud to be holding Zimbabwean currency, my Zim dollar, holding it in my hand. Yes, we are happy. But as a follow-up question probably from Andy to say, when you look at the formal market, yes, it's okay to say let's change to ZIG. But now, the economy is highly informalized. We need to create confidence first from that sector. Because the moment they are not banking, they are not putting in their money through the formal system, they are receiving US dollars which are coming through the buses across the borders from Botswana, from South Africa. How do we then tap and create confidence in that? Then coming to pension funds, whenever we've witnessed that, whenever there's a currency change, there's value erosion, which affects trust and equity. So we are concerned as we are approaching 2030 to say how can we build this confidence? How can we create trust in these investments that we are doing? Thank you.
Those are excellent questions. Thank you, Sandra. Please give her a round of applause. Those are excellent questions. PS, you wanted to, please can you give the PS the microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm just getting worried that I'll have nothing to say because after this I'm speaking about confidence. So
yeah,
I'm praying no one answers those questions, otherwise it will give away my presentation. But Andy, just to say that confidence starts when one trusts their own decision and the decisions of others. So when I look around the room, do we all trust each other in this room? That's the biggest question. Yeah. We've got industry here, the Reserve Bank governor, the PS to the president, the CEO of Old Mutual, we've got the head of United Nations in Zimbabwe. Yeah. And the question is, do we all trust each other in this room? Because if we can answer that question, then we can answer any confidence question that this country has. If you can't trust yourself in the morning to make the right financial decision, will you trust the government to make that decision for you? So this dilemma of post-2030, what will life be like when I give back the vehicle that I'm using around right now, looking nice, getting compliments, speaking about growth that you're now moving with a BMW, but it's borrowed. In 2030, the lease runs out. What will life look like for Zimbabwe? So, when I was young, my dad liked the song, to play the song about James Chimombe, about the guy who borrows a suit. I think you know the song.
Yeah, I know the song, yeah.
And then he marries, and then once the wife is in the house, the suit is no longer seen. So I'll talk about confidence, and I would like us to preserve that topic so that we can really go through it. But what's important is for Zimbabweans to realize you're all wearing borrowed suits. The US dollar is not your money. It never was, it never will. And at some point, you have to make your own suit. Thank you.
Thanks, PS. Well done for that. And that also means being innovative. So, Deputy Governor, you can probably touch, as you heard, we're going to talk about confidence after, but it's interesting, of course, Reserve Bank I know you do a lot of things to try and instill confidence, to try and get people. Maybe just very quickly, because I don't want to take away the PS's thunder. Colin, we're talking here about blockchain, as well as a question concerning cryptocurrencies. And involve, I like this, involve the youth, women, persons with disabilities. We've got to involve everybody. No one must be left behind. I think that's also important. Take them to the grassroots and find out exactly how we can get them involved in this. And also, of course, a very good question is how do we get some of the things we're talking about today, or some of the issues you speak about in your office, out to the general public, and how do we communicate it out there? Right, gentlemen, let me start with you, Colin, and then we'll go down.
Thank you very much. So regarding the blockchain, are we ready? So the tokenization and blockchain are not one and the same thing. Blockchain is one of the options in terms of the backbone. Yeah. The concept of tokenization is to take an asset, have it secured and broken into small units. We do have enough frameworks in this country, collective investment schemes, various frameworks that legitimize that. Once that asset is under lock and key, you then have a mechanism of issuing. And we have depositories. We have one at the central bank, we have one in the capital markets, and we have been securitizing instruments. The only issue is, can an instrument called a token, is it recognized? Mm. This is where the regulators will then need to come in to say, what is this thing called a token? That is the process now that brings in the regulator, and that is being worked on, sandbox options and all that stuff. Okay. As long as there is confidence that the asset is secure. However, internally with our structures and infrastructure, when we have confidence, we can do tokenization without blockchain. But we now want to be in the global scene. So if someone is sitting in New York and they also want to invest into that tokenized asset, their confidence will rise when it is now on distributed ledgers on blockchain. Yeah. So what we are doing is to do it in blocks and say, let's use the infrastructure that we currently have and just ensure that the regulatory framework recognizes tokenization. The issue of listing them, the infrastructure is there. Second phase, let's go blockchain so that our assets are then accessible internationally, and that will give them strong value and will also increase liquidity. Cryptocurrency is completely different, and these are virtual assets, and recognizing an instrument or a digital asset as a medium of exchange is now reserve bank territory. I think that's
even if you take something like Bitcoin, just to quickly answer your question, if you take Bitcoin, the issue with Bitcoin is that it's not actually tradable anyway. Think about it. If you have Bitcoin, you can't walk into a shop and buy a hamburger. In some countries you can, but not around the world. So the issue comes in, what is it based on? It could be based on, what do I feel? Is it Bitcoin going to go up? Is it going to go down? So we don't have cryptos, but cryptos, they're working on a token. The central banks do have crypto tokens that they're working on. South Africa's trading, but but it isn't widely accepted. Until it's widely accepted, it's not really a currency. That's the issue about currencies. Anyway, Dr. Mate, maybe you can...
Well, I think we need to make a distinction there. Trading, if you commoditize it, it's being traded off a currency. You buy your cryptos with rands and all that.
US or...
That's separate from actually saying it's currency in its own form.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sir?
No, I mean, I think it's answered that, but I just wanted to say, why are central bankers, careful about crypto? It basically goes to the issue of volatility. So you have here a medium of exchange, which is actually, as Andy says, not universally accepted, but let's just go past that and think, who takes responsibility when there is a wild fluctuation, right? Today, if you wake up and Bitcoin has crashed, who takes responsibility? Okay, those are the issues that, and then of course there is the issue of exchanges popping up and then collapsing and so on and so forth. But those are issues that need to be dealt with separately. As far as virtual assets in general are concerned, these are issues that are on the table and they are being discussed in various platforms. By the way, you can tokenize your whatever, in the virtual space, anything,
Yeah.
But you have to have confidence that there is a market for that token, right?
I think we've seen the tokens online with cats and things. Those are tokens,
Yeah.
and they crash and burn because
Yeah.
they're not secured. Yeah.
Okay, so my question
Yeah.
is what?
You've got informal confidence, informal sector, creating confidence in that. And I think we need to talk about women and youth, but I'm sure we can talk about that during the course of the afternoon. How do we bring them into this innovative space? Right, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have to call it there, but our guests are with us, I hope, this afternoon, so there will be more questions. So they'll be sitting down, so if there are questions for them, we'll jump them all in. But it just leaves me to thank our three panelists, and of course you guys for obviously being part of the conversation. Colin Tafumane, thank you so much, CEO Esco Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Before you go, we have some gifts for you. Wanda Mufunda, CEO, Center of Humanitarian Analytics, and Dr. Innocent Mashe, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Please give them a big round of applause. That was an interesting panel. It was so interesting, I went a little bit over time. Right, so can we ask them to bring up some gifts for our panelists, please? Old Mutual? Oh, here we go, thank you. Right. Guys, a big round of applause for the Deputy Governor. Thank you. Wanda, thank you. Right. Wanda Mufunda, of course, AI, Center of Humanitarian Analytics, looking at AI, data, infrastructure. It's very important what we speak about this. I really liked the conversation we had. Thank you. Colin? I like what the Ambassador Callum from UN said. Needs national ownership. Earning trust is not transactional. Securing buy-in is not. It's about aligning with needs, integrity, and becoming a true partner. Thank you so much. Right, round of applause for Colin. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your panel. Right, Patrick.
Yeah, that's it. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And a lot learned there. I always thought tokens were associated with what we got before lunch, but clearly there's some kind of development there. So tokens are also associated with wealth creation.
Or not in supermarkets.
Which is great, And right now, I think the time we are going to pause the inclusion conversation and now talk about the infusion conversation as we go for lunch.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what time is it and what time do we come back?
It's 12:41 now. If we can be back here by 1:30, I think we can kick off at 1:30 on the dot, if that's okay. Yep.
There we go. Yeah.
So what we ask is that the top tables, please go through for lunch, and then, of course, the rest can follow. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep, that would be
Right.
good. Yep. Thank
So
you.
enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 to continue. So Group CEO and the top table, if you want to make your way. Linda? Guys?
Ungamutya
1 2 1 2. A 5-minute call, ladies and gentlemen. A 5-minute call. 5-minute call, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Can I ask you to settle in the next 2 minutes? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Thank you. If we can have your attention, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are eager to get going. Our next speaker is literally chomping at the bit. He has a message for the ages, I am told. So it will resonate for a long time to come. But welcome back, everybody. It's good to have you. Really over lunch, talking to a few other people, I was really reminded about the purpose for our coming together and what I have seen manifesting throughout the morning session. Two key words were ringing through our team, at least in terms of the organizers. What can we present as actionable solutions? And on the other hand, what can we present as solutions coming from yourselves? So actions and solutions are what definitely I was sensing as we drew to the top of lunch hour. And I'm really thankful and grateful that your participation was making that possible. So as we go forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting into the session that my co-facilitator, Andy, will now speak to, together with introducing the host. Please, can I ask you to put your hands together for Andy as he comes through? Thanks, Andy.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from lunch. Now, before we get into our next speaker, I just wanted to give you a quick recap of what we have done very quickly this morning. Of course, Fayaz King started off with an incredible presentation, and just looking at some of his agenda items, remember we talked about the issues for policymakers, for the markets, and for banks, insurers, and fintech, some of the issues they could do. Policymakers, issue of AI in finance, supervisory notes, strengthen the sandbox, create a financial data council, pilot subtech tools. For markets, infrastructures, adopt FAIR, fair data standards, use AI in market surveillance, align with ISSB sustainability disclosures. For banks, insurers, and fintechs, establish model risk management charters, build products for first-time users, track data lineage, share fraud intelligence, invest in cross-functional talent. And of course, the outcomes, we must achieve inclusion, so women, youth, rural communities, and first-time users are not left behind. We need to create resilience, so systems withstand shocks, fraud, and cyber attacks. Integrity, so our markets run on fairness and transparency. And the enablers to get there, principle-based policy, proportionate oversight, data, and model governance. Those are some of the recommendations made by Fayaz King. Thank you for those. Colin? Of course, Colin spoke about, his question was simple, how to form capital, how to have long-term growth in Zimbabwe based on longer-term finance rather than short-term finance. Colin's suggestions is securitization and tokenization. Of course, he talked tokenization, he talked about the biological assets, for example, within farmers, and how we can unlock the hidden value in those assets and be able to trade them on capital markets. Of course, Colin didn't go into some of his issues at ZMX and how that is also bringing in inclusion in the rural areas, in particular through agricultural marketing and trade, which also builds up confidence as well. Wanda Mafundo, of course, he spoke to issues such as what can government do? Well, he said that government should create enabling frameworks for inclusive data governance and recourse. Industry publish clear engagement standards. Partners, we need to make sure marginalized districts, marginalized communities are involved in that inclusiveness. And of course, how do we track that? How many first-time users are retained, resolution and response times and low connectivity context. So all our speakers this morning did give us some really actionable issues to deal with. And just to finalize on Ambassador Callon, which brings us, I think, very nicely to our next speaker, Ambassador Callon talked about practical experiences he had. It needs, confidence needs national ownership. You earn trust is not transactional. It's engagement, empathy, credibility, and securing buy-in. You must be convincing. You must have integrity. You must offer value, and you must become a true partner. So that just gives us a quick 5-minute update on the morning discussions. But also, it then takes us into our next topic. We have changed the schedule of the program a little bit, but we'll be back on track. But to talk on the case for confidence, relevance of insurance and long-term savings, which is critical, of course, to Zimbabwe, I'd like you to please help me and join me in welcoming Tafazwa Muguti. He's Permanent Secretary for Presidential Affairs and Devolution in the Office of the President and Cabinet. Please, a big round of applause for Permanent Secretary Muguti.
A very good afternoon to you all. I know it's very difficult for you to pay attention after lunch, but let me recognize the country director for United Nations in Zimbabwe, Dr. Ed Cullen, my big brother. Let me also recognize the CEO, the group CEO, Sam, my big brother again, Faisal, one of the most brilliant minds we have on IT in this country, and all the speakers who have spoken before, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So one of the things that I agreed to was that I would come and speak to you as the permanent secretary in the presidency, but not read a speech, and be able to speak just like any other Zimbabwean so that we can address the issue of confidence. And I believe that by the end of my speech, we should be able to agree if I've won you over with confidence or not. And I think that's the primary target of today. But at the same time, history tells us that it's once upon a time the Americans had a currency for every state. So imagine in Zimbabwe having a currency for Harare Metropolitan Province, having a currency for Matabeleland South. And they say that each time the Americans traveled, they had to change their currency within the same country. There were different currencies. And one day, three bankers got together and said, this is nonsense. Surely we can think better than this. And we're told of a story that hours and hours of deliberations gave us one of the world's first central banks. And out of that, the US dollar was created as the single most currency. But their vision was so intense, they had nothing to back that currency with, but just confidence. And hundreds of years later, the American dollar becomes the only fiat in the world which is not backed by anything but confidence. And then we see fellow Africans who are wealthy in gold, platinum, chrome, you name it. Zimbabwe has over 80 extractable minerals. And for some reason, we still need something tangible to back our own currency, which is a sign of lack of confidence. So how do the Americans do it? How does a country which is the most indebted country in the world continue to create a facade that they're most economical country and richest country in the world? Confidence. So we will talk about confidence today, and I will welcome any question. I normally get into trouble for speaking my mind. Recently was in trouble. But I never regret what I say. Because in this country, we need to mature to a level where uncomfortable conversations create a comfortable environment for us to thrive. And that's what we're failing to do in government, we're failing to do it in private sector, we're failing to do it in churches. And it almost takes me back to the days when we used to watch Santa Barbara with our parents, and when people were kissing, we'd all go like this, as if we didn't know what was kissing. And nowadays, our children don't go like this, you all look. So there has to be a point where we bring this elephant in the room called confidence and we talk about it. So there cannot be any confidence without trust. Let me take you back to 2008. And I'll tell you about a young man who had started his company in 2002 in the bedroom of his parents. and great mind, and within 5 years was controlling about 80% of the financial services sector as one of the leading IT security companies, getting international awards, recognition. And at some point, he went and bought over one of the oldest security guard company services, and from 50 employees, he now had over 700 employees. And come 2008, one day he's looking outside the window of his office in the former UDC building, to those of you with gray hair, now ZB Center, and across at NMB, people are queuing. At CBZ, people are queuing. And he's asking himself what is going on. And he'd learn years later in college, studying his banking qualification, that was called a bank on the run. And so we woke up one morning to many banks on the run. And that young man was me. Started my first business at 22, got our first investors at 24, and by the time I was 29, I had 700 employees. In 2008, I woke up and I was told to start paying people in US dollars, which I did not have. I'd created a global wealth fund with then Trust Bank, and at that time it was equivalent to almost 300,000 US dollars. I would contribute 80%, my staff would contribute 20%, and we would give it to their asset management firm, and every month, each employee got a statement of what that global wealth fund meant. And I call that era the great betrayal. Because all of a sudden, no one in this country answered anyone's phones. Not your banker, not your insurance clients, not your insurance company. Everyone was now fending for themselves. And I think history should never repeat itself. Because history repeating itself is an abject sign of failure in leadership. And what happened in 2008 gave birth to the reality of the future which we are standing in today. And how we address life after 2008 has created the confidence barometer of how we react to everyday decisions in this country today. 2008, some of us were so burnt that we packed our bags and relocated our companies outside the country. But it didn't help because that confidence had already been taken away. And years would then tell of how many Zimbabweans also went into the diaspora but came back with nothing because they carried that mistrust and lack of confidence in anything else. During lunchtime, I was saying to Dr. Carlon and my brother Sam that it is difficult for a man to have a baby with a woman he doesn't trust. And I was then corrected by Dr. Carlon that maybe by mistake it's possible. But what I was trying to say is that you can never enter into a relationship which is long-term if there's no trust. And so going on to those days, you then find that we became a broke nation, spiritually and financially. And I remember even the pastors were panicking. And it was a situation where no one knew, how are we going to get out of this? And where there was needed a voice of reason, that voice did not come. In fact, it became each man for himself, each woman for himself, and God for us all. For the first time, Zimbabweans saw empty shelves with no food. For the first time, we couldn't pay employees. For the first time, reality really hit us. 8 years after sanctions, that we were the black sheep of this continent. But how did we get there, is the question. It comes back again to our decisions that we've made in the past and decisions that we continue to make today. So I was enjoying myself listening to people, watching the face of my elder brother, Dr. Gavin Amashe, as people were really having a dig, and I could hear little whispers about the ZIG and how the ZIG is going to, be there and etc. And I meant what I said. We are all traveling around in a borrowed vehicle. And at some point, the lease is going to run out, and the vehicle has to go back. So the question is to Zimbabwe is, do we start wallowing now about 2030 or we start preparing. And I was saying that if I were Old Mutual, and I'm sitting on 450,000 plus civil servants, and I knew that the pension environment in this country has not been so innovative, I would like to de-risk myself by offering ZIG products now than later. And when we do the crossover, it makes it easier for sustainability. But you see, something is missing in Zimbabwe, and that thing which is missing is reality. You see, Zimbabweans, fellow Zimbabweans, your opinions are not facts. I see someone saying, ouch, that's the truth. The fact that you believe the moon is blue doesn't make it blue. And in our culture, we have this saying says, "Zvoto zvine mazira." That's why you're all here, because choto ichi ndechezira renyu. Otherwise, if you did not understand what I'm articulating, you're in the wrong room. And history will remember this day when we are telling each other the truth. That whether you like it or not, whether your opinion is yes or no, the ZIG is going to be your sole currency. And we cannot be a country without their sole currency. And what I applaud the president to have done is the confidence to make that bold decision outside the safety zone. And what is the safety zone? The safety zone is when we all came into what we call the safe mode. And Faisal will tell you that in 1997, 1998, when I was a young technician, when you were fixing computers, you had to press F2, 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 F2 when you restart. And Windows 3.1, later 95, 98, would go into this mode where it was called safe mode. Normally we did it when a computer crashed. And we just used to do it so that you could put quickly the floppy drive, back up the data, and then format the drive. In the safe mode, you could still do certain things, let's say about 30% of the normal functions. And this economy went into a safe mode post-2008, where we became so critical of decisions which even do not need criticality. We became so critical about the decisions that are made for us, on behalf of us, and on behalf of those that are not even with us. And that has led us to continue operating in this sphere, which is called the safe mode, where you know your full potential, but we have created an artificial ceiling over our heads. Were we the only ones to have done that? No. South Africa went through it, Zambia went through it, Nigeria went through it, even America went through it. And I was asking Sam yesterday, and I said, it was puzzling that whilst we watched our inheritance eroded, Americans through AON had done one of the best reinsurance structures the world has ever seen. And no one lost their money. No one lost their insurance. No one lost their savings because the reinsurance gear kicked in. And if I was going to ask in this room today, raise your hands and name 5 reinsurance companies in this country, most of us can't. And yet, these are some of the fundamental issues that we have to then look at. So South Africa went into the safe mode. But whenever you're in the safe mode, people forget that there's an opportunity for innovation. Post-2008, when everyone was playing it safe, up comes OUTsurance, and out of nowhere, they blow everyone's mind up. And before you know it, OUTsurance became the go-to for medium income earners and low income earners. Because they knew that if they went to the big guys, the corporates, the businessmen, they thought too much. They processed things too much, literally. But they knew that they could help the smaller guy understand the importance of insurance. And the first thing that they did, they used actuarial science to approach it. And so they decided to say, let's look at the risk factors of insurance. The darker the car, the bigger the risk. The lighter the car, the less the risk. So in South Africa today, if you want to insure your car, and your car is black, please note that that's a risk factor, and they would charge you more. But if you want to buy a white car, their argument is that at night you're more visible, in daytime you're not visible, and they call it a stigmata, where basically sometimes a car can come, especially the silver ones, and you only see it when it's here. I know most of you know what I'm talking about. So they looked at all these risk factors, and all of a sudden, they also looked at habits. If we're going to insure Sam goes skydiving, and you got some crazy Afrikaners in South Africa, who do crazy things. Jump out of planes, they're smoking, they're partying, they're doing all these excessive lifestyles. And then you got Temba, the guy who just goes to work, goes back home, goes to church, goes to work, goes to church. Why should Temba and Van Rensburg pay the same insurance claim? Temba doesn't jump out of planes. Temba doesn't do suicidal habits. And so the ordinary man began to be seen in the midst of calamity. So the question back to you insurance players, why does my Mercedes-Benz pay the same insurance with the Honda Fit? Because we have created this thing called third-party IPEC, where it's a safe zone. It's like all kids running in a race and we all came out number one. Have you gone to schools like that, that every child gets a medal? They say, every child is a winner. You've gone to schools like that. Please don't take your kids to such schools. What I'm trying to say is that if we're going to make insurance work, if we're going to make the financial services work, let's stop sugarcoating issues. Let's be real. In which world does $1 of airtime give you cover for $2,000 on your funeral cover? Which world? I've tried to put my mind to it. There's no actuarial formula which can give us $1 a cover for airtime for $2,000 of funeral cover. That's why we're told that MNOs, mobile network operators, if you're here, I don't apologize. You are not financial intermediaries. Simple. Because as long as we play with money, we are playing with people's lives. And we all saw it, that one morning we all woke up to the word called demutualization. And I remember my father calling me saying, we are going to, and I'm going, and he had a letter from First Mutual, and he's asking, what does this mean? And it's become the habit that Zimbabweans, we throw mafoko to the public and expect them to understand what we're saying. How do we then digest the conversations we're having here and take them to Dotito, Sam? How do we identify the clientele that we have? How are we going to achieve financial inclusivity if we cannot translate the basic corporate lingo into layman poverty talk? And that's where the balance is. But the safe mode remains the biggest predicament to this country because everyone is playing it safe. The banks do not want to give loans. They don't want any risk of non-performing loans. So guess what? They up the bank charges. Zimbabwean banks are the most profitable right now in the sub-Saharan region without trading. Zimbabwean banks declare profits, and yet the percentage of their revenue is bank charges. And what worries me is the base of accounts which are sitting in this country is not growing. That means that we are not increasing our account holders. We're just sweating the little that we have. And that becomes a problem because it is a false narrative that there's growth. There's a false narrative. How are we sitting in a safe mode where we've got 25% of the economy as formal and we have 75% informal, and then we sugarcoat it under the term SMEs? They don't pay tax. They don't answer to anyone. But that 75% is the same percentage which wants to go to Parrenyatwa and expect Parrenyatwa to have medicines. It's the same percentage which goes back home on a bus and then complains that road is squeeter, government there gadzira roads. But they don't pay a cent to this. And this 25% of us, we've normalized it in the safe zone, where we don't talk about it, we don't ask about it, and we end up also then doing our own things to survive. And most of it is overcharging, and most of it is getting into a comfortable zone. 30% of this country has got medical aid. 70% of this country has got funeral cover. What does that tell you? We're looking forward to dying, eh? Do you know why? Because when you're dead, you will still get buried by those who are there, whether you're the policy or not. We'll make a plan. So the person doesn't even care if it lapses. When I'm dead, I'm dead. But the bottom line which is there is that the numbers don't lie. Something is wrong. How do you have a country not worried about the health of themselves today? But if we had done our maths right, like what South Africa did post-2008, would have more solid, more affordable healthcare cover, which meant would not have greedy doctors. Yes, I said it, would not have greedy doctors charging you $80 for consultation. If you convert $80, how many thousand rands is that? 1,200 rands. Can you imagine just to see someone, hello, how are you? What are you feeling? Go for a test. 1,200 rands. No pill, nothing. It means that would have created an ecosystem where our people can have affordability. But you see, in the safe zone, this safe mode, will then create a problem also of people being comfortable with mediocrity. And when people become comfortable with mediocrity, it means those one day, one of my MDs for another company I invested in goes to the bank and he gets a bank card linked to the company account. And then I called the FD. I said, listen, this is not corporate governance. Can you create a sub-account so that it's not directly linked for risk purposes? He says, but Chef, and I said, but that's not how it's supposed to be. So when you look at where we are as Zimbabwe, our financial services sector, we are living and surviving in this space called the safe zone, safe mode, where we are actually restricting ourselves from going beyond this artificial ceiling that we have created. And the question still begs to differ that, do we have more potential than what we have currently? So, this issue of resilience is personified by profit of effort. But the issue of survival is personified by you avoiding risks. So when you run a business in a tough economy, they'll say you are resilient. But when you cut corners just to survive, we'll say you survived. And that's where we need to start asking ourselves, corporate CEOs who are in here, are we resilient people in business, or we are people who have mastered the art of survival? Because that becomes the greatest question. Because resilience, then we see products, Linda, that we are holding. We see products, the outsurances, all the big companies. To those of you who don't know King's Insurance in South Africa, when they came in, it was for the colored and Indian community. Even all the adverts, they were very blunt about it. They wanted to insure those rims. They wanted to insure those speeding cars. They wanted to insure, but they also went for the diasporans. They were very clear, and they took their market share. First for women, they came up with crazy ideas. Women will go overseas and buy a $2,000 handbag. And then when that $2,000 handbag is moving around, that's $2,000 US. And they created insurance packages for handbags. Talk about innovation. And they even went further, and all the guys in South Africa right now have got the basics of basics, which is insurance for your cell phone. There's no insurance for cell phones in this country. That's it. Are we saying we are so much beleaguered by this ceiling of safe mode that we cannot even offer a product for insuring people's cell phones? Simple thing, $1 a month or whatever it is. That shows you that something is wrong because we have blocked out the innovation gap. And we keep identifying the client in a market with 25% only formalized. We are still going to sell insurance to the guy in the tie. When you know 75% is the guy in jeans, who now has more disposable income than the guy in the tie. Go to the outskirts, look at the houses they're building in Kadoma, in Kwekwe, in Chipinge, in Chiredzi. They're building houses there that if you lift them, they can fit right in Borodale. You've all seen it. That means those people have a disposable income. But you see, in Zimbabwe, we have this habit of sometimes titles get to us. It's not just us. Because I don't understand why we do not have the Nigerian aggressiveness of bank managers knocking on our doors and simply saying, I'm here to serve you. If I say raise your hands, those of you in 10 years who have had a banker come to your company or to your house to offer you a product, none of you raise your hands. But go to Nigeria, where the bank manager moves around with faucet, going tax shop by tax shop banking, tax shop by tax shop SME banking, informal companies banking them, and making sure that the risk is on them. I was telling Sam that in my 14 years outside the country, in different countries, I've never had to walk into a bank branch. There was always Standard Bank or someone who would come to me and simply say, Mr. Mguti, we are offering you a credit card. We are offering you this. We are offering you that. And of course, some would say yes, some would say no. But it was that relationship which I began to see that it's no longer transactional, but I can actually talk to this person and get myself to go somewhere. And once upon a time, I had a guy who used to sell me insurance in this country, and this guy would make me believe that, you know what, I am covered. Covered is safer than heaven. Right now, I don't think it's any of you, if Sam came and said, let me sell you this life policy, right now in this room, many of us will not sign that paper. That is the reality. That's why many of us don't have any pension, but we've got funeral policy. Meaning that we're not even seeing beyond our death. We're not even planning for beyond our death. I would like to talk to you about the two principles, the two disciplines rather, that foster development. And now I'm getting into the solutions. And I'm writing a book about this. Please don't steal my idea. There are two disciplines that I've learned in my young life. And me transitioning from business to politics to government has taught me two fundamental issues. And having consulted for other governments, it just taught me even more lessons. And having moved around with people like Edgar Callon and Dr. Ayo Desile and many of my other friends in the diplomatic community, it has made me understand it even deeper. The two disciplines that create economic balance, and some of you I had dinner with on Tuesday, had an opportunity to hear me speak a bit about this, and I'll speak about it now. The first one is called sovereign discipline. And the second one is called fiscal discipline. You see, what starts first is fiscal discipline across the entire nation. A government comes up with policies, thou shalt pay 15% tax, thou shalt do A, B, C, D. And all organizations have the fiscal discipline to implement the policies which they have agreed. Because the fiscal policy for this country is not for the president, it's for the country. The monetary policies for this country are not for the president, it's for the country. So with that in mind, fiscal discipline then allows us, all of us, to go right when we're supposed to go right. That's why you find in South Africa, whenever it's tax season, no matter how cold it is, everyone wakes up, puts on their jackets, and goes to queue at SARS to pay their tax. That's fiscal discipline. It's you knowing that where I am as a legal persona, I've got a responsibility, a fiscal responsibility to this country. And that then entitles you for your opinion to be translated into a fact or a suggestion, which then gets incorporated into policy. So Zimbabwe is missing the discipline called fiscal discipline. We have companies still externalizing money. We have people who are making money and we don't know where they're making it from. We have people who have become so rich, and yet the basic fiscal fundamentals of this country cannot equate or translate their wealth into the policies that we have made. That becomes a challenge. Then we have sovereign discipline. Sovereign discipline is that if we agree that in this country we do not smoke in public, it simply means we do not smoke in public. There's no exception. Sovereign discipline means that they say, find when we grew up, a gun was a taboo. We only saw it with police officers, sometimes on TV. Killing someone was taboo in Zimbabwe. Wakaponda munhu. Oh. Because that was the sovereign discipline we had. A good indication that we've lost our barrels is when you find some idiot driving along oncoming traffic in the morning with tinted windows. No number plate, tinted windows, and is driving straight at you. That person has got no sovereign discipline. That person is not behaving as a Zimbabwean should. Because all Zimbabweans go through the highway code. All Zimbabweans respect one another. All Zimbabweans respect life. All Zimbabweans fear. They respect that gap. They respect the law. So when you find that idiot on the highway driving towards you, when you also then say Nandin Zguaro and you're all facing one another, and you're not just letting the idiot go, it means also you do not have sovereign discipline anymore. Let me just get the elephant out of the room. So, let me talk about this teens issue. Because I know you're all dying to ask me. So first and foremost, you have to understand what I do. As Permanent Secretary for Presidential Affairs, I do everything. That's why you find if there are land barons, I talk about it. If there are health issues in the country, I talk about it. But I'm not a person who talks without consulting. I'm not a person who talks without a directive. And I'll not say who directed me. But what is very important is that in a space where every day in this country we're losing 30 to 50 kids to drugs on a daily basis, and where we are impounding at least 400 to 500 kgs of drugs a day, we are now in a state of national emergency on drug issues. And because we are now in a state of emergency on drug issues, we are taking it the same way we are taking with COVID. We want the future we are discussing here to be there tomorrow. If it means we sacrifice something today, me and you, so that these kids can be there tomorrow when we are retiring and they take over from where we are, then by God's blessing, let's take off those teens. And we show the criminals that they cannot hide behind our own insecurities. So I understand people who say that windows are being broken into, we've got all these things going on. We do not solve a crack on a bottle by putting a bandage. If the problem is that you're feeling insecure, let's improve on police efficiency. If the problem is that we have more cars, then let's make sure we bring technology, Faisal, that makes us safer on the roads. So the law is there. Take it how you want to take it. But if you have a bus, I've owned transport companies before, go to VID and tell me if you come back with your tint. The law simply says undistorted vision, because tint is a trademark. It's a brand name. The material is called a film. It's not called a tint. So when we say undistorted vision, we're talking about 360-degree vision. But then again, we're now living in a toxic social media environment where every buffoon thinks he's a professor. So the question is, do we need to answer? Or we need to be able to allow you to translate it into your own notion? Now, the tint window is out. Let's get back to the topic of today. So, for us, those two need then to be balanced. And we need to then get into a point where we call the call for disruptive thinking. Now, how do we call for disruptive thinking? Disruptive thinking says that we have 5 million registered farmers, and they are all not yet financially included. And disruptive thinking says, what is it that they want? Not what do I want to give them. This is the problem with Zimbabwe. Everyone is thinking about what we want. No one is asking me what I want. Ask the farmer. I invested in a company which is doing quite well, which is doing agricultural products, and they are doing outgrower. And they went some parts southern of Zimbabwe, I'll not mention where, and they rolled out red sorghum to farmers. And as they were growing these red sorghums, their numbers began to increase because they had asked the farmers, what do you want? And the farmers had told them that where we are right now, there are no shops. So even if you give me a bank card, I have nowhere to go. The farmers had told them where we are. Can you see my phone? There's no network. So even if you give me a mobile wallet, I cannot transact. But if you give me a cash, I can get on Umshika Shika and go buy groceries in the next city and come back. So they devised different solutions with the financial services company and reached the consensus that a certain percentage is cash, certain percentage is banked, and they're doing quite well. That engagement was important. But I always see people going there, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. That's why, for me, the third-party thing, IPEC, needs to be looked into. That's why healthcare cover should be based on our tendencies and risk profiling. So we're looking forward to disruptive thinking. Disruptive thinking means that we need to relook at our actuarial approach and say, what is the definite risk that the average Zimbabwean client has? And how do we remove that risk factor? Zimbabweans are very loyal people. Try providing risk insurance in West Africa, where people fake their deaths. You'll pay out every day. But Zimbabweans are so disciplined to the effect that if you really, really put your mind to it, anything can work in this country. So we're now looking forward, Sam, to you and your team, embracing a new way of thinking. But then we also face the challenge that sometimes we really don't like to give young minds an opportunity. We talk about inclusivity, right? And someone spoke about the youth. And the best technologies running the world right now, Faisal will tell you, were not designed by professors. It was these young guys. You see, the human mind, is just like AI, is based on exposure. The fact that all of you grew up seeing a calculator, it makes you very knowledgeable in numbers. But these youngsters are growing up in the age of programming. It makes them logically competent. That's why your kids can do things with your TV you can't do, because they're really exposed to that. But I'm shocked that the biggest companies in this country do not have young people as think tanks. It is us, the 60 and 70-year-olds, sorry to say, who want to make decisions for 19-year-olds. Why don't you call a 19-year-old, put them in a think tank with their qualification, and see the magic of what they think of? Why should we put a lead on innovation? Google, if you go today, the reason why they've got all those couches which look funny and etc. is because their best thinkers are the young guys. They're coming straight from college. They have no mortgage. They have no 2 wives. It's just him. So he can begin to think and make his mind up about the future. What is the future he wants to see? Yeah? So the next step of how we beat this is let's take those kids from university, use what they've been exposed to with the latest technologies, and we go far. This hype about AI is just a computerized encyclopedia. Because AI is what we feed it. It's not coming from heaven, it's data. Faisal will tell you back in the day we had something called knowledge base. And when we used to fix problems as IT experts, you would then create the steps on how you fixed the problem. And then the next time someone went and typed the question, how do you fix this problem? The answer that you put in is what would come out for that person. And you'd hear people say, hey, the computer is very clever. No, it is someone who entered that information. That's why today, if you say Zimbabwe, the bulk of the news you get is negative. Because you journalists write negative things, and you misquote P.S. Mguti every time he talks. So what you will see there is what these journalists have written. But if I also, with my publicity team, start also putting good content, tomorrow when you look after for me, you will see the good things which are there. So the data that AI is going to dish out is the wisdom that we are going to input today. Not what they are going to input. And that's where the catch is. So we need innovation minds and we need disruptive minds to start now taking us beyond. So growth is stimulated by your attitude. Someone called me today and just said, oh, PS, I just wanted to check on you. And said, can I tell you a story? And for some reason, they thought I'm having a mental breakdown and they just need to give me a word of encouragement. And they said, PS, when I left New Zealand and I came to Zimbabwe, I made my mind up that the moment I set foot in Zimbabwe, I'll not complain about this, about this, about this, about this, because that's the reality that I've entered into. And from where I am sitting, we've got our attitude skewed. And we need to fix that. Zimbabweans' negativity is not going to get us out of this conundrum. We're not going to get out of this space. We need to change the attitude. And the attitude starts with affirmation. It starts with you having confidence in yourself and those who make decisions for you. We are so lack of confidence. And in social matters, You see it by the rise of churches which are being created. You don't even trust your pastor to hold your head. And you go and start your own church now. We need to be in a space where confidence is restored, but the attitude is right. I've given myself an opportunity that I will do the best thing I can. Because a couple of years back, 5 years back, I'm driving my kid from school in South Africa. And my second born, my 3 kids, and my second born says to me, "Daddy, is Zimbabwe that bad?" Because these little white kids at school had been mocking her about the country she comes from. First I said, "Why are you sad, Marty?" He says, "These kids were making fun of me." I said, "Why?" He said, "They're saying Zimbabwe is one of those words and it's a country where you can't go." I said, "No, it's not like that, baby. We have a very beautiful country." Then he said, "Why don't we live there?" This is a child who's 7 years old, eh? So if it's so nice, why are we not living there? They said, "Well, there are some problems, and the currency issues, and I tried to lower it to that level." And then I explained to the baby, "But in time it will work. But you see, we just have to fix 1 or 2 things as a country, and we'll be going on." They say, "So Daddy, what are you going to do about it?" And I've never been dumbfounded before. I'd never been numb. I couldn't answer. He says, "Daddy, what are you going to do about it?" And so I made a decision back then that I would take any opportunity to say good about my country. And some of you remember, I started going on SABC and talking about Zimbabwe. I started going on CNBC and talking about Zimbabwe. And I would defend Zimbabwe almost every 8 o'clock news. Whenever I could, I started making Zimbabwe a conversation. And before long, the government started giving me facts. The party started giving me facts. And I started to speak about Zimbabweans, even though we're in the worst crisis ever. That's attitude. So people ask, where did this Muguti come from? No, I created my own route with a positive attitude. So every day I'm driving, I'm seeing one of the best beautiful places in the world and where my kids are going to grow up well. Because it's my duty to change that just as well as it's yours. So when you go home and you start complaining and whining, "As my bank is, my road is," what are you going to do about it? And you need to be able to answer your kids on that. So attitude is what is going to change us. And companies also need to have a positive attitude where we are and how we're going to go about it. So Zimbabwe is an opportunity to lay a solid foundation for us. We only have a few years to go, guys. 2030 is around the corner. That leased car is going to go. How do we make our currency stronger? How do we make the confidence be built back? Old Mutual, everyone else, First Mutual, those are in here. Let's start creating products which give us that confidence. And I asked someone the other day, a banker, I said, "Do you know what? Do you know you could actually issue out Zig credit cards? Do you know that?" And I've asked, why don't we? Why don't we have Zig credit cards? The bankers in this house. Do you know there's no reason? It's simply a soft loan that you're going to pay over time. And I'm sure all of us would love a Zig credit card because there are times when you need the Zig and you don't have it. But it's this stigmata, this environment where we are, where let's play it safe. Let those politicians think, let us do this, and then when it all crumbles, we still find someone to blame. And we are not making those decisions. So Zimbabwe, we have a great opportunity for us over the next few years to really build a good, conclusive culture that we want to go on. So the US dollar remains not our currency, and we still need to build our own currency. And of course, what is more important is that we remain this ocean in the midst of a desert. And for me, I am seeing how, and I don't get it, at a farm, when you pay those salaries, this guy will get $150 at most with overtime. He's got 4 kids. And I always sit there and wonder, hey, with my salary and my income, with my 3 kids and 1 wife, I'm struggling to make it balance. And this guy and his family has got so much joy. with $150. And the next month they make it count. And I wonder how. Because none of you can survive in such an environment. Your 150 is your lunch. But this guy is surviving 30 days. It's attitude. It's about us understanding that with what I have, I should be able to make the most of it. In conclusion, we need to understand that the innovativeness of our today is going to shape tomorrow. And we need to start having candid discussions, candid conversations. And I'm always saying to industrialists like Sekai and others that if you truly believe that what government is doing is wrong, and you're truly, truly sincere that you want to see things work well, then we should be able to have a conversation and find each other. We've done it with sugar tax, done it with a number of bills. Even now, government is having tough conversations about lowering the taxes and fees and easing the ease of doing business. Those were tough conversations. But you CEOs came to the table and we had candid conversations, Sakai. We see ZI. Now everyone knows your totem. We had tough conversations, and you would sit in my office and say, but PS, no, this won't work, this won't work. And we'd debate and debate. And when we did our recommendations, we had found each other. Let's stop talking in corridors and let's talk in the boardroom. Let's have candid discussions. And let's understand that your opinion might just be the next answer to the problem that we have. So we need to start having these candid discussions, but I always challenge those who organize such events that make sure that people from all corners of the world, just like those 3 bankers in America, can remember these days that we're sitting and meeting in Avondale and discussing these issues. So the bottom line, which is there, trust has to be earned. And it has taken me a while to trust insurance companies because I got burned. My father got burned. My mother got burnt, my brothers got burnt. And I'm looking forward to the day when all of us can trust our financial services sector. When all of us stop keeping money under our pillows and save it in the banks. And you trust that your bank is not going to charge you an arm and a leg for you giving them money. But it's actually going to be innovative and sweat your deposit. Because banking is simple. It's basically a depositor depositing money to an intermediary, meaning a middle person, and that person taking that money and lending someone for a fee and making the margin. But we're not seeing anything on the fee. We are seeing fees being done by the intermediary. And the result is that when you get your money, you gave them $20, they were supposed to lend it out, make $5 interest on top, get back the loan, give you $3, and they retain $2, their profit. You're giving them $20, they're giving you back $5. That's what's happening in this economy. And that needs to change. And I congratulate the Reserve Bank governor for being stern to say these bank charges should go down. Because they should make profit from work, doing some actual work. And that's not what's happening. So I'm challenging again the insurance companies that protect the depositors, protect the transactions, protect the relationships with consumers. Then we'll be able to see each other going somewhere and somehow. So post-2030, I know right now Andy likes to talk about it like it's an apocalypse or something. The 2030 you're seeing today, 2025, is still going to be the same 2030. The only difference is what decisions will we have made between now and then. Today, I can clearly say, Zimbabweans, welcome to the future that you developed since 2008. This is what you gave birth to. So everything you're complaining about, it's your fault because you were alive in 2008. We are here together. And Zimbabweans, you need to start trusting those who make decisions for you. And the first level which shows that you do not trust your leaders is when you don't know your own councillor. Seriously. Raise your hands, those of you who know their councillors. You see, the rest you are just living. You and tourists, the same fanan. Because you don't even know your own councillor, because the Constitution says we have 3 tiers of governance. The first one is local government, meaning that a councillor is a legislative making body. Now I'm talking devolution. So the first interface you see to government is your councillor, because they address the issues in your street. The second interface of leadership that you see is your member of parliament. Raise your hands, those of you who know your member of parliament. Not from next door, your member of parliament. Yeah, I see some of you putting your hands down. That means that when you want to talk about your entire area, you are now talking about your MP, because they can now talk to you. And government has done something well. We've now introduced between the councillor and that person and the MP, the provincial councillors. And they become the little parliament for your province. So as much as the government is putting in all these legal frameworks, it needs to be matched by the business acumen. It needs to be matched by the confidence coming from the citizenry. And that's how you get involved, and that's how you know what is going on around you. So, in ending, this country is moving somewhere, and we are what I would call the 2 Ps. Media, please quote me correctly, because this can be controversial. The 2 Ps simply means payslip or product. That's where Zimbabwe is going. It's either when Zimra knocks on your door, you work somewhere, and your $2,000 you earn a month equates for what you have. And you can translate your wealth and explain yourself. Or it's either you have a product that you sell, 10 suits a week or whatever, and they can see the receipts and the profitability, and they can tell how you made your money. These days of people waking up with miracle money are gone. We have to build our country on solid foundation. And these days of celebrating mediocrity will soon go, because we cannot continue to celebrate artificial growth. Zimbabweans, very soon, you will realize that what you're doing now is what your fathers used to do. The essence of celebrating a businessman was not the wealth or how his family lives, is how big the stomach was. You remember? In every rural area, you had that uncle with the big stomach who owned the shop at the growth point. And that was the indicator. Remember? And what is it different from what we're doing now on social media? Celebrating people for wealth, but if I ask you, what product do they sell? You can't answer me. Celebrating people who are going on very expensive holidays, and if I ask you, what did they sell? Where did they work to earn that money? You can't answer me. That means at some point we have to normalize this mediocrity and abnormality of economic growth in shadows if this country is going to work. Every Zimbabwean needs to do their part to ensure that we bring back the prosperity in an honest, transparent, and fair manner. That's what this country needs. And that's what you financial service people need to do. You need to account to us. And we need to have confidence that your banks and your insurance companies will be there 30 years from now, are waiting for my retirement. That needs to be done. But if I'm not sure that this animal called Old Mutual will be there 30 years from now, you will not see a cent of my money. And right now, unfortunately, 70% of the country are simply saying there's nothing to live for anymore. That's why that 70% is investing in funeral policies and not health and pension. So let's work together as government and private sector to change the narrative. When we call for policy discussions, come to the table. When you hear that CZI has got an annual congress, go and attend. When you hear that ZNCC, National Chamber of Commerce, is having a meeting, go and attend. When you hear that local council, Mayor Mafume, is having a town hall about the budget, go and attend. That means when we go to 2030, you will be part of the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me an ear, and I hope I have not said anything to distort the narrative of today, but just to encourage you that Zimbabwe is a great nation. We're built on great principles, and I believe we have a story of resilience to tell to the rest of the world. May God bless you and prosper you as we build a better Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. You take a few questions, or just very quickly? Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause, PS Muguti. Right, ladies and gentlemen, PS has agreed to take a few questions from the floor. So, let's open it up. There's a lot that was spoken of. I probably believe, PS, that the way you describe insurance in South Africa, I'm uninsurable. Right, we have some fantastic questions from the floor. Right, can we have someone with microphones, please? Oh, Mitchell? All right, okay, well, you know what? I don't want to be as tall as the PS. Let me do this. Okay, right. Sandra.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, PS. Exciting presentation, and I think you've been challenged by your daughter, which is quite good in what you're doing, and we applaud you for that. I was equally excited when I raised my hand to say, yes, I come from Harare West. Our councillor is Denford Ngadziore. Our MP is Mamombe Joanna. And also I've got my roots in Mashonaland East, and our councillor is Mr. Kabanda. And our MP is Farai Jere. So I am well-versed, and I also participate in those conversations. We are always taking them to task because we have them in our local groups, which is good. I think when you spoke of confidence, this is something that we're grappling with from the pension sector. And we really need solutions, and I was equally excited when you said, my office is open. I'll be one of those coming to your office. And I'll bring with me, I'm sure one of my councillors here is Linda. She's there. We are going to be at your office, and we really want to talk about this to say, how can we build confidence, as you've highlighted, to say people are busy investing in funeral policies instead of their savings. But when you look at these issues, we are saying, what happened for us to lose confidence? What is really the problem? So we are coming back and saying, PS, what really is the problem? What happened? Yes, we want to focus on the future, but can we look at the challenges that we faced before? I think from a government perspective, the issues to do with transparency and accountability. Can we be open to the citizens on policies that are always flip-flopping? Each time a statutory instrument is issued, we are all found wanting. We are all back in our strategy boardroom saying, what should we do? So this is something that we've been grappling with. Economic stability, I will not go over and do on this point. It's something that we're asking for from, as a citizen and even from the pension sector. Public service, let's have a public service that is working, from education, from the health sector. Like you highlighted, let someone just walk to Gomo there, get attention and be assisted. Let someone walk to Parenya Twatumpilo, be assisted. Even education, I know there's BIM, but we've been reading in the newspapers that government is failing to pay for BIM for education. So it's some of these things that then get us to worry to say, 2030, what is it? How are we going to get there? We are left with just a few years to come. And we are talking of security and the rule of law in some of these things that we need to incorporate. So, peers, generally, I don't know if there are questions or they're just additions and comments to your presentation to say we appreciate. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I saw someone, Ambassador Callon, I think I saw someone else's hand. Am I missing? Okay, Ambassador.
Yes, first I want to say a big thank you to PS. This was an excellent motivational speech. And Zimbabweans should be very happy that they have a brother who can stand in the podium of that nation and speak like this. Exactly. Yeah, I think this is really great. And PS, that could easily have cost $150,000 if you have got the right color and speaking to the right audience. So you can imagine the knowledge you have transferred. But let me paraphrase the issues you have articulated there. And I think if there's a takeaway, and when you write your book, I'm sure we'll cross paths on some of the issues. I think one thing you mentioned, which is quite critical, that is one, that development is an attitude. Two, development with transformational change requires empathy. And when you think with empathy, you put yourself in a situation to understand issues from others' perspective and also own challenges and opportunities
and fulgent progress ahead. So your speech was so relevant, and you resonated on the critical elements around empathy in transformation. You talked about confidence, you talked about trust, and then you talked about the last one, where did I write it? You talked about attitude, which is the central theme of it. So I think it is so motivational that if you crystallize that strategic focus, it comes back to what the PS has told us. Zimbabwe is not going to move anywhere without Zimbabweans taking the bold step, yeah, to actually transform their country and their economy. That attitude is required to build the confidence that is required, that has been demonstrated by the PS here. But I'm so happy to see Africans starting to talk like this, you know, and being very clear about issues. To me, this is lecture piece 005. It costs $150,000. We might send a check to powers to be that more Zimbabweans who can talk like this need more motivation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, you can always send the check to me if you like. P.S. On top of that, you also touched a little bit on accountability. I think that's also a good topic. Let me hand over to you to answer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much to the two speakers, Brother Kelman and my sister. Today in the morning, I think around 7 in the morning, I got a call from a distraught lady, and she says, P.S., I'm sorry for calling on your phone, a white lady. But your office said that if I do not get assistance where they sent me, they would make sure they get an appointment with you. And she said, we are a number of us, but we're so desperate. Please, we need to meet you. Then I said, don't apologize. Tell me what is the problem. So she says, I'm from Avondale, think Ward something, and we've got this big problem that we have, and no one is listening. And leadership is personified by empathy. If I did not have a heart for that woman, I was simply going to say, please go back to my PA, and we'll see you, we'll make a plan. But I took time, which made me get a bit late today, and I was supposed to pick someone on the way here. And I had to apologize to that person because I had to take time to listen. The element of accountability is not something that you place on someone else. Accountability starts with you. So we want better services from City of Harare, but we don't want to pay the bill. We want medicines in Parinyatwa and Salim Gabe, but we do not pay any taxes. And when you look at the narrative, a person who refuses to be accountable is the best narrator of any excuse. If I ask you right now, why are you not paying your ZESA bill? You will tell me, Mageta Nwenda. Power goes. Then I'll ask you, what about the time power comes? If I ask you right now, why are you not paying the City of Harare? You say they don't collect my bins. Then I've always asked people, what started first? You not paying, them not collecting, what started? And the best narrator of any excuse to remove accountability on themselves will say they started it. So it remains to be a vicious cycle where we never get to an end. I will not pay them, they will not collect my bin, so be it. And before you know it, Zimbabwe is now coming on videos as the #1 or #2 dirtiest place in the world. Because we just cannot have the sense of accountability. And as it is, Dr. Carlin is saying, yes, thank you for the motivational speech. Yes, indeed. Because as government, our responsibility is to sell one product with an H that is called hope. If I stand here as a government leader, and after my speech, you don't feel a tiny bit of hope, that means you do not have any confidence in this government. And we'll see you in 2028 or beyond. But what is necessary is that we need to first understand that accountability starts with us. We saw banks closing because they spent depositors' money. We saw insurance companies close, reinsurance companies, because they abused insurance funds. We're reading daily of lawyers who are being arrested because they spent money in the trust account. accountability is the new air that we need to breathe. Because without a sense of accountability, anything we plan has got no foundation to lay on. There has to be a sense of accountability. Even when you create your products, ask yourself, bankers, insurance companies, what am I adding to this country? Because as long as you look at your profit margin and there's no empathy for the people, then it doesn't work. I know Sam was telling me about the percentages of risk profiling, and he said, look, the margin in Zimbabwe is very small, but this is who we are. We are a country with 25 years of economic sanctions. We cannot borrow. That's the reality. The fact that we are somehow succeeding through it does not negate the fact that there are certain things our neighbors can do that we can't do. The fact that we can't make payments and offer taking our funds away does not make it not true. But it does not make sanctions be a legal excuse for us to underperform and not think. In the fact that we are in and under sanctions, something has to give. And the only thing that we have as Zimbabweans is us. We are educated enough, we are resilient enough, so surely we can be able to create an economy. So my office is always open, but as government, I wish also that every other door is also open, so that I don't have to address issues that your councillor has to fix. And I think when we are doing that, then we are all being accountable. That's why I asked you that, are we being accountable? If I was going to knock on your door today as Zimra and say, Sam, let's go through your financials. Can you tell me how you bought this property, how you did this? You should be able to explain. In Zimbabwe, I think 99% of us will not be able to explain, because the element of accountability does not exist anymore. We want others to be accountable to us, but we don't want to be accountable to them. And we don't want to be held to account. So Zimbabweans, that's why I said attitude is the new air that we breathe, and that should help us.
I did like that comment about we're in a safe mode, talking about innovation, talking about using our young minds, and as well bringing in women, the youth, into this conversation, because of course, you know, no one can be, everybody can be innovative. Ladies and gentlemen, any final questions? There we go. There's two questions, one there, and then thank you. Please introduce yourself as usual, and can you keep your questions?
Yeah, sure. It won't be a comment. Afternoon, engineer. My name is Adlife from Old Mutual. Since you said in your office you cover absolutely everything, I wanted to ask two things. One, consolidation of regulation around the ease of doing business. We have several regulators, and some of them regulate on the same thing in a different way. How fast are we moving to consolidate all these regulations, particularly in the context of what we discussed around AI? I'm sure in a few months, every regulator will wake up and have some sort of regulation around AI, and there'll be 5 SIs from 5 regulators. So what are we doing around consolidating regulation and supervision? The second one was around, again, ease of doing business, particularly in the deeds office and the stability of the sector and so on. I think we spoke about tokenization, properties and so on. There is some work that's going on around the deeds office and several pieces of work being done around security of tenure on various types of properties. How fast are we moving around that particular office? Because it underpins a lot of financial structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question, unless there's anyone else. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Violet Trevimbo Katio, and I'm the head of exploration for UNDP Zimbabwe. So I loved the fact that we brought in universities in the conversation and how universities can contribute to innovation. So my questions or maybe comments are, from the work that we're doing as UNDP, we have been doing ecosystem mapping. We have been also working a lot with startups that are coming from different hubs and universities. But we understand that, we see that there are a lot of brilliant innovators, but most of the prototypes remain in the labs. And there's not enough funding to support the scaling of these innovations. So how can we create structured pipelines where regulators capital markets, banks can actively test, adopt innovations developed by universities. The second one is, could a multi-regulator sandbox also include university innovators so that their ideas are stress tested alongside private sector startups rather than being left behind? And this also speaks to a startup bill. In Zimbabwe, I'm not sure if we do have a startup bill or a startup act, but I think it's something that we also need to look at in order for us to support the innovations or innovators that are coming from different institutions. Then the second one is on ecosystem strengthening. The startup ecosystem in Zimbabwe is very fragmented. Everybody's working in silos. So I think my question to you and also everybody who's here is, what role can partners, regulators, and industry players come together and engage in clear standards for marginalized communities and also supporting startups and universities? And then, what frameworks can we build where university innovators and startups are merged with banks, insurers, capital markets, players to co-create real products so that these innovations don't just die? Because what we see is there's a gap between industry and what is happening within university hubs. How do we bridge the gap? What role can we all collectively play, not only as government, but also as development agents, as also private sector, so that we don't frustrate our innovators, but we encourage our innovators to grow and thrive so that they can contribute to the development of our nation? Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Violet. Some very, very good questions there. And then we had the final, was that the final one? Yeah, that's your final question, Piers. Sure, go for it.
Let me just answer you whilst it's still fresh in my mind, and I'll start with you from UNDP. So the president made a call for all our universities to be innovative. And this call has been very much cemented. We saw during COVID how we ended up not having to import things and we're making them locally and etc. A couple of years back, one of my closest friends was the PS Kundishora, who was retired now, Engineer Sam Kundishora. And what many people don't know is when Sam Kundishora was overseas in one of the Scandinavian countries, back in the 80s in university, one of the labs was challenged by youth development partners to look into innovativeness. And that Scandinavian university, which Sam was part of, Kundishora is Zimbabwean, developed the magnetic card that you now use in hotel doors. Did Sam start a company for magnetic doors? No. Sam innovated, and the trademark was passed on to industry, and thousands, hundreds and thousands of doors, if not millions today, have got that technology of magnetic swipe to this day. The challenge that we have in Africa is that when one person starts taking care of chickens, the next door will also start taking care of chickens. The other one will start taking care of chickens. No one thinks of starting making the feed for the chickens. No one thinks of start a butchery to sell the meat and the eggs. And we've watched this space now in the innovation gap, where universities are trying to go into business. No, that's not their space. You need to challenge, as UNDP, the University of Zimbabwe. Right now, we've got 95% of our traffic lights are not working as RR. With all the engineers, 4,000 plants. I'm a member of the institute and I know we have thousands of engineers. We have 95% of traffic lights in this country are not working. And it is you, UNDP, who would challenge the electronics department of the University of Zimbabwe and say, create something. But when they create it, they patent it. The laws are there. They pass it on now to Mukonitronics, who starts manufacturing these things, and the uptaker is the government and City of Harare, wherever, and there's a market, but the innovation was created. It dies in the lab when you start making a product and then you want to compete with the people you made the product for. That's why it's dying in the labs. So the biggest budget today of Huawei is R&D. The biggest budget of Samsung today is R&D, research and development. The biggest budget of Microsoft today, research and development. They go to the universities, Stanford, MIT, give them grant funding, and they come up with solutions. Then they commercialize them. and they pay them royalties for their thinking. So that's how African universities can go by. I'll give you one fundamental area which UNDP needs to look into. Africa still remains the botanical library of the world. In Africa, you've got medicines from our grandmothers passed on to our grandfathers, generation to generation, that you know. And we saw all of us, even the new salads, knew something called Zumbani. It didn't start now. It's always been there. I grew up drinking Zumbani tea. Can you imagine if you funded African universities to go into their botanical gardens and look at plants which can stop cancer? Are you telling me we will not find a solution? We'll find it. The question is, if the university tries to then open a pharmacy, then we have a problem. But if they stick to research, then pharmaceutical companies, big pharma, can pay the money. Ideally, a research institution or an educational institution around the world does not need funding from the state. It just needs to survive on grant funding because it's doing learning and research. Learning and research. And so that's one area. So, my dear, we can look at the ecosystem. You can map it from here to Timbuktu, but as long as the mapping is not the left hand passing on to the right, then we're not going to go anywhere. The same with innovations. Research studies. If you go around the world, they'll tell you that AIG, Aon Insurance, they fund universities in Norway, around the world to do research about how they can innovate themselves. Sam, what is our budget on research as Old Mutual? Research doesn't mean to go to Nyanga, Troutbeck for a workshop. No, it means who are you funding to go into the market to research for you so that when you sit back, you've got third-party data that you can analyze. Statistics that are not motivated to spruce up your egos in the corporate world, but statistics that tell you the reality. When we grew up with CSE, Samson, yoga. And nyama inotaura inonaga yoga, Old Mutual. First Mutual. All of you guys. When I go where I'm going, I should be able to talk about you when you're not there. So this is the ecosystem that we want. And the multi-regulatory sandbox, I'm not a firm believer. Think tanks, yes. Regulatory, there has to be a referee in a game. And that's the government. The government cannot be a player. The government, however, needs to have social safety nets. We have made the mistake as African governments of giving away social services to be privatized. We've privatized schools. We've privatized hospitals. We've privatized all the social basic elements that we need. And as a result, we lose control. So a good governance system means that you, as UNDP, need to help us to regain those safety nets. Let me answer my brother from Old Mutual. And I'm hoping Sam is the one who gave you this question so that he doesn't have to ask me. So you have to understand that 80% of African governments are working with legacy law. 80% of African governments today, if not more, are working with legacy law. In other words, colonial law. And very few have managed to tweak those 1968, 1982, 1971 policies into the modern day era. So even some of our driving laws applied back then, some of them don't apply now. They don't apply now. I'm imagining in countries where they've got trams and you're driving and you're busy taking out your hand to say, I'm going to signal to go right. It'll be hit by a tram. I'm just imagining which laws we need to tweak. So this element of saying we need to consolidate regulatory frameworks is not something that is going to happen overnight. Why? Because you've got a government architecture from colonialism which survived on the taxation of services. But then you have countries like Dubai where the government survives on taxation but not on service delivery. So that paradigm shift means that government has to lower until we get to a point where a birth certificate is free. But we have to get to a point where we up the game to say if we are removing these revenue streams, then you and I need to make sure we increase these other revenue streams. So it's not about sweating more taxes on the 25%. That is almost being like as if we are punishing you. It's about increasing the tax base. So more effort needs to be put in making sure that we have more people paying their taxes so that we have less services which are being paid across intermediation. In terms of security of tenure, go to Botswana, Mozambique, Zambia, and I wanted to not talk about Namibia, but I've got an executive from Namibia here who I invited to come to this so that you can just hear how Zimbabweans talk. And she's here, and I'm sure she's enjoying herself. Go to Namibia. I think it's 80%, right? Yeah, she's nodded. 80% of Namibian land is under a German title deed. 80% of Namibia is under one title deed, which is sitting in Germany. And I think Faisal said something very good. Zimbabweans pagone kwatendaiwo. You are the only country where you've got the largest majority of black people who own land, who own farms, who own the means of production. South Africa does not have one black man who owns a bank. In this country, you are now saying the land we gave you for free, we're now giving you a title deed. And some of you muguri mauswa. But you're now getting a title deed so that you can go to the bank and borrow and be securitized. It's going to be a journey. But we need to appreciate the foundation that has been laid politically, historically, and where we are today. So that tomorrow when you have that land, you don't cut it up to be residential stands. You understand that a farm produces food for my nation, and I'm obliged to do that. Thank you. I hope I've answered.
That's great. Thank you so much, PS. And I think, Violet, thank you for that. Big round of applause. And I think to add to you, Violet, your questions, I think a sandbox, it will be good to include innovators in the sandbox. That makes sense. Young innovators, universities, and so forth. Why not? And also startup actors is another issue. And of course, business must also go to the innovations and hubs and say, this is our issue. Can you solve it for us? So business can go to the hubs to get innovative. Big round of applause, please. Afazo Moguti, Permanent Secretary for Presidential Affairs and Devolution in the Office of the President and Cabinet. Now, he has a quick token of appreciation for you, please, sir. If I may ask the Old Mutual. Please, a big round of applause. P.S. Moguti, excellent speech. As you said, food for thought. Thank you very much indeed. While he's giving a token, I'll tell you an interesting story. I did an interview once, and I was talking to someone who does intellectual property. And we were talking about Mahewu. You know Mahewu, of course, right? Thank you. Big round of applause for the PS. Thank you, PS. So we were talking about Mahewu. Now, did you know, this is the most incredible thing you'll ever hear in your life, I think, because I was shocked. Did you know that the process for making Mahewu is owned by a Norwegian company? Did you know that? Yeah. If you want to make Mahewu outside of Zimbabwe, you have to go to a Norwegian company and ask for their permission to make it the way that we make it. That shows you as well we're also slacking as Zimbabweans. All right. Whoa, we have a lot to go, Patrick. Yeah, should we take a bit of a break, or should we continue straight in? Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes, it's now, we reconvene at 10 past 3. It's about 4 minutes. Just take a stretch, stand up, take a health stretch. Thank you. And we'll now, after the break, Ambassador Callon will come and give his speech. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can please take our seats, thank you. The health break is over. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please make our way into the hall so we can, we need to get them, so we can commence our afternoon session.
Please, let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are now heading towards the climax of our program. The conversation is getting richer, and we need to continue so we can make good time. So even as we settle, we'd like to offer an encouragement to all our speakers who are now to come through, because we are now literally operating in the heat of the day. Let's aim to be concise and succinct with our contributions so that we can still finish in good time, but also still make impact with our contributions.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move in. Now, as you know, we did break down today into 3 specific segments. We've had the PS who was talking confidence later on, but he had to speak earlier because unfortunately he had to leave us. But we are now going to look at the second pillar of our conversation today, which is inclusion and formalization for the digital age, rethinking that. So our keynote speaker of this segment, please join me. Put your hands together for the UN Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Ambassador Edward Callon. Thank you. Big round of applause. Thank you. Oh, you can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. You can do better than that.
He will be responsible. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is a very difficult time of the day, after lunch and after that energetic, motivational interaction with peers and all the great inputs we have received so far today. It's all kept resonating with me that there is a human element in transformation, and that if we are going to make progress in transformation, we must be able to understand that human face or human element, as the case might be, and be prepared to actually bring them at the central stage of whatever we are planning to do. The PS said a lot, and I'm a big admirer of what he was saying, because a lot of them made sense, not only for Zimbabwe, but for Africa in general. The salutations are many, but the protocol has already been established. But let me recognize our host, Mr. Sam Matsiketi, the Group CEO of Old Mutual Zimbabwe, and then my former old colleague there, who I also really admired listening to him after a long time, Dr. Fayaz King, who is an independent, non-executive director, digital transformation, telecommunication, information technology, and digital economy leader. Zimbabwe, you are lucky. That is one of the brains in these areas in the world. And he deserves a big hand. So I will ask to stand on the existing protocols already established. But a salutation to ladies and gentlemen is always in place. I would like to open with the story of Amai Ruvarashi. This is not the real name because I want to ensure there is privacy, who was a hard-working farmer from a rural area of Mashonaland Central. Amai Ruvarashi has tilled her land for decades, feeding her family and contributing to her community. Yet, she operated entirely outside the formal economy. This simply meant no access to credit, insurance, or even a verifiable record of her contribution. Amai Ruvarashi's story highlights the stake we are discussing today, the exclusion of millions from economic empowerment due to the barriers of formalization. But what if formalization could work for Amai Ruvarashi? What if we could empower those like her instead of adding to their challenges? Distinguished delegates, friends, colleagues here. The reality in Zimbabwe today is that formalization is often perceived as a burden, a complex, costly, and distant process fraught with mistrust. The cost involved can be prohibitive. The complexity can be overwhelming. The distance, both physical and bureaucratic, creates further obstacles. Fundamentally, there is often a trust gap, a sense that formalization benefits the limiting access. No, I take back that statement, that formalization benefits the system more than the individual, which is the central core of the dichotomy here, and that these barriers have significant consequences, limiting access to livelihoods, hindering the protection of rights, and stifling economic growth. Friends, however, formalization does not have to be this way. We need to fundamentally shift this convoluted perspective. We must enhance what I'm calling today a people-centered, principle-based approach, which builds formalization around 4 critical elements. 1, proportionality. Formalization tailored to the specific needs and capacities of individuals and businesses. 2, interoperability. Seamless connecting various systems and databases to reduce redundancy and improve efficiency. Rights respecting, which is upholding the rights and dignity of all individuals with clear mechanisms for resource and redress. Most importantly, this shift must create value from the beginning. The million-dollar question is, how do we make this shift happen? Digital tools and AI offer unprecedented opportunities to transform formalization. And how does this happen? It's done by accessible onboarding through user-friendly interface and multi-language support, and also AI-powered chatbots for instant support and guidance, data privacy and protection, ensuring consent is informed and respected, and of course, leveraging data to continuously improve formalization process. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Zimbabwe, from our assessment, has a robust Data Protection Act and recently launched the e-regulation portal and the Sustainable Development Goal portal. Additionally, the government of Zimbabwe, with support from the UN, has produced and launched key assessment and programs, including the e-trade readiness assessment, the National Productive Capacity Gap Assessment, and the Holistic Productive Capacity Development Programs. These tools and studies aim to streamline investment procedures and ensure that essential information is easily accessible to all. Such transparency not only alleviates investor concern, but also promotes formalization by providing reliable, rigorous, and comprehensive data through these platforms. This, as far as I'm concerned, will help attract both domestic and international investment. These initiatives, as you are all aware here, align with Zimbabwe's Open for Business policy by enabling investors to carry out procedures online. The platforms improve efficiency and reduce bureaucratic obstacles. We expect these efforts to significantly enhance Zimbabwe's ranking in the ease of doing business, thereby encouraging increased formal investment. Friends, today we are gathered here to explore a vital shift in our approach to economic inclusion. That is rethinking formalization for the digital age in Zimbabwe. This, as far as I'm concerned, isn't just a theoretical discussion. It's about practical, impactful strategies that can transform lives and accelerate national development. In the digital era of today, formalization is no longer a distant goal, but an achievable reality, which is demonstrated through tangible examples across Zimbabwe and beyond. Let me give you an hypothesis here. Consider the sector of smallholder farmers, a backbone of the rural economy of Zimbabwe. What we have known from analysis is clear. Digital platform can connect farmers directly to markets by bypassing traditional intermediaries. This direct link can immediately result in tangible results. And from our analysis, they are as follows. 1, a 20% increase in the number of smallholder farmers registered for mobile banking services. And this simply means more farmers are accessing savings, credit, and insurance products tailored to their needs. 2, a 15% reduction in the time it takes for new businesses to register via online portals. And this simply implies faster registration process, lower barriers to entry, encouraging entrepreneurship. And 3, a 10% increase in women-owned businesses accessing formal credit lines. Digital credit platforms, from our analysis and assessment, provide women entrepreneurs with opportunity to grow their ventures without the hurdles of traditional bureaucratic processes. Linking Amai Ruvarashi to a mobile or similar digital platform to register a small farm can enable her access microcredit, expand her operations, and employ more other women, as the case might be. Such stories could exemplify how digital formalization can catalyze individual and collective prosperity. I am sure my colleagues from FAO, ILO, UNDP, UNIDO, and WFP could provide more successful examples from the field of change lives and livelihoods. To translate these successes into nationwide change, we need a clear, actionable roadmap with short-term pilots and long-term commitments. As we say in the academia section, to facilitate organic discussion, I can propose an hypothesis of a 90-day pilot for a simplified digital registration for informal traders in Harare. Imagine a streamlined, user-friendly, mobile-based registration process for informal traders. Features could include easy online application with minimal documentation, clear protection for traders, data and business rights, and real-time feedback and support. This pilot can serve as a learning laboratory, allowing us to refine workflows, address challenges, and demonstrate impact. This must be followed by a 12-month commitment framework that could include government and regulators, simplifying and harmonizing regulations to support digital registration and formalization, as well as promoting policies that incentivize digital compliance and reduce bureaucratic red tape. 2, employers and industries such as Old Mutual, Econet, Net1, etc., can invest in digital literacy and skills development programs tailored for informal workers and small business owners to facilitate access to affordable devices and internet connectivity, especially in rural areas. 3, social and development partners such as ZNCC, CZI, UN entities, and bilaterals can invest in robust digital infrastructure, including reliable internet and mobile network coverage. They should support capacity building initiatives, including training on digital tools, cybersecurity, and data privacy. Having said this, how do we measure success with clear public matrices? To ensure accountability and continuous improvement, from our analysis, we must and should track number of first-time users accessing digital formalization services, service quality rating from users, assessing ease of use, clarity, and trust, percentage of users remaining engaged with these services after 1 year. These metrics help demonstrate progress and highlight areas needing attention. If we get this right, millions of Zimbabweans, small-scale traders, farmers, entrepreneurs will gain access to the legal protection, market visibility, and economic opportunities they deserve. Friends, digital formalization isn't just about technology. It's about empowering our people, fostering inclusion, networking, and building resilience. Digital and artificial intelligence, as far as I'm concerned, are powerful enablers supporting our collective goal of formalization. This aligns with the United Nations reform agenda under what we call UN 2.0 framework, which focuses on 5 key areas: data, innovation, strategic foresight, digital transformation, and behavioral science. It is important to remember technology should reflect and uphold societal values, serve humanitarian objectives, and help bridge developmental gaps. We must foster an economy where AI complements human efforts, promotes innovation with societal benefits, and equips citizens with the skills needed in an AI-driven world. No doubt, AI can be a catalyst for inclusivity, reform, and progress in vital sectors such as agriculture and education, while also addressing emerging ethical and governance challenges. It's urgent that we harness human creativity to reshape our economies and societies, ensuring AI serves the best of interests of humanity. It is vital to have a people-centered approach, prioritizing human needs and values over technology. This approach places humans at the heart of technological development and services. In conclusion, by embracing digital innovation and reimagine formalization, Zimbabwe can unlock the vast potential of its informal sector, creating a future where economic participation is accessible, safe, and beneficial for all. With this, I will yield back to the floor to the esteemed members of this room, business leaders, guided by the government of Zimbabwe, to reflect on the decisive steps we can take over the next 12 months to unlock Zimbabwe's potential for formalization and inclusive growth through the adoption of digital technologies and artificial intelligence. I think I will stop this, but I will end with one thing. I know side hustles are important to make ends meet. But if you think that informal sector is what is going to oil the engine room of economic growth in Zimbabwe, I am sorry. It's going to take a long, long, long time. I think the earlier speaker talked about accountability. And the question here is, how are we going to be accountable to ourselves and to our people? Thank you very much. I hope it was not too technical.
It was absolutely perfect. Ambassador Calon, UN Residence Coordinator, Zimbabwe. Ambassador, thank you. I don't know if you want to take some questions here or go and sit and then you can take a few questions. Oh, you'll sit there. Okay, no problem. Right, Ambassador has agreed to take a few questions, but please give him another round of applause. You know, he was very clear. He gave a clear roadmap and ideas for government, for industries, as well as, of course, for social partners. Clear, actionable roadmap. Let's start with a 90-day pilot for informal traders. That goes into a 12-month one, getting rid of red tape, industry, digital literacy, looking at small business, workers, and so forth. And, of course, social development partners invest in robust digital infrastructure. And one of the things that's come through in a lot of the speakers is that they all state that one of the success factors is tracking first-time users and also tracking how many users remain or come back to the platform. In other words, they don't just use it once and then disappear again. Now then, so let's open up a few questions.
Andy, may I interrupt you? My apologies.
Of course.
The PS would like to take leave shortly, so he'd like to offer some comments before he leaves.
Please, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. PS?
Thank you very much. Just to buttress what my older brother, Dr. Calon, has just said, we are only as good as the level of our exposure, Doctor. That's why you find when escalators first came to Zimbabwe, many people were afraid to get on them because they'd never seen them.
Today, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria have reduced the informal sector tremendously through digital innovations. Gone are the days where we believe someone needs to go to the tax office to register. And I believe these are some of the innovations that we should invest in. But I'd like to comment further that we are so blessed in Zimbabwe. I'm not saying it because he's a good friend of mine. When you look at tangible innovations and tangible things that have been done by the United Nations in Africa, Zimbabwe stands apart. We are right now, to those of you who don't know, through his innovation and his great team, Dr. Ayo and others, you'll find that Zimbabwe now is being used as a case study in the United Nations, where people are coming here to learn about rural electrification, all the way from European countries and other countries we never thought would come. Just right now, you go to Dete. In Dete, they've managed to put an entire solar plant, which is now just powering up an entire growth point. And where there was only one shop with a candle, it's a boom now of economic activity. But it is places like that where we need such innovations, where those growth points can become bank agencies. They can become agents for Old Mutual for people to take pensions using digital infrastructure. The brand is then controlled on a digital level and not ultimately to say we need brick and mortar. Go across into South Africa, go across even now into partly Botswana. Financial services are sharing infrastructure. In fact, if you go to South Africa, many banks don't even have ATMs and POS terminals on their books anymore because other players have come in and put that infrastructure in marginalized areas. So everything that you're saying, I believe technology is a game changer. I also believe that inclusion can be fast-tracked through digital innovations, and that the confidence then is there because there's no middleman. It becomes more transparent. It becomes much more easier. That's why in Zimbabwe people trust the EcoCash app more than they trust a normal bank, because they know that when I want to call upon my funds, there are no stories. I put in a few instructions, my money comes. And I think that's what Faisal has been trying to say since morning. So I think it is a great initiative, the speech you have given. And I think I'm so glad that yourselves and Old Mutual and the government have partnered now in terms of the green revolution which is coming and which is going to spear up more digital innovations. And just to encourage you that you're on the right track, and may you continue to, until you retire, to give us such wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. Most appreciate that. Right, just a couple of questions. Open it up. You know me, I always have questions. It's probably my job. Ambassador, there was a question. In fact, this is not my question. The question was actually asked earlier. The UN, of course, is very focused, or part of you is focused on women and youth inclusion. Because when we talk inclusion, we must talk women, youth, people with disabilities, and so forth. So maybe you can talk about what the UN is doing in terms of inclusion when it comes to that. And also, the one elephant in the room when it comes to what we're talking about, whether you're talking ZIG or US dollars, is financing. So I think that's an issue, maybe your comments on financing such initiatives or finding this inclusion. Ambassador?
Thank you for that question. Inclusion is a central theme of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is very much built on one basic principles of leaving no one behind. And here in Zimbabwe, we say leaving no place also behind. Right. So inclusion is quite central in whatever the United Nations does in Zimbabwe. And that is why issues like gender equality, creating opportunities for people with disabilities, empowering women in particular, and creating opportunities for youths are central themes in all what we do and fund. A few weeks back, we launched a very small initiative. We call it UN Unite. That looked at about qualified Zimbabweans with disabilities and brought them up for mentorship within the UN system. It was a small start, 15 of them. But to me, the symbolism about it was the issues of inclusivity, and that segment of society is equally important, especially those that have managed to go to the level of tertiary education at best. So these issues are quite central to us, and it's something we promote and support government initiatives at all levels on that. Coming to what are we doing to address gender inequality? I mean, one example I can give is linked to the partnership we have with Old Mutual Investment Group, Government of Zimbabwe, and the United Nations. With $10 million of catalytic funding from the SDG fund, we were able to catalyze a $100 million ZIMREF, Zimbabwe Renewable Energy Program, with Old Mutual. That partnership is a one-to-one matching, wherein UN brought in $10 million, and Old Mutual is matching that to a dollar. There are opportunities for more investors to come on board. The government is seriously considering prescribed assets to support that investment moving forward, so that we can have a de-risking element built into that investment. But what is beautiful about that investment? We're talking about providing electricity for rural Zimbabwe, providing electricity for schools, providing electricity for SMEs out there, providing electricity for say health centers, and also contributing to the grid, as the case might be. So the policies and regulatory work is something very much we are doing it. But the ZIMREF is so gender sensitive that is focusing on addressing gaps and inequalities. That's one critical example I do. And that is a blended financing opportunity. Zimbabwe is first in the world. And that, the ZIMREF was launched recently at Sevilla during the Financing for Development Conference. And the interesting thing is that the Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General are also big fans of this ZIMREF. So the highest level of lobby from the United Nations is supporting this initiative. And I'm sure Zimbabwe will be a good example moving forward on renewable energy in that regard. So that is one area I'm so happy about. Talking about financing for development. When we came from Sevilla in June or July, I did an op-ed on what Sevilla meant for Zimbabwe. I only encourage people who didn't read it to read it. I started with the basic principles of how domestic resource mobilization should be the fundamental basis before you start talking about innovative financing. Innovative financing, venture capital, impact investment, bonds, green bonds, or whatever name you want to call them, public-private partnership, only thrive in an ecosystem where locally mobilized resources are in place and where national leadership and ownership is stimulated. So innovative financing is not a buzzword, because I go to so many places, people talk about it, left and right. Talk about venture capital, investing partner. At times I think it's a jargon, blue bond, green bond, whatever it is. To me, the center for Africa is that local resource mobilization should be able to catalyze innovative financing, and that complementarity is what we enrich and also mobilize investors moving forward. Let me end by saying something, Andy. Most of you are aware. We are living in a world today where multilateralism that we have been so used to after the Second World War is so constrained. We are also in a world today where multilateralism is becoming so transactional. It's so less strategic and inward-looking and less generous and less rule-based. That's the reality of the world we live in today. So when we are talking about progress and transformation in Africa, I think it's a time we talk about trade over aid, opportunities over dependency, and investment over assistance. That's why I liked the Zimbabwe position in TCAD. Their strategic focus is trade, opportunities, and investment. That's the vehicle for transformation in a country like Zimbabwe. But that transformation has to be inclusive, and Zimbabwe should own it to drive it forward. But we are very concerned about issues of inclusivity and gender equality, narrowing the gap moving forward. If you compete with female staff and you are all on the same margin, she will get the job. Forget it. She will get the job. Yeah? Okay. Not because the male colleague didn't do very well, but if we can create opportunity for brilliant women, we have to do it. Thank you.
Ambassador Callon, please, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. I think that takes us nicely into our panel discussion. But before I release Ambassador Callon, maybe we can ask for a token of appreciation for him, please. Thank you. Please, a big round of applause for Ambassador Callon. One thing I really liked in his speech was when he talked about people-centered, principle-based approach, tailored to specific needs, interoperability, and right respecting. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. UN Resident Coordinator, Zimbabwe, Ambassador Edward Callon. Right, now as he makes his way down, I just want to remind you all, if you didn't know, was that after our Fantastic Days event, just for us to network, that's the nice way of putting it, and unwinding, there will be a cocktail party, so don't go anywhere. That's where you can network and ask our speakers or anybody else any questions you have, so we can continue our discussion, because I'm starting to feel, ladies and gentlemen, that we are making our way forward. Patrick, this Better Future Summit, we're making our way forward now. Good ideas, deliverable ideas, trackable ideas are coming from our speakers, Patrick.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're right on track.
Right, if I may now call our panelists to talk under the Rethinking Inclusion and Formalization for the Digital Age. May I please invite up Chris Mugaga, CEO, Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Please give them a big round of applause as they come. Sekai Kubarika, CEO, Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries, CZI, and Mr. Madyanga, Mining Affairs Manager, Chamber of Mines, Zimbabwe. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists. Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just as our previous panelists will do, we'll give each of our speakers 7 minutes to just give us their conversational pieces, and then from there we'll break it into a Q&A session. So, without further ado, Sekai, ladies first. Sekai, do you mind coming up and starting off? Please, a round of applause, Sekai Kubarika, CEO, Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries. Do you want to use this? Do you want to use this or you want to walk? Okay, I'll put this back on your chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed, and also allow me to leverage on everything that has been spoken about since morning. I'm going to be very short, and I think at the center of this discussion is the issue about a human-centered approach or human-centered systems. When I look at the theme, it speaks about innovation, speaks about inclusion, and speaks about confidence. These are some of the most talked about, but less done about. But in the same vein, therein lies the opportunity for both business and society. So when something is still in conversation, circulation, or maybe is being over talked about, and there's very little, or maybe there's less on the ground than there is in the conversations, there is actually a huge opportunity that still exists. And that opportunity needs to be seized. While informalization may be an unintended outcome, formalization ought to be by design. I think that we seem to have treated smallness or infancy in our economy and in our economic activities as marginalization and vulnerability, rather than a life cycle stage in the various business sectors or economic activity that we engage in. So as such, you will find that our policy approach initially to small to micro has been to try and provide for inclusion, but almost from a point of these are vulnerable and they need to be protected and they need to be assisted, but not necessarily being intentional to look at the different sectors of our economy or businesses and actually acknowledge that smallness and micro are part of the beginnings of activities in all those sectors. So what has happened is that we sometimes are able to then take charge of some of the challenges they face away from the sectors within which they exist. So when you are addressing small business and you are addressing micro businesses from a micro-focused policy approach, but not from the specific sectors where they come from, they remain vulnerable to the sector policies and sector regulations. Because the policies that govern smallness don't necessarily govern the sectors in which the small entities actually operate. And there's a challenge there. And also recognition that some of the small activities, small economic activities or micro activities are self-employment and they are subsistence to a great extent and must just be treated as tax-free businesses because some of them are actually not turning over an amount that is equal to your minimum monthly tax-free threshold incomes. So what do we need for some of these in order to ensure that we start with formalization right from the beginning? Maybe all they need is actually identity in the first place. And just being able to be identified as a business or as an economic activity or actor should provide us with access and with the knowledge of how many economic activities we have and not require anything from them. We just should know where they are and what they are doing. But the moment we tie that identity to obligations that require them to pay taxes, to pay for regulations, which they probably can't afford, then we lose them. And we need to do this for long enough to build just confidence among some of these micro and small enterprises to be able to be willing to be part of an identified lot in the business sector, as it were. So there should not be any repercussions for registration. So registration should actually be incentivized. And we need to do it long enough for them to get comfortable with formalization, to get comfortable with knowing that somebody is going to come and inspect my business, but not require a fee from me for a certain period of time. The moment that that is met with financial requirements that are probably outside of their reach, then we scare them away, and then they remain unaccounted for, uncounted, and probably also unserviced, as it were. Unfortunately, in what we are calling informalization, or informal sector as it is called, I worry that we actually got to a point of calling this a sector of our economy. In there, we also find that there are illegal activities that also take place in that micro enterprise space because it is unregulated, it is unmonitored, and part of the reason is that the people that are doing micro businesses are actually not ready for regulation. And maybe that's not your source of tax. But as long as we can count them, as long as we know where they are, it's a very good starting point to formalization. It is more difficult to address formalization as a way to try and cure informalization. So it is easier to do formalization as a way of doing business, whether somebody is micro, is small, is medium, as long as there are no penalties, as long as formalization does not present an existential threat to them, that maybe tomorrow they will be closed, maybe tomorrow they will require to pay certain regulatory fees that they cannot afford. I'll move on to digital citizens, and we have called them digizens. They are digital citizens. We are still relating with them as the citizens of the past. The world in which commerce was born and existed was a physical world, and the citizens of that world were born of men and women. They were midwifed by midwives in our various polyclinics or in round huts, as in my village, or in other places, on the way to clinics, in scotch carts, in different places. Today, commerce exists in a different world. It exists in a digital world. And the citizens of this world that we have called digizens are not going to be born of men and women. They are going to be midwifed by corporates, by business. Who is the midwife of these digizens? It is the corporates. So we have a responsibility that as we shift into this digital world, we play the midwife role to make sure that the citizenry of that world moves with us. So we find ourselves in a situation where businesses and corporations have advanced and the citizenry has not advanced as much. And we are trying to pull the citizens into a space that we are occupying. But we have not moved with them. It is easier for inclusion if we also play the role of ensuring that we are midwifing their digizenship, that they migrate into this space where we are doing business, they migrate into this space where we are doing any other activities that we may be carrying out. It will definitely require support in terms of ethics, in terms of fair access, in terms of integrity, accountability, and any other issues that may come in harm's way for our populations as we migrate into this space. It is a space that businesses are existing and transacting in. I also then ask a question. How many businesses actually have community digital service centers, where those in our communities who can't transact digitally because they don't have access either to gadgets, smart gadgets, or they don't have access to data, can actually walk in and carry out their transactions on shared gadgets or other shared services that we may present to them. And this is part and parcel of the midwifery that I'm talking about. We need to be in the communities, supporting our communities to migrate into the space where we are now doing business and where we are accelerating our business activities. I also ask a question. How much product evolution has taken place in tandem with the type of the changing citizen that we are now looking at? So if we look at our products, if we look at our businesses over the past 10, 15 years, Is it the same product that we are trying to onboard these people to today, or we have a completely different product that is pointing towards where they are, so that we meet the people where they are, as it were. I also think that the digital transition has come with some levels of liberalization and liberties for our populations. They have a lot of access to a lot of information that we ought to create products where we are a highway to certain things that they themselves have decision-making power on, but we provide the ability for them to actually access maybe other investments or other products that are maybe not ours, but we provide a highway because they do have access to open source information that has been talked about earlier on. I see Andy is coming up, so I am just going to ask to talk about the key points in terms of what we could do going forward. I think number one is be fruitful and multiply. Business ought to play a midwife role in creating the digizens of this world. Number two, we need policymakers to move with us when we train our teams or upskill them. What will it take to include some government officials in our upskilling programs? If it doesn't come with significant costs, because the technical people that are in our government departments drafting and crafting the regulations that then govern where we are going sometimes do require this access, and it's not readily available. Incentivize rather than penalize digital transactions. Not all digital transactions are trade transactions. Some are support to families. Co-creation rather than forums for remediation and reaction management is supposed to be the way that we do policy and we do regulations. I would expect that maybe moving forward, we have more forums where we are having policy development challenges that drive our ambitions. I'm happy about the sandboxes that have been mentioned, but we do need more public forums where we are able to actually proffer some innovative ideas around policy and provide the market and policymakers with some options. Lastly, for business and policymakers, I would say it is not us against each other. It is us together against the world, and we can create the environment together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sakai Kumarika. Please, a big round of applause for Sakai, CEO of CZI. Now we also have the other business body with us today, represented, of course, by Chris Mugaga, the CEO, Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Chris, I hand the floor over to you, sir. Clap hands for him while he's walking to the podium. I must say, he can also do this, he can do this in French if you want him to as well. Right, Chris?
Thank you, and whoever is responsible for this is blind to height. You know, you and I, we are so blessed with height to the extent that my brothers, you can see how I'm struggling to adjust. Thank you.
Where's my guy?
It's okay. I think I can be heard or I'll hold it. Yeah. No, thank you so much. Allow me. No, don't worry. Allow me to observe protocol. Sam, thank you for inviting us. Leadership, I recognize protocol. I saw my friend Muguti, who was in the room. Quite a very robust. I still consider him a young man. I think he's relatively older than me, but you see the energy is quite very poppy. My brother Kalon and team from UN family, I think I recognize you, fellow BMOs. I'll just carry on from where Sekai left. You know, she spoke about us against the world. So next time also when you invite us, there's only one private sector, so just invite one of them and we are done. That's very important. Yes, I mean, look, it's quite a very difficult one. Last time when I was in Nairobi, one thing I noticed, which was quite very common in Nairobi, was tinted vehicles. Almost every car in Nairobi is tinted. Then I had to go on to ask, but why are your cars tinted? I'm not sure how many of you observed that. And the response was, it's a security measure. Back home, we are removing the security measure. So you see diversity of preferences. Just taking it, I think what's most significant in I will speak, not necessarily, it's not a PowerPoint. Formalization, I'll be guided by Ambassador Kalon's presentation, obviously being a panelist. Could it be an oxymoronic term to say formalization when you are referring to Zimbabwe? It had become a strange term, obviously, for the simple reason that a 76% underground economy and the agenda of formalization, as we pitch it, what does it mean to each and every one of us in this room? Confidence. Which confidence? What confidence? I think we have to answer that also. Formalization, like Sekai said, is by design. When it's informality, if you ask the creators of informality, they will openly tell you that we thought the policy would work this way. But what we call in economics, the what? The unintended consequences. Let me be controversial before I go into a few issues I'll raise on the topic to emphasize on one aspect I believe is the harshest, the biggest it takes to formalization. I know different views will come, but that's democracy. But that threat to formalization, it is the currency. Maybe we seem to underestimate the downside of having a walking textbook of pathology when you define a currency. It's struggling. How do you tell someone who is saving money in a bank that tomorrow will come, leave your man today? Competition between the pillow and the banking vault. Insurance. If the currency is not certain, how do you tell me that IPEC, I saw my brother from the regulator, how do you convince me that I should insure myself? Indeed, it's no accident what PS was talking about. People preferring insuring their lives, funeral, as opposed to health. They believe death is certain, it's closer to them, versus the certainty. So naturally it becomes those in funeral business, then you have to take advantage. There's business there. Everyone wants to insure because they are not sure where to place their currency. Death will come anytime. When you look at the population pyramid. So whenever we talk about formalization, there has to be a solution to currency. It's the basis, the common denominator to any discussion on formality, on confidence. Even people, when you talk about taxes, when you talk about all other variables, if you follow closely, you'll be shocked that they all boil down again to currency. But the taxation issues you raise are, Mutual is telling you, pay your tax, but pay in the currency of trade. Why currency of trade when ZIG and US dollar, it's $1 equal to 26 point something ZIG? You will not accept. Don't worry, it's safe. He will not accept. You know why he will not accept? Because he accepts that the exchange rate is wrong. Can you see what's happening? The exchange rate is wrong. And if the exchange rate is wrong, you can't have confidence of relying on a certain currency. That's the first thing. Whew. let me talk about AI, but my brother, Econet, non-executive director, it's something you talk about every day, but it will be of interest. Next time, who is responsible for the podium, make sure it's strong for strong guys, eh? It's very important. Some people are born strong, isn't it? Artificial intelligence is capitalism. At one point, I said, let me use DeepSeek. Most of you, possibly, you know DeepSeek. It's a Chinese what? A platform. Let me just read what DeepSeek said. And most of you, I guess, you also know about the Tiananmen Square. You know the protest in the late 80s. If you go to DeepSeek and say, can you explain what happened to Tiananmen Square and the reasons behind it? This is artificial intelligence, isn't it? We use it every day. I'm asking a question because I want a response. Listen to the response from DeepSeek. I am sorry, I cannot answer that question. I'm an AI assistant designed to provide helpful and harmless responses. What does this mean? What's the moral of what I'm raising? So wherever you are seated when you are pushing an agenda of AI, for starters, yes, it's big data. It's computing power. Where is it coming from? You feed it. But what does it take for us to push AI? There are interesting figures here in terms of power. If you look at power in Zimbabwe at the moment, we are talking of what today is 1,400 megawatts, isn't it? We are producing for 1,400 megawatts. But if you are to talk of proper artificial intelligence, what you need are data centers. And data centers, as I'm talking to you today, in terms of energy consumption, we don't talk of megawatts, we talk of terawatt hours. In fact, if data centers were a nation today, as I'm talking to you, their consumption of power eclipses that of France as an economy. The context is, AI is not just a happy talk where you wake up and say, let's deliberate on AI, because it's the in thing. Fundamentals, same. It is fundamentals. We need to agree to fundamentals. But what does AI mean to a business in Zimbabwe? Surely 76% informality versus AI. There should be a business case for AI, because you should be able to look beyond Zimbabwe. That's AI. Let me just give an interesting statistic. In terms of rich people, look at rich people. When I say rich, I mean wealthy. These ones will not even give you a car, but they are rich. Very, very wealthy. They will not be able to do that. Elon Musk, it's AI. And what is the value of the industry tech today? We are talking of 38 trillion US dollars. The third largest industry in the world, AI, a 17 trillion base. Software, 15 trillion. Tech hardware, 13 trillion. So if you talk of top 10 most valuable industries today, it's artificial intelligence. And as I'm raising it, artificial intelligence, the advantages, it looks beyond that market of 1,400 megawatts. It looks at that market beyond 16 million citizens. Just this morning I was listening to figures on how Zimbabwe is doing well regarding tourism. Why I'm throwing these figures is to challenge each other. You know, when you know where you are, it's easy for the discussion on the upside risk to formalization. Because formalization should be able to bring more to you as a business. Zimbabwe, when you talk of 2024 figures for tourism, it's about what? 1.4 million visitors. Maybe I'm reckless to look at these other countries in Europe, but it's not reckless because we have big force, we have good resort towns. When we talk of UK, same year, where we are talking of 1.4. UK is 295 billion from tourism. You and I, we can even struggle to know what is in UK, which tourists go and look at. Germany, 488 billion. 2024 figures. USA, 2.4 trillion. China, 1.3 trillion. But if you look at the underlying factor to what drives these figures, someone said when you Google Zimbabwe, it's the message which comes. I know most of you are world travelers. You know, we need to work so hard as a nation. The image we have is not as good as we want. But it's us, you and I, who can create that positive image, which will make it easy to formalize. Part of our lobbying, I always try not to cross the path when it comes to diplomatic engagements. But when one politician who is a senior minister raised the issue of Chinese smuggling minerals out of this country, I became so confident to talk about it because, look, he comes from mining, my brother from Chamber of Mines, but if Chinese are smuggling, what does that have anything to do with what we are talking about here? Sekai, we talk of regulations, levies. If you remove the levies, the fees as a government, to incentivize formalization, one leg you're doing right. But the second leg, the smuggling of the minerals. And those levies will even end up benefiting who? The very individuals we are talking about, more than us. So the story is not just in eliminating levies or taxes. Electric vehicles, International Atomic Agency is predicting that by 2035, it will be a beyond 85 billion business, that alone. But go to the Lobito corridor, Zambia, DRC, Angola, the biggest producers of that metal. It's poverty. How do we formalize when the incentive to formalize is not there? So I think what's more important, firstly, then as I conclude, firstly, we have to accept that what we see with our eyes, even statistics, is not reflective of what is on the ground. So if an economist is sitting in the office at Old Mutual, you should not come to the CEO and say, no, I saw the deposits in the banking sector, total macro, it's 4 billion. So we make a strategy out of that. You can't afford that. It's an informal economy. The underground, the thickness of underground Zim economy is so palpable that you can touch it. Vanilla banking, you know, bankers, we work with them, these are members, but bankers in the room, I always talk about vanilla banking, you know. Banking in Zimbabwe, it's a case of where is your security? How do we fund AI? When you talk of artificial intelligence, funding the agenda, look at the ecosystem in Silicon Valley, even Rwanda and Africa, Kenya. You need investors, venture capital, who are interested in the field. But when I saw figures in the morning, same about loans, I'm not sure if I can trust those numbers, where most of the loans from most of our banks are going to individuals. I'm not sure if I can really rely, but those were the numbers which came. What does it mean? Does it mean we are consumptive? Does it mean we fear tax authorities to the extent that it's better to deal with a tax authority as an individual who is getting a loan in business? What are the issues? Our banking, it needs to shift from vanilla banking, where you get an order finance to import clothes from China. You get an order to deliver, but they still ask for 2-year financial statements. What is that? I think it's important to have such a conversation also. What does it mean? Education system. Yes, I'm hearing a lot, people talking about University of Zimbabwe, NAST. They are talking about, what do you call them? These hubs, innovation hubs. Certainly the idea is amazing, but look at best practices. When you are talking of a successful innovation hub, it doesn't compete, it complements. It should be Dairyboard Zimbabwe, which is so worried about the production cost and what kind of technology they need. And they consult with the university to have the best technology. But what we are having now, when you have a trade fair, it's my dairy board seated here with their milk. The university is also proving that they can also do better. The same will apply to AI. When the agenda of artificial intelligence and what it means to insurance growth in an informal economy is discussed, how many papers are we receiving from the academia Look at the number of, I always joke and say, I'm sorry, Dr. Kalon. Sometimes I fear the title doctor because there are so many now. And the mistake which is made sometimes, every time I travel somewhere, they call me doctor. When I was in South Africa, they said Dr. Mugaga. And I said, but why are you calling me doctor? I'm not here. Then they said, no, Zimbabwe, so many doctors. How did you miss this one? Well, there are so many doctors in our country. So as I conclude, the agenda on formalization is a difficult one. It's a current issue. Let's fix it. There is every incentive to remain informal as long as you don't know the color of money tomorrow. Any rational player will see it that way. I believe if we solve the current conundrum we are facing today, we are wiping off almost 75% of the problems we are raising today. Just by currency. And so we had fixed it. And I just believe as private sector one day will sit and say there's one agenda. And this agenda is to see a working currency. If I ask any one of you in this room to say who has got ZIG, the probability certainly is somewhere just below 1%. How do I formalize? The absence of ZIG means I didn't go and exchange it at a ability change. It also means I prefer my US dollar because I can control it without circulating. It usurps the confidence. But this should not push away the agenda on AI. USA, China. If you look at the whole conflict between USA today on tariffs and China, NVIDIA, arguably the biggest company we're talking of in USA. If you talk of valuation of NVIDIA today, it's northwards of $4 trillion. They are the biggest sellers of the H20 chips into the into the China market. And China is the biggest producer of robots, the biggest manufacturer to the world through AI. But when they are fighting their wars on trade are on how do we grow the global value chains on AI to dominate the world. And AI is where the world is going. It's no longer the case of what do you have on the ground. It's a case of how do you convert what is on the ground to something. So you don't go out there and boast to say we have got so and so minerals which are exploitable. The question which AI is pushing is, to what extent can you exploit those minerals at a very minimum cost? That's artificial intelligence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I was of value to you. Thank you.
Chris Mugaga, thank you so much, CEO Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Thanks, Chris. You know, it's interesting in that both Sakai and Chris, they spoke bringing people into the fold, lessons from the front lines, and of course, designing for inclusion, making formalization accessible and valuable. And we will give a chance to ask a couple of questions after our final panelists. Of course, one of them being what industry will do to boost informalization, some of the steps they will take. But before we get to the Q&A session, speaking to a very important topic, savings as security, building safety nets for workers and communities. And this sector does it very well, of course. I'm talking about the mining sector. So please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Matyanga, Mining Affairs Manager, Chamber of Mines of Zimbabwe. Mr. Matyanga. While we're sorting out the podium, right, thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Andy, and I assure you, you won't have to stand up and push me off the podium. Good afternoon to you all, and may I ride on the protocol of those that came before me. I wish to thank Old Mutual for inviting the Chamber of Mines of Zimbabwe to this forum, and we believe it is a very important forum indeed. The core competencies of the mining industry has traditionally been discovering mineral deposits, building mines, extracting minerals for profitable gain. Promoting financial long-term savings for workers and communities is a new development in the mining industry. Emerging demands from society and the market are guiding the industry to explore innovative ways of creating value for stakeholders. A new business approach has therefore emerged, one that focuses on sharing the value created from from mineral extraction. It is considered an international best practice. The extraction of minerals is now expected to result in value creation for multiple stakeholders, communities and workers alike. This value then gives the mineral producer a social license to operate, which is now being considered as the leading risk in doing business in mining globally. To mitigate against this risk, the industry and other sectors have developed the environmental, social, and governance framework, which is a useful tool in managing the social license to operate. In South Africa, the mining investors are required to develop and submit to government a social and labor plan. And this plan is monitored, enforced once approved. And this allows then the mining industry to ensure that the social programs are implemented fully, and that all stakeholders are clear on what the mining industry is expected to do. As you may be aware, the government of Zimbabwe is reviewing the Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill, or rather the Mines and Minerals Amendment Act, to enhance the contribution of the mining industry to socio-economic development of the country. This bill, which is available at Flowprint, provides that mines should undertake certain social programs to ensure that the communities retain value from the exploitation of the minerals within their areas. The mining industry is also streamlining sustainable development goals in their operation with positive impacts on workers and communities. So, what are mines doing to provide safety nets for employees? Most mining companies have employees as their first pillar in their business strategies. Some of the initiatives to provide the safety nets include the following. Mines support employees in securing mortgages for their primary residence. These facilities are undertaken in partnership with financial institutions, and the properties will then be used once the mortgages are paid off to collateralize any loans that they may have or they may take with financial institutions. In Hwange, the Hwange Colliery established the Kula Fund, which provides employees with funds to renovate their existing homes, build new rural and urban homes, or set up income-generating projects. And these projects will sustain their lives after retirement. There are also pooled saving schemes that provide access to long-term savings and for the workers. And this will cover issues like financing ill health and supporting employees during their period of unemployment or in retirement. Mines also operate employee ownership schemes in compliance with the Indigenization and Economic Empowerment Act. Shares in a company are either given by the company or sold to employees through a special purpose vehicle that can then house these shares on behalf of the employees. Employees become owners of the company they work for with such vested interests in the business. The contribution of employees to the success of the business is assured. The Chamber of Mines of Zimbabwe established a Chamber of Mines Pension Enhancement Fund, which is managed by the Mining Industry Pension Fund. And this fund provides additional payments. These are pension payments to retirees to complement what the Mining Industry Pension Funds provides. And this provides security in terms of income for retirees. For communities, the mining industry has always implemented social and infrastructure development initiatives aimed at supporting communities in which they operate. These initiatives are always extended beyond the shadow of the mine's headgear and therefore are on 3 tiers. 1, the local community. 2nd, the province in which the mine is located, as well as at the national level. These initiatives cover corporate social investments, which is also sometimes called corporate social responsibility, enterprise development initiatives, infrastructure development, as well as community share ownership schemes. And under the corporate social investment initiatives, this covers a wide range of activities and initiatives spanning agriculture, health, education, water and sanitation, among many others. These initiatives are framed to establish strong and beneficial and valuable relationship between mines and communities in which they operate. The value from the exploitation of these minerals must be seen to be shared with the communities in which mining is undertaken. On enterprise development, the initiatives are again varied, and these are aimed at establishing enterprises that supply the mines with goods and services. The mines use their strong balance sheets to secure funding for the enterprise and also provide secure offtake arrangements. Such enterprises can then expand to provide services and goods beyond the mine itself. So we have a lot of such enterprises that have been developed in the industry, spanning rock mechanics, spanning areas such as servicing of mining equipment and such other initiatives. There is also the community share ownership trusts that have been established, which are special purpose vehicles that houses shares in mining companies owned, which is then, whose shares are owned by the communities. We have the Mondorongezi community share ownership scheme, the Gwanda, Shavani, Chiadzwa, among many others. And these invest in initiatives that generate income, which is then used within the communities to uplift the standards of living of communities. In developing all these initiatives, mines undertake intensive community and stakeholder consultations. These consultations result in a project and program buy-in and support from the communities. I think with that, I'll stop here and hope that we will respond by question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matanga from the Chamber of Mines. Ladies and gentlemen, you recall we started the conversation with Ambassador Callon, US representative, really looking at financial inclusion, how to bring women, youth into it, how AI and how digital technology will transform not just our economy, but the way we do business, the digital products, particularly for those not included in the products, those in the rural areas in particular. But now let's open up the floor very quickly to our panelists. So obviously, please, like we have done during the rest of the day, some questions from the audience will be most appreciated. Sakai, I like this idea about your community outreach, with businesses actually being out there, so that if there's any issues with business, communities can come and reach out and business can help them. But what more do you think business can do? And let's talk about government, business, social partners. What more can each of them do to drive this financial inclusion agenda, to drive the digital technology agenda, to try and get more people, more of our citizens around the country involved in the digital age? What do you think your members or business can do?
I would say that businesses create economic opportunities, and I think that financial inclusion, besides being in the ecosystem to participate in transactions or be banked, there needs to be money to be circulating. And economic activity opportunities are what is actually needed. So for businesses, I would say that businesses need to be more entrepreneurial in terms of identifying. I think there's some latent talent that we have in our communities that we are not currently tapping into. And part of it is actually delaying the development of innovative products that can accelerate economic opportunities and also financial inclusion. And I think part of the dilemma is traditionally, we recruited people into our companies, we gave them products that we had already created, which they were responsible for marketing or selling or managing. These could have been services, these could have been physical products. But now we have a lot of intellectual capital that is around and ready to create and innovate. I'm not sure that our reward systems are geared for that. So I think there are solutions that we are leaving on the table because we are looking for somebody with a certificate and a degree, and yet a lot of the practitioners in the digital space are actually self-taught to a large extent. They've discovered the opportunities, they know the challenges, and they can solve problems. But they're actually failing to scale some of their solutions because there's a disconnect with our businesses. And also because we are not geared to absorb them and to remunerate or reward that intellectual capital that comes to us, the opportunity to expand economic activities digitally remains limited. So I think businesses also need to have a bit of a shift to connect with that talent and to scale up some of the innovation they are holding. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagai. Chris, let's talk about this. You did talk about innovation hubs, and I think earlier on, Violet from UNDP talked about an ecosystem in which there is a deliberate link between innovation and business, rather than, as you yourself said, innovation actually competing with business. So let's expand on that more. You have industry, you have your industries. If you look back a couple of years, I believe it was over 600 products a year we used to create in Zimbabwe. I think now we're down to 10 in the last 5 years. It gives you an idea how product creation is not a big thing in Zimbabwe, yet it was. Chris, how do you think business can work with whether innovation hubs or innovators, or even with financial service providers, Old Mutual, for example, work with them to come up with products that you see your customer doing, products that you require as business to sell, products that will give you a competitive advantage, because that's what we're talking about here, is bringing uplifting people as well as, of course, creating business opportunities. Chris?
Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think working with institutions, business, working with institutions such as Old Mutual is business. So possibly it's one side of the, possibly it's even the same coin. I think the observation, firstly, if you look at those who are doing well globally, I spoke about the Chinese, look at South Korea, look at USA. The statistics I gathered, if you look at the STEM graduates, what gives sleepless nights to Donald Trump when his education advisor is briefing him at White House? It's not the number of people or graduates coming out of their universities. The STEM graduates. Huh? Because when you talk of, for example, AI, you have to be quite very talented. It's technical. The world is going there. That's the reality of it. So I think our conversation with most of our tertiary institutions being, what kind of graduates are we producing first to drive the whole story? Because once the caliber of that graduate is compromised, the story, it can even end up with a picture. I don't want to use the word propaganda, but when talent is not there, you know what happens. There's just no talent. So I think it's the curriculum. If Zimbabwe is to push, it has to be clear on the STEM subjects. And secondly, applied research. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe normally jokes and say, I still wonder, but sometimes maybe he could be biased, but he says, I wonder why a professor at a university who is a lecturer will go on strike because he's not content with $250 US. His argument being, but you're a professor. What took you to professorship? Surely it's research. And surely, I guess there is so much money out there for proper research. At one point, I was having a chat with Sam, you remember, when we were talking about you want to commission a research. But if you look at the output, the product which comes out, it's substandard. But there's a whole title of this person called what? A doctor, a professor. So I think it's interrogating the quality of our education because it will feed into the industry we are talking about. China didn't wake up being that manufacturing hub to the world. It was so intentional. You look at their curriculum from late 70s to date. The idea was clear. There's no way they were going to catch United States of America, Japan, if they spend most of their time. I'm not taking anything away from humanity. I'm not taking anything away from the humanities for those who have pursued. But to drive this agenda we are talking about, you need a certain breed. How do you explain bathrooms being blocked? I'm not my chamber are blocked up by university, but there's a whole engineering department. Those are the issues we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but Chris, it doesn't also make sense possibly for business to do what they do overseas. Business puts together money to set up an AI-based sort of course or AI-based initiatives. I know a lot of do that. A lot of businesses get their heads together and put funding for some sort of course. But anyway, Mr. Machanga, thank you. Look, I know the mining sector definitely is one sector that really looks after your people. There's no doubt about it, because I think you notice that the people are actually what you need to mine your product. So you put a lot of housing in there, schooling and so forth. Let's talk about this creation of insurance production. You've got your pension fund, mining industry pension fund. How would you encourage this savings culture? Because of course pensions are a form of savings, but are you finding that in your communities that your mining houses serve, that the saving culture is there, not just amongst your workers, but also amongst their extended families and in the communities around? Or is it more like just spend what you eat? You know, you get your money and you spend it straight away. What are you finding in your communities?
Thank you, Andy. There is definitely a clear policy to try and encourage employees to save. And these various schemes that I've talked about are going a long way towards ensuring that employees save part of their income. Of importance, really, is the evidence of that saving is coming through in the number of mining professionals that have invested significantly in various projects. agricultural projects, engineering projects, some are into property and so on. So there is definitely that culture that is being promoted throughout the workforce. As it regards the communities, there is very little that mines can do to do the encouragement for communities. Maybe that's an area that requires a lot of exploration to find out how best the industry can support the initiatives of communities. But the leverage that mines have on communities is really quite minimal.
Great, thank you very much. Right, I can take it just if there's a question from the floor or any questions from the floor. No? Well, great. I'll call the session to a close. Oh, sorry, Colin. Patrick, do you mind? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Chris. You mentioned that the biggest problem we have is currency. We all agree. My question is, what is the proposal? What do you see as the solution to this problem? I know it's a monster we have been grappling with for a long time, and situation has been changing and all that. But as of now, what is your recommendation? And that recommendation, how is it being viewed by the authorities?
Interesting question, Chris. Please.
I think after responding, I'll give my colleagues floor to respond to, because when they engage, I'm sure it's a wide issue. I think if you look at the current issue, my brother, it's a problem of the exchange rate. If you look at Zimbabwe since 1997, just during your spare time, just look at numbers from 97, when Zimbabwe had strained in terms of the whole exchange rate management issue. I don't think the collapse of currency in 2008 was a 9 days wonder, which could just create a sensation over that year. It was a combination of years. So when you're giving advice or recommendations, you don't give as if there's a notional challenge which just arose. That's for starters. We spoke about it when Gideon Gono was still the governor, before the collapse of the currency even. It was a discussion under Mangujga. Up to now, if you're someone who passed on in 2003 was to wake up and listen to your lobbying, they wondered, what's happening? Where is the lobbying? Still the same tone, same issues. So solution lies in an honest conversation, I think. The challenge with players in the economy is Chris might be benefiting from, think of it that I've got access to Forex at 26, which possibly you don't have. What does it mean? It means I would defend the status quo at every turn. That's an issue. After the miners surrendered this, and the manufacturers have surrendered their Forex, it's the Forex management then which becomes an issue. So yes, government listens, but in finding a solution, it seems liberalizing the exchange rate is something they are not comfortable with. Maybe it's the short-term pressures to do with inflation which gives them sleepless nights. You know, when we talk currency as business, to us it's a competitiveness issue. It's not about the number of zeros. If you're going to Ethiopia, even countries like Turkey, a manufacturing hub for textile, 6 years ago, Turkey, if you look at the exchange rate, it was $1 to 3 Turkish lira. After liberalizing, we are talking of the exchange rate of around 41, 42 years I'm talking to you now. I don't think they have a problem with that. But for us, I think we made currency a political subject. And once you make it a political subject, you think it needs political solution. Yeah. But I think it's a case of just liberalizing, and possibly you see the consequences.
That's an interesting discussion, because the question is should we actually be talking about the currency? Does it really matter what the currency is? What actually makes a currency stable, steady, and strong? It isn't the currency. It's production. Yeah? So, Sekai, over to you.
So I actually wanted to say that I think we posted something yesterday that this is the first continuous 10 months of exchange rate stability in the past 5 years. And I think in 2023, it was only 2 months. So our view is that the biggest threat to exchange rate stability right now is probably not at the central bank. It's the obligations that we have on the fiscal side. And I think if you look at what fueled our instability previously, and maybe some of the challenges, there was heavy money printing, which is absent at the moment. But we are looking at a risk, which is the mounting obligations on the fiscal side. And we think that that's where our worry should be. That can we sit down round the table and see how that can be addressed without creating inflationary pressures in the economy, but without also suffocating production. And in our view, we believe that this is where our advocacy and our engagement with government should be. We do recognize the challenge, but it probably requires that we discuss how to retire that mounting debt, but also how to stop contracting new debt. And I think sacrifices have been made on the monetary front. We are talking about the tight liquidity and the challenges it has come with. Maybe similar have to be made on the fiscal side, that maybe we can freeze some spending in order to give ourselves a bit of a runway to address the current debt stock that we have, particularly to the private sector, because it's a potential source of currency instability. So, well, I'm happy I'm not an economist, so I'm more optimistic.
I was going to say, it's such a multi-layered conversation that we can have, but I think we'll have to call this, final question, and then I have to close the session. Thank you. Do you want to move this way so the panel can see you?
Sure, thank you so much. It's not a question, but maybe an affirmation of what Sekai said earlier on about informal traders and the regulation. To say that I think as it affects mainly women and youths, I think I kind of go with her suggestion, with her recommendation to say support versus scaring them, versus threatening regulation, as there is a tendency to live from hand to mouth. So I kind of like what you painted. I think just from the viewpoint of working with women in the grassroots who are struggling, I think that would be a good approach for the government to be more supportive, not threaten with regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is not us against them, it's us all together trying to build a better future. Thank you. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists. Patrick, I think we have some goodies for our guests.
We're going to ask everybody to stay on stage, and we'll have our hostess come through and offer our tokens of appreciation. And we'll start with Sekai in consideration of her fair nature and her encouragement, which was gratefully accepted by all men when you remarked, Sekai, that we must go ye forth and multiply. We'll be sure to share those messages with all concerned.
I tell you, what an incredible conversation we've just had, ladies and gentlemen, with our panelists and, of course, with the UN resident coordinator. Hang on, are you okay there? Whoa, even I almost fell. That gives you an idea.
That's the support you were talking about, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't see any men running to help, but anyway, I suppose. But it's an incredible conversation. Business, the link between business, inclusion, and how we can get people involved, formalize. And of course, this all leads to our final topic, which is confidence, which is what we're going to finally talk about today. So everything today, Patrick, feeds into each other. Everything today is interlinked, whether you're business, you're social, whether you're in the life assurance space, everything is linked. Thank you. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much.
You all right? Okay, great.
But before we move forward, I'm going to go back just a little bit because I reflected on Chris's comments when he talked about the, shall we say, unusual situation at the university where people who are trained in a specific discipline are not, at the end of their qualification, able to offer any outcomes. And I was reminded of a story of, from Canada, actually, where a business owner who owns a timber plantation, the story goes, and he happens to visit his timber plantation. He gets there and notices that his workers are cutting down the wrong trees. And in the process, he calls out to his managers to try and correct this anomaly. But in the haste to try and achieve targets and everything else concerned with achieving efficiency, the managers ignore him and subdue what the leader is trying to communicate to his business. And in the end, they just carry on. And for me, it suggests, in line with what, I suppose, putting into context what you were saying, Chris, it's the story of efficiency versus effectiveness. And what we are doing here is really an exercise in achieving both. We need not just efficiency. What we are doing here is also focusing on what will make us effective at the end of the day. And it's a curious thing about our economy and how we're operating. So, yeah, just thought I'd leave that.
No,
Thanks.
very much so. Thank you for that, Patrick. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we get into our final panel discussion of the day, the Better Future Summit. We did have the keynote already by the permanent PS Muguti, which gave us a good foundation and grounding into what we want to talk about. So without further ado, I'd like to invite my three panelists to come on stage. First panelist, Mr. Douglas Hoto, Group CEO, First Mutual Holdings Limited. He's going to talk about the industry's perspective. Thank you. Thank you, Douglas. Rosemary Mpofu, CEO, Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. She's going to talk to us about what the consumers want, the consumer's voice. Welcome. And our last but not least, third panelist is Cuthbert Munjoma. He, of course, is from IPEC. He is the Director, Pensions and Life Insurance Supervision. Welcome, Cuthbert. Right. Douglas, as usual, we will give you the chance to talk on the industry's responsibility and the industry's perspective.
Chris, thank you very much. Look, so many things have been said, so you kind of don't know what to talk about. But the question that I've been asked to address is to say how can financial
It's too soft.
Okay, start with why. Because when you have a problem, before you can solve it, you're gonna have to start with why. So, having listened to the presenters, starting with the keynote speaker, there was no address of the question of why. Why are we where we are today? And I think we can have as many conferences as we want, as many claps as we want, applaud each other, without addressing as to why we are where we are now. We'll be going in circles. So I want to start with that. In our industry in particular, first of all, I want to clarify that it's not that there's lack of insurance in Zimbabwe. There's lack of trust in long-term insurance. It's quite important for people to get into that position. It's a massive difference to generalize things. So people buy policies that they like because they take a short-term view. And the problem we must address is that why are people taking a short-term view? Again, start with why. The keynote speaker talked about taking responsibility, about looking ourselves in the eye and saying this is what happened. So my first observation is that as the Zimbabwean populace, government, players, the policy holders, account holders, we have not accepted what went wrong in that the economy was mismanaged and it went belly up and value was lost. This is why we have spent 10 years talking about compensation, which will never come. I will say that again. And because we are talking about things that we will never do, we will not build trust driving, looking in the rearview mirror. we got to look forward. So the first thing I want to say is that for us to build trust, Mr. Facilitator, is that we must acknowledge the problem. What happened? Value was not just lost. It's not a total loss. The students of science here, I know some of you love STEM a lot, they were talking about it here, but the students of science here will know that economy, like matter or energy, cannot be destroyed, but it changes hands. So the dilemma we have is that the small people that build big amounts of money could not borrow their own money. Their money was borrowed by the few who could afford to pay back. The economy went wrong. The few that had borrowed benefited from paying off their assets with 1 month's salary. And they are holders of free assets that have no debt. But the poor, as usual, went on with their tragedy and they lost value. So we need to acknowledge that. So a number of us in this room can cry crocodile tears about having lost their pensions, but they own 3-4 houses for which they paid in 1 month's salary. So they are being dishonest, if you put it simply. So we need to actually face that. So once we've done that, we must go and say to our stakeholders, because insurance is a game of numbers, banking is a game of numbers. Those small people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, who lost their money, those who could borrow it, and end up with nothing, are the ones that we must go and talk to about trust. But there must be an acknowledgement of what went wrong. And to say this is what went wrong, this is where we are now. We are not going to be able to restore your lost value. I'm happy that the regulator is beginning to have the same mind with us, that there shall be no restitution. Yeah, it's happening because it's just the truth. The truth doesn't change. There shall be no restitution. There can be some effort to do something about it. But we must actually be very clear. I did, unfortunately, Guti has left. I actually did this openly with the Minister of Finance. I can tell you freely. And I put it in writing. I still have the letters that I wrote him to say, Honorable, I don't believe that we have enough money in this economy to take from those who benefited and they give to those who lost, because we can't do it. We've got property rights. We should have said, let's go back and open the mortgages and everybody must get back what their balance was and start paying again so that these guys can get back their money. The beneficiaries would have fiercely resisted it. And they're the ones who are knowledgeable, they're the ones who have got lawyers, and they're the ones who are in power. So it became a tragedy of the commons, as usual. So, yes, we want to build confidence. Our job is, first of all, we should stop the blame game. Half of the time I was here, people said the insurance companies lost people's money, the banks lost people's money, and nobody protested. I was trying to be a good guest, Mr. Matseget. But guests should not do wrong things and disrupt the activities of their host. But every other speaker was saying, we lost our money. So if we are still blaming the insurance companies, how can they build trust? They are being pointed at that they lost the money. They did demutualization. I don't know whether those who were talking about know what it means, but they talked about it. So issues are very simple. We must have reality in our hands. The economy went bad. Those who could borrow money borrowed it and bought assets. The poor who could not borrow money lost their savings through hyperinflation. The biggest blame, even by the Justice Smith Commission, which I don't quite believe, by the way, was pointed at the government. The government has never acknowledged its own shortcomings. They've tried to point fingers at somebody else. So until we accept that there was something that went wrong, it was the fault of how the economy went. We can blame sanctions, we can blame whoever, but the answer is that the economy went wrong. And so, unfortunately, we can't restore what was lost. Then we can start from there. That is my submission. So how do we do it? If we have agreed on those ground rules, the axioms of this conversation, then we will say, in the future, we need to deal with long-term insurance. There's no problem with short-term insurance. Mr. Mgudu was talking about insuring a Honda Fit in the same way as the Benz. That's a lie, actually. We have to correct that. Each car is insured for its value, properly assessed. So sometimes you can start talking about things that are not true. And the regulators that do third party, it's a government rule. Mr. Mujo, it's not your problem. The Road Traffic Act insurance is a law, it's a statute, it's the minimum insurance you need to have your car on the road. But real insurance is done comprehensively, and each car is a different value and different insurance. So that's a lie. Let's not go about saying the wrong things. So, if we agree that the confidence was lost because the economy went wrong, the majority of our savers in the long-term insurance funds, pension funds, retirement annuities, all lives lost their money to the few who could borrow the money, who are holding the assets in the form of title deeds. And we can't go and take from those. So we are starting from scratch. We don't have a basis, we're just starting from scratch. The little assets that remain, the ashes of the hyperinflation, even if you take all of it and all the shareholder funds and give to the members of pension funds, it will not increase their values by 10%. If anything, you can raise the expectations and create more disappointment and more disgruntlement. So the next step is to say, we have a problem of a country that formally dollarized. I hear people talking about the currency a lot. Formal dollarization is not the same as having hyperinflation while you maintain your currency. Because once you have the US dollar, a strong currency, pervasive at the village level, its price no longer matters. It's not about the price. You can liberalize the exchange rate. What matters is that people want to hold dollars and they like to see them. So the journey to de-dollarization is going to be long, difficult, but the endurance to do it can be found. The economists here can give us countries that they know of that formally dollarized like Zimbabwe. Nobody in the neighboring countries did, so don't be told lies by anyone. Somebody was trying to say that Zambia dollarized Mozambique. It's a lie. They never doubled their currency. So with the two twin problems of the lost value and the use of the reserve currency of the world, the building of trust outside the US dollar value of assets becomes a mammoth task, but not impossible. In product design, we say that we must go back and say, if at the time of hyperinflation, Kebs had said to a person who had only paid 20% of their loan, you only own 20% of this house, the rest is owned by the deposits of the money that you borrowed, we would have found an answer. In other words, in our product design, we must use derivatives so that a long-term contract is a continuous valuation in the value of the contributor and the supporter are known at every point in time. So if you change your currency, we all know the status quo. You don't have to wait. Like in 2009, I wrote the first proposal on how to convert assets myself, personally from scratch. It never happened. There was no guideline. But now we'll be saying we know what to do if the currency changes. This product design must answer that. We must acknowledge the mistakes of the past. We must be transparent. We must increase communication about the products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Douglas Hoto, of course, Group CEO, First Mutual. Thank you so much for that. You gave us a lot of things to think about, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of questions coming your way when we open up the floor. Because, of course, this issue of confidence is what we've been talking about. It's been creeping into every conversation that we've had the whole day. Now, one thing that we haven't heard, I suppose, today is the voice of the consumer, which is us. Our next speaker, of course, represents us. She's from the Consumer Council of Zimbabwe, Rose, and we'd like to hear what consumers think. Rose, what are we thinking? Over to you, ma'am. Please, a round of applause for Rose as she walks to the podium. Thank you. Are you okay there?
Thank you, Andy. Please allow me to write on the established protocol and allow me to thank Sam for inviting us. Thank you for this opportunity to share. As a consumer advocate, I have the privilege of educating every consumer because I know everyone in this room is a consumer. So I will just start by educating you on your rights as a consumer. I know some of you already know your rights,
But let's just have a small conversation around that. The right to basic needs, where we are talking about your food, your shelter, your water, and all of that. Your right to information on products and services that you are acquiring. Your right to choose who is the best supplier of your products and services. Your right to safety, safety of the products and the services that you are incurring. Your right to consumer education, and this is why I'm talking about this, because I respect the fact that every consumer has a right to consumer education. So we take advantage of every platform to do that. Your right to a healthy environment where you are assured that the services that you are getting are being given in an environment that is free from harm. Your right to be heard so that policymakers can listen to your voice as a consumer. The right to redress, compensation of what was lost so that you are back to where you were. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hoto, you just mentioned that consumers will not be refunded or compensated for the loss of 2008. This is a very sad situation for us Zimbabwean consumers. A few things that we do at Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. One of our roles is to educate consumers on their responsibilities. So the responsibility for critical awareness, the market environment. As a consumer, you need to look at the market environment. And I think most of the people in this house are very good at that. And this is why Mr. Hoto was talking about people who borrowed and paid their mortgages in 1 month's salary, because you were critically aware of the market. But unfortunately, the majority of consumers did not do that, because first of all, they could not even borrow. Responsibility to take action. Consumers must act when they realize a situation. They must do something about it. Solidarity is also one of consumers' responsibility, and we are educating consumers on that. Also, the responsibility for environmental awareness and social concern. Having said this, in a nutshell, these are the rights and responsibilities of consumers. Now, coming to the issue of savings, particularly the pensions, banking, insurance, I think Permanent Secretary Moguti articulated it very well. He did mention all the, well, most of the issues that consumers are grappling with even today. And Mr. Hoto, even though you are an insurer yourself, you also articulated them very well, and I want to congratulate you for that. PS spoke about the safe mode that our country has been in since 2008, mainly talking about the lack of innovation within the financial services industry. But let me just share with you that consumers in this country are not in a safe mode. People have innovated. You all know about Mukando. I'm sure most of you know about Mukando. And I must say that Mukando has produced more results than the banking sector. Mukando has produced more results for consumers than the long-term insurance services sector. Mukando has produced more results than the pension sector. Why do I say so? When we started using the US dollar in 2009, consumer clubs have gone into construction. We've seen many developments, housing developments. especially the high density, the middle density, where people are using their Mukando money to purchase land, to start building. We've seen Mukando ladies buying motor vehicles. And some of the traffic issues that we talk about, it's because of Mukando. People have bought vehicles in this country. I'm sure we have all seen this. And sometimes we do not know what is happening. But we at the CCZ know that there are many consumer action clubs, people who are pooling their resources together, buying land together, and building together. Recently, people have now gone into drilling of boreholes. Of course, government has also chipped in, and there are presidential boreholes, but the Mukando ladies had already started on that. Today, we are also talking about solar Mukando, where the ladies have gone on to say, we shall not just be sharing groceries at the end of the year. Let's also buy each other solar equipment so that we can alleviate ourselves from the energy problems. This is happening, and it's real. In fact, the Ministry of Energy is now inviting the solar Mukando clubs at their exhibition stands, like at the ZITF. Even 2 weeks ago, they were also at the Zimbabwe Agricultural Show, talking about the solar Mukando. And we believe people are doing this because they were burnt in 2008. They lost out in 2008. So they have innovated these solutions. However, as we all know, there is a higher risk for them to be engaging in such informal activities. And there is need for formalization of this sector. But we need to acknowledge that they are doing a better service to the ordinary consumer than the big giants, the corporates in banking, insurance, and pensions. This is our experience as Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. So now, coming to the issues of solutions, I realize I don't have much time. I know I was given 7 minutes. Banking and insurance are now for the Jack and Jill. People are banking. You see a grandmom coming up with an amount of 10,000 at the end of the year in December. And they are asking, what do I do with this amount? But I don't think that amount is available to the corporate companies, the big companies in insurance, in pensions. So as CCZ, we always do consumer consultations. And the issues about trust are coming up because our concern as a consumer advocacy body, as a consumer organization, is to say these funds are going unaccounted for. There are no taxes being paid to government. There is no revenue collection by our tax collector. So consumers, why don't you formalize and go through, insurance companies and so on? The answers are always the same. How do we trust? We lost out. We had saved for 30 years, but we came up with nothing. Now in Mukando, after 3 years, I am building a house. Saka, what is insurance? What is long-term saving? What is long-term insurance? I believe big companies, you have a lot to learn from Mukando. You have a lot to learn. It's the people in Bari, it's the people in the rural areas. We are seeing them, improving their lifestyles because of Mukando. People who had retired and were expecting to get their monthly, stipends or part of the wages and salaries they were getting, but they could not. But with Mukando now, they are able to do that. So Mukando is a solution. And if there's anything to learn, I think the financial services sector, the formal financial services sector, needs to learn a lot from these clubs. Consumers continue to say they will only save if they can trust. Now with Mukando, they do trust each other because normally it's a group of maybe 10 to 20 people who know each other very well. Perhaps they go to church together. Perhaps they live in the same community, or they are just friends. Yes, there will be squabbles here and there, but they are being trained even by the Ministry of Women Affairs on how to conduct their internal savings and lending. Their money actually grows because as they save, vachikandirana, it comes back with an interest. And they actually benefit from that interest. The money actually grows. Unlike the financial services sector, where money dwindles when it has been banked. So let's learn something from that. It's a solution. There are a lot of solutions. In fact, we can learn a lot of solutions from places like India, because the Indians are very good with Mukando. And those are some of the strategies that our Mukandos in Zimbabwe are learning. We need a lot of solutions, and international life assurance policies are also becoming popular, with consumers investing long-term insurance in international portfolios. In the past, this used to be a jurisdiction of experts or global citizens, but we are seeing that more and more, such that even Mukando is happening across borders. We have people investing in the UK, in the Americas, and Mukando, they receive their money with interest from those international communities. And I think as Zimbabwean corporates, if we are not careful as the financial services sector in Zimbabwe, we may end up losing business because the competition is growing. It's growing immensely. And if we are very soft with ourselves, it will be very difficult to compete, because those places, people are getting money at very minimal costs. We are also struggling with interoperability. Okay, Andy, I see your eye. Where technological solutions are not being shared. And this increases the cost of money for the consumer. Let's look at interoperability for the financial services sector, especially where digital technology is concerned. Another issue, service providers must stay in their lane. Financial services must stay in their lane. We do not want to see a financial service provider or an insurer getting into service provision. For example, some of you are now in medical industry. Honestly, how does a panel beater also become, the funder also become a panel beater? the funder becomes a hospital, a clinic. What sort of governance is that? How can consumers trust that their funds will be safe? Because research has shown that even though the cry out has been that, for example, doctors are very expensive, therefore we need to have our own hospitals, clinics, and laboratories, and so on and so on. Consumers are not experiencing that benefit. It's actually almost the same as going for a cash patient. So there are many issues, and we need solutions. We are lobbying to say financial services must not be service providers. There's conflict of interest, huge conflict of interest. Let me also, okay, just last, collaboration. Let's collaborate. Let's work together, and let's come up with more solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosemary Mpofu, CEO, Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for that. That was the consumer voice, and of course, we will have a chance to question and ask questions from Rosemary. There were some interesting points she raised I'd like to talk about. But before we get to the Q&A, let's get our final, last but not least, speaker up here. This is the regulator. This is the regulator's perspective. Big round of applause, Cuthbert Munjoma, Director, Pensions and Life Insurance Supervision at IPEC. Cuthbert, welcome.
Good afternoon to you all. Allow me to ride on existing protocol. In terms of my presentation outline, I essentially dissected the question into two. It required us to speak to reforms that speak to consumer protection, as well as reassurance to the policy order. So I will speak to those two items. Then among the reforms that I'll propose, I'll try to assign a timeline within the next 3 to 12 months. Then I'll conclude. So in terms of the reforms, the first reform speaks to legal and regulatory reforms. This is meant to facilitate a shift from self-regulation. Initially, the market was under self-regulation. Then from self-regulation to rules-based supervision. Then the idea is now to transform to risk-based supervision, which is more flexible. It doesn't stifle innovation. It's responsive to the operating environment. So generally, that has to be embedded in the legislation. It's also made to ensure we are not viewed as a policeman. Generally, people see the regulator, they think it's a policeman. Regulation has evolved. We are now stewards. We are now moving into stewardship of the industry and working in collaboration with the regulated players. So in this regard, there's a lot of engagement between the regulator and the regulated. So we are strengthening the legal regime. We had a new Pension Provident Funds Act in 2022. That act actually embeds the principles of risk-based supervision. We do have an IPEC bill and an insurance bill that are before Parliament. These have been quite protracted because they were also in the 9th Parliament. And topical issues there, regulation of NASA, medical aid, and so forth. So they've made strides in Parliament, and it is our expectation that they will be passed into law. We also have a number of regulations that we've drafted that are pending gazetting, which includes the regulations to implement a risk-based capital regime, agri index insurance, pension provident funds regulations, and so forth. So through all this, the legal regime, we believe it embeds a lot of aspects relating to consumer protection, some of which I will speak to those. The next speaking point relates to the issue of digitalization. Other speakers did acknowledge that data is now the new oil, is now the new engine oil, but the experience in Zimbabwe and the other African countries, there is serious data integrity, which can actually embed full optimization of AI, because without credible data, it will be very difficult. So what we've done as IPEC in response to that is we are coming up with an electronic supervisory system.
This is a sub-tech that will facilitate continuous surveillance and supervision of the industry. We are actually at the procurement stage. That's one key milestone that we think the industry, that system will then connect to the systems that the industry is operating. It will actually eliminate a lot of manual processes, submission of quarterly reports, submission of a lot of information. We can actually monitor what premiums were paid today from Old Mutual straight from our office. It will be actually connected to the systems. What claims have been paid, what claims have been repudiated. So we believe that will then go a long way in terms of protection. One aspect that we assist with is the issue of a national pension database. We do acknowledge as a sector that data is a serious problem. We have systems in place, but quite fragmented. Most of the systems, 70% are imported from South Africa. A lot of funds are being spent in terms of user maintenance fees, acquisition costs, and so forth, which we believe can go towards benefits augmentation. So we have persuaded our parent ministry, including pension funds, pension fund administrators, that we set up it as a shared infrastructure. An earlier speaker spoke about infrastructure sharing. So in principle, we agree. We've set up a committee that is going to spearhead this, drawing lessons from other countries. The issue of innovative solutions is also key as part of the digitalization agenda, especially on the part of the industry. As the regulator, we are ready to support, and we've actually came up with a regulatory sandbox for insurance and pensions. We've come up with guidelines, and going forward, we should be able to support innovation in a test environment for the benefit of reaching out to the underserved. The next speaking point relates to issues to do with the confidence, reassuring to the consumers. I align with earlier speakers relating to what causes lack of confidence, environmental issues, regulatory failure at some point, then institution-specific issues. I think we do need to acknowledge certain things were not right, even at institutional level. So it's not blame game, but we need to all take responsibility and move forward. So one key issue that I would reiterate, I wish if the governor was here, is the issue of transition to monocurrency. Since morning, it has been very topical, and I'm not sure if this is receiving the attention that it really requires. For our sector, people are saying we lost value through currency reforms. Just a mere act of removal of 25 zeros, 2006 to 9, people lost out. They got ex gratia payments, $10, tough luck, zeros were removed. 2009, it happened. 2019, we had a currency change. 2024, we had a currency change. So what they are asking is, what assurance? What will be different? So we can talk of monocurrency to 2030, but they want assurance because of the past experience. So that's a very key issue that we assist with. So as a sector, initially the approach was, there were promises that were made. In 2019, there were exchange control SIs which were issued. SI 28 of 2020, SI 212, they were saying this business can write in foreign currency. You can invest in a matching asset, and you can pay benefits in the corresponding assets. Now we are talking of monocurrency, which is actually a shift from that earlier policy position. So what the consumers are expecting is, how do we transition? So as a sector, possibly do things differently, drawing lessons from the past experience. Let's come up with advisory papers that are very detailed to say this is how we transition. It's so easy to say, okay, government ring fence long-term assets. They would want specific details. How do we ring fence? What do we do? So we've challenged the market through the various engagement fora that we have, that we need to do that in the next 2 weeks and inform government. It's no longer a question of whether government is moving to monocurrency or not, but if they are now moving, how do we then protect the policyholder and the pension scheme member? The issue of resolution of legacy issues, we can't really bury the past when it speaks to confidence. I like submissions by earlier speakers in the morning to say actually confidence is not transactional. You certainly need to earn it over time. So as a regulator and as government, the position is that this matter has to be resolved. I differ with the earlier submissions by Mr. Hoto that value was transferred to borrowers. I think that's a distorted narrative. We profiled, the Justice Smith profiled assets from 1996 to 2017. Value was lost, it's acknowledged. The economic fundamentals were not right, it's acknowledged. But there was some value which was actually preserved through the asset mix. I think the asset managers were quite prudent in terms of their investment. So as we then account to the policyholder and the pension scheme member, it's a question of a balanced narrative. Yes, compensation is not restitution, but some acknowledgement of the loss, and we've already, I think, agreed on the way forward in terms of the implementation modalities. Government is ready to disburse, and the NSI is before the Attorney General's office. Then holistic national pension reforms. We do admit that we've been instituting reforms, generally anchored on the recommendation findings of the Justice Smith. But still confidence is low. So we believe we need all stakeholders on board, all stakeholders. You need labor, you need employers, you need government, regulators. Say, where are we missing it? What should we do? Yes, most of the issues are hinged on the macro, but we believe some dialogue would then help us to restore confidence through a social contract of some sort. Then protect of last resort, there's a provision in the IPEC bill to set up a policyholder protection fund, which would then act as a protector of last resort. Institutionalization of this then becomes key. Streamlining claims processing time. This industry is in the business of paying claims. We are seeing delays with the regulator, and certainly there's need to streamline it. Market development, market innovation, the issue of digitalization, including data protection. So we are working closely with POTRAS, which is the sector regulator in this regard. So I'll move to the next speaking point, which is trying to assign some timelines to that. Transition to monocurrency, advice to government, very urgent, ahead of the budget, ahead of the launch of NDS2. The issue of resolution of legacy issues to do with the pre-2009 compensation, we debated it for a long. Working groups involving the industry, a lot of engagements. So we are no longer on consultation stage, Mr. Otto, where you then have to debate whether the benefits will be reasonable or not. I think they will still go a long way in restoring some form of confidence. Though going forward, what we need to learn as a country is to avoid repeat of the past mistakes that we've done. The issue of a risk-based capital regime, the regulations once gazetted, we implement electronic supervisory system, all these I've highlighted them. So in conclusion, Director of Program, the last slide, I'm now on the last slide. I'll just give a quote there. Knowledge without action is vanity, and action without knowledge is insanity. We certainly need to move to action. It's very important we attend fora after fora, discussing important milestones, important things. We need really to put things into action. And my call to Mr. Matsekete is really, a lot of things are coming out. Let's have advice papers, let's have presentation to all policymakers and so forth. Then the shift from short-termism, I think that's key. If you look at the model right now, what profit have I made? Even CEOs of insurance companies, 5-year contract, they will do everything in their capacity to ensure they deliver. Sustainability, it's not a big consideration. So I really call for recommendations and path to a better future. The regulator is not a policeman, it is a strategic partner in building a resilient, future-proof, trusted and digitally supported financial sector. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you very much, Catherine Majomo, of course, talking from the regulator's perspective. He gave pretty clear 3 to 12-month timelines and deliverables there, didn't he? That is very good. Thank you for that, Cuthbert. Right, we'll open up the floor now to a few Q&As, to a few questions. Let's see if there's any questions. There's any questions from the floor? Because I, of course, as you know, always have questions. It's probably my job. Right, well, let me kick it off, and then please, if you want to, please put your hand up and we can ask questions. Douglas. Confidence, I would assume when it comes to insurance products, the 2030 always becomes a topic. Yeah, what happens after 2030, we've discussed it earlier during the day. And I think one of your solutions was the use of derivatives. Maybe you could just expand a little bit on that, particularly in this type of market that we have in this country where derivatives and so forth are even looked at more suspicion than normal transactions. Maybe you could just expand on that comment on derivatives.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I talked about derivatives. It's not the traditional derivative as in the Black-Scholes model. No. What the Zimbabweans need is to have their contributions linked to a tangible asset. That's the derivative I'm talking about. If you want to understand that, you look at, she spoke about people buying houses, building houses, buying solar panels and so on. So in the long-term insurance funds, we can put together products where the actual man that you are paying is buying a tangible product. And you can go and see it and inspect whether it's cows, whether it's lead, or whatever it is. As a start, because when you do that, you will not create the desired portfolio, but you build the confidence and then you rebalance the portfolio later. But for starters, people will be willing to put their money if they know that this is the, if it is that speaker, they know that this is the speaker that I've bought, they can see it. Because that's how the confidence is built. And when you transition to monocurrency, I'm happy the regulator has actually put that on the agenda and will certainly be sending some serious recommendations to them in terms of how to manage the transition. My point was that when you transition, you'll be able to say, you bought this asset, it's worth $5,000. Tomorrow it may be worth 10,000, 15 in a new currency. But if you were going to own all of it at 10,000, you still own 50% of it in the new currency. So your $5,000 becomes something else in the new currency. You don't lose the intrinsic value of the underlying asset by a currency transition, which is what happened to mortgages, despite the difference of the regulator, that when you lend money to somebody, they're buying a real house, then they go and spend $10 and they pay it off and they own it. The person whose money they borrowed is told that your money has lost 25 zeros. So there's a transfer of value. It's simple financial economics. Somebody's value was transferred. So we want to avoid a transfer of value at the time of crossing the current exchange bridge. That's the derivative I'm talking about. Do you still want me?
Yes, I do. We all still want you. While I've got you there, Douglas, Rose mentioned something which is directly tied to the industry, and I've seen it myself, and that's the rise of Zimbabweans entering foreign policies, particularly from the UK. In fact, there's a lot of foreign companies now, Zimbabwean-run companies, who are now selling insurance products in Zimbabwe, from the UK. And that seems to me, again, an issue of confidence, in the sense that Zimbabweans are saying, we believe more in this insurance company sitting somewhere in the UK than we do in our own insurance companies locally.
Yeah, it's a currency issue. I think I did talk about the pervasiveness of using dollars officially, and underline the word officially. So most of us here, because we've got credit cards or debit cards that can pay premium to a foreign insurer, and you receive a statement that says your policy or investment is now £5,000, or you are likely to be more comfortable, because when it is in the Isle of Man, there's no crossover date of tomorrow currency across there. So you like it. So the idea is that we need to believe in ourselves, but the returns there are very low. This is why people in Zimbabwe are happy to keep their money in the pillow, despite the fact that it's actually suffering from inflation in dollars. The only thing they want to see is the intrinsic value of the currency, even with negative returns. So that's the crisis we have of using a US dollar, a reserve currency in a poor country. To change from there to your own currency is not going to be a mean task.
And I mean, I suppose on the other side, you're not putting your money into a bank because you're getting 0% interest anyway, and you're getting charged, in fact, if you put your money in. So you'd rather keep it in a pillow.
No, I think the banks have a slightly different, better if I may comment, I'm not a banker, but I have some idea of what the problem is. I think the banks are afraid of losing value on the change of a debt. So the duration of their loans are unattractive to those who want to borrow money. And so, if the banks also produce a derivative product on their loans, as I'm saying, then they can extend a 15-year loan, which is what you need to do proper industrial investment, to build houses, to do that. If you do that, there must be some economic stability from the fundamentals in the economy. And the product, the loan product must be made into a derivative that says when we come to a crossover, it doesn't zero-rise by changing currency. And the banks are so as a result, now they have to rely on bank charges instead of net interest margin. It's the dilemma of the term structure of the product that they're using. But they need to keep alive so that when the situation changes, we'll still have banks.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Please, a round of applause for Douglas. So we're talking innovation, products that actually suit what the customers want, and products that you can reach them on the ground. Because what somebody may want in Gokwe may be very different from the insurance products they may want in Rua or in Harare. Rose, I know you kept going on about Mukando, and it was interesting for me. At the same time, I was a bit worried, because if a lot of our citizens are moving to Mukando and more people are doing it, and it's now becoming cross-border Mukando, isn't that not telling us something about our financial system, about our savings, about our trust in institutions? I mean, that's what it's telling us. Because in essence, we're creating a sort of parallel banking or investment structure. And that can't be good in the long run for an economy, can it? So your comments on that?
You are very right, Andy. This is not the best solution. But I tell you something, consumers have no option. At the moment, this is what is working for them. I did highlight to you that after 3 years of Mukando, someone can build a mansion. But 30 years of investing in financial services sector produced nothing. So what confidence are we talking about in the financial services sector? It, unfortunately, trust, when it has been lost, it's very difficult to regain trust. And it's on the part of the service provider and the regulators to really prove to the consumer that the mistake that was done a few years ago will not recur. Because for as long as consumers have not gained the confidence, it will be very difficult for them to trust ever again. So we need to really come up with ways of creating this trust. I know many people will be saying, but that happened 2008, people should forget, it's time to move on. Unfortunately, you don't force trust. Trust cannot be, imposed on somebody. It cannot be forced. It can never be forced. No matter what regulations we put in place and say, this is what we are going to do, the consumer will just fold and look their hands and look at you. In the morning, we heard about people who have never touched the ZIG. No matter how much we trust that the ZIG has value, it has not changed, and so on and so on. But because consumers have been bent, there are people who vow. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we know that in towns like Gwanda, Binga, Mzarabane, people don't even know the ZIG. And they will not even bother to look for it. So we can't force. We need to come up with solutions to regain consumer confidence. Unfortunately, without apologizing to consumers and proving that we will never do it again, it will be difficult. Thank you.
Rose, can I ask, there are some insurance products or products that are being sold by insurance houses, like, for example, the ones that are linked to building a house or the ones that are linked to owning an animal. Those appear to be quite popular because, as Douglas said, you're physically buying an asset, you're physically buying a cow or part of a cow. Are you saying that to get consumer confidence back, yes, we know it's difficult and we know it is something that you have to change, but you've got to start with small steps. We can't be starting like all the way at life assurance and life insurance. We've got to start building confidence in the innovation, in the products, like Douglas said and some of the other speakers, in understanding that the products are necessary. We all need pension, we all need life insurance. I mean, it's a fact. It's just that we're too scared to get it because of 2008, but actually, we need it. And some of us who need it don't have it, and I think that's an important point as well. I mean, because we're talking here about things that will better the consumers' lives when they retire or, unfortunately, when they die. And so it's kind of like trying to get a horse to water. It's great water, but they're still not drinking.
If I hear you correctly, Andy, consumers, yes, personally, and I know that for the majority of consumers, people know that insurance is very important, long-term insurance. But we are talking about the experiences in our country where nobody takes accountability of the mistakes that were happening in the past. But one of the solutions, as you rightly say, would be to come up with schemes like no claims awards, which we see in other countries. Next door in South Africa, there's a lot of no claims awards, and we see it all the time on television, on the social media platforms. Why can we not have the same? I know there are a few who are trying to do that, but it's not. So on the part of consumers, we don't see any sincerity. We don't believe people are being sincere by not offering us no claims awards. Why? Because they don't have enough competition. We are now talking about Africa. If everyone comes, are we sure that we will survive as an industry, financial services sector in Zimbabwe? Because the borders are opening. I spoke about the international savings, internal lending savings, Mukando, people doing it overseas. Are we sure we are going to survive? We need to innovate. We need to explore the jungle where we've never been before, so that we can be able to compete, we can be able to appease our consumers, whom we so much hurt a few years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. That's well put. Cuthbert, I think you've heard the consumer there, and of course, as a regulator, obviously you're regulating the industry, but you're also ensuring that the consumers are getting the right products, it's innovative, and of course the major one that you put on there was monocurrency. We heard from Dr. Masse earlier saying that after 2030 the contracts will remain in place and there'll be some provision to fund them. We didn't get into too much detail from that, but your concept of that 2030 and what we need to do as a regulator to ensure that the Zimbabwean consumer retains confidence past that. In fact, we should be confident today and not really care what happens in 2030.
Thank you, Andy. From where we stand as IPEC, we say there are actually statutory instruments which are there right now, issued post the 2019 currency reforms. Those SIs say, Andy, contribute your pension in foreign currency. It will be invested in a matching asset in foreign currency, including offshore, because we liberalized up to 15% of balance sheet. You will be paid in foreign currency. Your contract straddle beyond 2030. The question then is, how do we protect you and other colleagues who could be in the same situation? So this is where we say we really need engagement with the monetary and fiscal authorities to say, how do we protect given the past experience? Certainly, the transition should not prejudice someone. From a product relevance perspective, certainly I agree with Mr. Hoto. Instead of possibly calling them derivatives, I would call them value-based contracts. Yeah. The reason why funeral is selling right now, it's a defined benefit. Should the insured risk materialize, we'll give you a hearse, we'll give you a bus, we'll give you this. That was innovation in the market in the early 2000s. If we could then innovate further. Biological assets, since allowed them where you can invest in savings. Of late, there's talk of land stands, though a bit of mis-selling. So as a regulator, we really want to ensure, should people be promised the stands, indeed the stands are there, and the land is secured. So the core really is the regulator will be flexible. Is ready to work with the market. We need customer-centric products that speaks to the needs of the market. If you look at the structure of the economy, even if you consider the recent economic census by Simstats, over 88% of the enterprises are now micro. Then the small. The corporates, the large corporates are 1%. But you'd have the insurers fighting for 1% of the entities in the country. It's high time then we consider even requirements of those in the informal sector, in the small to micro, and how we can leverage on technology going forward.
Cuthbert, how can we, one of the things that came up, I think, talking to Sam, and also I believe the first summit with Douglas when we spoke about this, was the fact that maybe I don't want to wait until I die to get my money and then all my relatives eat it all, yeah? Maybe there's got to be other products or innovative products that allow me to cash it in, or, yeah, I think Douglas did mention this a couple of years ago, I'm not mistaken. That is something that, obviously, that's an innovation, of course. I'm not sure it's sellable, right? I mean, I know it happens overseas. I'm not sure it's happening here. Maybe Douglas can also comment as well on that.
That's for pensions, we call it the two-pot pension system. Other countries have adopted it. In here, we had adopted it for micro pensions to say, they can access. They would have two accounts. One is saving, you can withdraw in the short term. The other one is long term. We are envisaging the same even for conventional pensions as part of relevance. So colleagues in the market, there's a circular that I think you received before the end. There are proposals to that effect to say what will be the impact, we move together on liquidity, given the confidence issues that we have as well right now. Timing, among other things. But partial access has already been happening in Zimbabwe. Should you resign or leave employment, you can get your contribution. Should you be retrenched, you can get both. But in some fund rules, it's not allowed. So we'd want to liberalize to say someone can get up to a certain limit. So it's, it's in the pipeline as part of trying to make it relevant, because people are asking, why should I wait till possibly value is eroded? But the underhacking issues, we then need to sort out our macroeconomic fundamentals. We can't be short term. This is also a source of savings for the economy and for national development. If you consider developments in the geopolitical space, it's high time we even look inwards in terms of funding. And for government, this should actually be the source. So it will be a balancing act, balancing access prior to retirement, adequacy on retirement, as well as implications on long-term national savings mobilization.
Thank you. Douglas, do you want to comment on that? Or?
Yeah, I think it's well said. Already there are partial access. Those who are in distress, sometimes they want to pay off their house. I think that is, and also the provident funds do give capital. And then if you reach 55 or 56, there are other rules that allow you to get some of your investment. So I think that side is fairly sorted, if you like.
Rose, I hope if there's any questions, sorry, I'm taking the questions. I'm trying to really get to the point. Rose, what do you think? I know it's a tough question because building of confidence and building of trust is something which is it's a journey, not it doesn't take overnight. What do you think? Do you believe that consumers are being educated correctly by the insurance industry so that they understand what they're buying, what products they're buying, and what the products can do for them in terms of their security? Do they really understand what the products? Is it too high level? Or they should be more simple? What's happening out there? Do they understand everything that's happening?
Unfortunately, consumers are not being educated enough in that area. You will appreciate that as the voice of the consumer, like Consumer Council of Zimbabwe, we are not experts in financial services sector. And so our approach is to collaborate with the financial services sector, insurance companies. We've collaborated in the past with IPEC, but unfortunately, people are not willing to come on board, obviously, because it's a cost, it's at a cost, and they are not willing to come on board. And I would like to call upon all the people here to say, let's collaborate. Let's go and talk to consumers, because we always provide a platform for dialogue between consumers and the service providers. And people should take advantage of that so that consumers can actually question, they can ask questions and they get their responses. Because as it happens, currently as we speak, Normally, service providers will just speak to the employers, but not the actual members or the actual beneficiaries. So it is very important to ensure that we give full information disclosure to the consumer who is actually contributing. Because the employer may not be able to relay the information, the full information to the consumer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think hearing last from the voice of a consumer is a great way to end this session. Please, a big round of applause for my panelists. Douglas Hoto, Group CEO, First Mutual Holdings, Rosemary Mpofu, CEO, Consumer Council of Zimbabwe, and Captain Munjoma, Director, Pensions and Life Insurance Division at IPEC. Before you go, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small token of appreciation for you. Maybe ladies first. Rose, can we bring the gifts for our speakers? That was a very interesting conversation, and I think the conversation led through the whole day when we talked about inclusion, innovation, and of course, confidence. So please, a big round of applause. Rose, thank you so much. Patrick, where's your microphone? Well done. Please give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Rosemary Mpofu, CEO of Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. Excellent. Thank you. You can just walk off, Rose, if you like, if you want to get your bag. Thank you. Right, Cuthbert Munjoma, of course, from IPEC, the regulator's perspective. I tell you, they've got a 3 to 12 month plan. Now it's up there. It's going to be shared with you all. Now we can hold IPEC to account with their 3 to 12 month plan. Thank you. Round of applause, please, for Cuthbert Munjoma. Thank you. Cuthbert, you can, thank you. And last but not least, of course, Douglas Hoto, Group CEO, First Mutual Holdings Limited. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Do you want to move over a little bit? Can you move over this way? So that way, yeah, that's it. That's better. Thank you. There we go. Right, with last round of applause. Lastly, please, for Douglas. You want to ask a question? Okay. Right, okay, we'll get now. I was being waved at there, so Douglas, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Off you go, ladies. Thank you. Well done, ladies. Thank you. Give everybody a clap. Can we just, Sakai Kubarika wants to have a quick word there. Oh, let me come over. Patrick, you hold the fort. I'll go down here.
Sorry, Andy. It's a quick one. I think Rose's intervention also caused me to think about what would a digital Mukando look like. Can we have a digital round? Our insurers, can they be the facilitators of digital rounds? And then also, because remember earlier I spoke about digizens. So the people don't actually really have to know each other. So you create a network there. You begin to have this network of people that want to invest their funds. And you create an insurance product around it to manage those that may not be able to contribute when they're supposed to. Because Mukando started a long time ago. It didn't start with the season that we experienced, but it accelerated, it grew then. But I think that it's an opportunity to actually innovate and be more inclusive on the Mukando. Because there are people that are actually failing to have the numbers they need to have to participate in ticket sizes they would like to have within their network. They probably are not enough. So I think that would scale up Mukando for a lot of people and also take away the risk. Because while there are nice stories in Mukando, there are also horrible stories of losses there as well. People have lost money in Mukando. And I think if business can find a way of creating innovations around that, then I think we begin to also solve some problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakai. Great input there. Right, Patrick. We're coming, unfortunately and sadly, to the end of the day, but we still have one more thing to do, of course. Vote of thanks.
Absolutely. But before we do, interestingly, Sakai's idea about going digital with Mukando, maybe an idea on the part of CZI to also appeal for perhaps eradication of the, I know there's a recent law around administrators of WhatsApp groups that might encourage participation, just occurred to me, But yes, it is time for a vote of thanks, and it's entirely fitting that our host be able to come through and share a few words and parting insights. And it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome the Managing Director of Old Mutual Life Assurance Company, Ms. Rutendo Magorimbo. Wow, Rutendo, I meant to say earlier, I wonder if it's a coincidence, the color of her outfit, it matches with her corporate color. So,
I'm very green.
Very green.
It's something I noticed.
It's a great color.
All right, so I'm standing between you and the drinks. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to observe all protocols earlier established. My task this afternoon is both simple and an honor, and that is to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks as we bring the Better Future Summit to a close. Today reminded us that building a better future is not about small steps, but bold shifts. And it begins by asking ourselves how we got to where we are today. And the reason why that is important is we begin to solve for the correct problem. After we have acknowledged the problem, we then need to have the right attitude, to design systems that uphold dignity, to embed confidence in financial services, and to move inclusion from just access to true empowerment. We also agreed that innovation, digital tools, and data are not ends in themselves. They're enablers. They're enablers of trust, transparency, and participation. Confidence, ladies and gentlemen, is earned. Inclusion is intentional. And innovation must always be guided by our values. So on behalf of Old Mutual, I extend a heartfelt thanks to our speakers, our panelists, partners, and every participant who made today's dialogue rich. A special word of appreciation goes to the teams behind the scenes whose dedication brought this event to life. And last but not least, to our Masters of Ceremonies, Andy and Patrick, for guiding us so seamlessly. The better future is not something that we wait for. It's something that we create together. So let us each commit to restoring transparency, deepening honesty, and rebuilding trust so that Zimbabwe can once again be prosperous. Thank you.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we've come to the end of an incredible, incredible day. Oh, okay. They have a gift for us as well. I don't know how to say that, but thank you so much. So can we bring our gifts up, please?
It's a better future for us.
It's a better future.
Certainly better than when I left home this morning.
Patrick, you want to come first? Give him a clap, round of applause. There you go. Right, now I hand over to him. Patrick, for me?
Yeah, well, thank you.
Too many hands.
Well done, Andy. For the tallest MC in the country, what does it feel like up there anyway?
I'm not sure because I've never been down there. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic day. We've discussed all the issues that we wanted to discuss: digital innovation, inclusion, confidence, and I think, Patrick, that we have some real deliverables on the ground. Now we can move forward with.
Absolutely. I think that alignment was essential. It was certainly part of our objective. Rutendo's words at the end, I think, caught my attention. The idea of being intentional about deepening honesty. all our discussion will come to naught if we ourselves don't change. The real challenge is, and I think in line with the words of the late philosopher Jim Rohn, if we change, everything else will change. That's what I would say. And then also in line with that, the idea is to make the commitments necessary in order to create that better future. So pay now, play later.
I like that. Better future starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. The cocktail party is now available from my colleague, Patrick, and from myself. If you're going to drink, please drive to stay alive. But if not, wherever you're going, please, for me and Patrick, goodbye, and please, you all be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.